Welcome to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. It is the final day, and I get to rejoin my co-pilot, Alex Livingston, in the booth for some 4-card magic.
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been on different shifts.
It has. It feels like it's been, I don't know, it's probably only been a couple of days, right?
Yeah.
But it's actually been the better part of, it feels like a week.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How have you been, mate? How's Randy?
You know, now that I'm working night shift, I've been able to explore Montenegro a little bit, been hitting up some national parks, been getting lots of tennis in, so no complaints over here.
It's a great stop. I've seen so many players sharing on social media about how this is the stop of the year for them, and it's because of the view.
Well, the view.
The view.
The view.
Yesterday, it was one hell of a view in the 100K PLO main event. It was a star-studded affair. They actually reached the final table the night before, played a couple of levels, which meant that we ended up coming back with 6 players in total yesterday. We played it all the way down to a champion. Then we had the 50K PLO mystery bounty, but we'll get into that in a bit. For now, let's take a look at how that 100K PLO main event played out. So 7-handed in the evening was 10 bigs, just north of 10 bigs for Rob Cowan. King 10-7 was drawing live to a King 10 or a 7, couldn't find it, and he was out first for $361,000.
Well, the short-handed online superstar Laszlo Bojtas opened things up with the Ace King 7. Martin Dam seeing a flop and flopping middle set. And for Bojtas, top and bottom, nowhere to go but pot. But the Hungarian, needing an ace or a king, doesn't find it on the turn, and he was out in 6th for $456,000.
Really disappointing for Laszlo. He wants a PLO title desperately. 6th place will have to do. Then it was Sir Watts, short stacked, 10 bigs. Ace 9 deuce against the Ace King Jack 5 of Manuel Stojanovic. King 5-4 7-8 was all she wrote for the 7-time champion. He went home to collect $585,000.
Well, the Finn, Patrick Antonius, one of online poker's original legends, live poker as well, Hall of Famer, has been making final table after final table here in Montenegro. Here, however, short on chips, he finds top pair and a gut shot. Martin Dam had bottom set, but Dvoris top set with clubs to go with them. Puts the pressure on Dam as Patrick is already committed, and after a long tank, Martin makes a great fold. Antonius needing a jack or running hearts to stay alive in this one. Picks up some hope on 4th Street, but it was not to be as he finished $726,000 richer in 4th place.
And what an incredible fold by this young man. The Danish PLO superstar, widely regarded as one of the best in the world right now. Got in his final chips with the 10-9-9-4, was open-ended, drawing to a queen or a 7. Couldn't find it. He went home with $927,000 for 3rd place.
Which set the stage for an epic heads-up match. Stojanovic had led for much of the proceedings at the final table. But at this point, Dvoris with a monster chip lead, looking for his 2nd of the series. And it's Dvoris flopping a club draw with a gut shot against the 2 pair of Stojanovic. As sweaty as it gets, he picks up a pair and a flush on the river as Daniel Dvoris captures his 2nd title of the series. And $2 million as well to boot.
I loved the celebration as well. Like, you know, he shook Stojanovic's hand and then he was like, you know what, yeah, I'm going to enjoy this. And rightly so. A main event champion, just north of $2 million. And a massive congrats to Stojanovic as well. 2nd place for a career best of $1.4 million. A 2nd final table for him. And I know he's going to be back at future stops trying to take down a Triton PLO main event. But for now, Dvoris, title number 5. Let's talk about this man's PLO talent because it's getting absurd at this point.
Well, what strikes me is we have all these players, you know, Martirosyan, Ibinger, and then also Dvoris, who you think of them more as no-limit players, and they come to Triton, they just start crushing in PLO tournaments. And Dvoris, look at these numbers.
Insane. Over 32 million made on the Triton Tour, 72 cashes, cash rate of more than a third, 5 titles, and 44 final tables.
unbelievable. I got to tell you, I actually recently rewatched an interview that Dvorak did with John Jaffe.
Okay.
And it really speaks to the level to which he approaches the game, all the little things he does along the way, the mental game, and he's just you can tell that there's no stone left unturned for Dvorak.
No, massive congrats to him. He's now just 5 million away from overtaking Daniel Negreanu at the top of Canada's all-time money list. And with that win yesterday, leapfrogging Danny Tang and Mikito Badziakowski up to 4th on the Triton all-time money list. But he wasn't the only superstar picking up gold in this card room yesterday. The 50K PLO mystery bounty. Can you believe that Matthias Eibinger picked up title number 7?
Yeah, just unbelievable for Eibinger. New to PLO, he started playing during COVID, but he's come here. These are his PLO statistics, by the way. So he's played 10 PLO events. He's cashed 6 of them.
Yep.
And he's got 3 titles out of the 10 events he's played. And you can see that total winnings of over $5 million. Unbelievable stuff.
And he actually lost heads up in one. Look at his heads up winning.
Right.
So he's made heads up 4 out of 10 times he's played a PLO event at Triton. That is ridiculous.
And, you know, in Jeju, he picked up the title in that 100K PLO main event as well. So he's doing it in some of the really marquee events.
No, I'm waiting for the Eibinger PLO course because at this point, like clearly he's one of the best in the world, or at least variants would say that he is. Bounties, he's picked up 700K in bounties, so $1 million plus for him. Garcia picked up 325K. Punsri and Biao, they shared one pool and it was 150K, so they got 75K each. But yeah, massive congrats to Eibinger on title number 7, joining Sir Watson in that 7-time champion club.
Yeah, that's right. Starting to try to chase Jason Kuhn, but it's going to be tough to catch the man with 12 titles at the top.
That's right. Now, today, event number 17, we've got the 75K PLO 6 max. 16 players made it through from day one from a field of 49 entrants. There's going to be 10 more players that bought in earlier on today. So we're looking at 26 players coming back. And you talked to me about a big hand that played out late last night as Richard Grieco took the chip lead.
Well, if you take a look at that leaderboard there, you can see Richard Grieco at the top, and he wasn't the person that we were announcing to be the chip leader at the end of the day. It's because he actually won a significant pot at the very end. It was a multi-way pot. He got all in with a pair, a gut shot, and an overpair with a medium-sized flush draw against the naked nut flush draw and low gut shot of Ding Biao, and it ended up being a 1.5 million chip pot.
Just holding against the 3 overcards, any heart, the gut shot that you mentioned. It's the case in PLO. We saw it all day yesterday where players just have to fade more than half the deck sometimes. And yeah, you know, you win a couple of those flips where you have the best hand, but equity says that you're actually a dog. And all of a sudden you're playing a huge chip lead.
Yeah, exactly right. And Grieco is somebody who has studied PLO tournaments specifically. He's going to be very familiar with all the ICM concepts. So if he can hold on to that lead, he's going to be very dangerous with a lot of chips.
Now let's talk fantasy for perhaps the last time this series. It has been the talk of town here in the booth, at the tables by the players, in YouTube, Twitch, social media. Everyone is absolutely loving it. 75K Fantasy Team Draft is still open until 3 p.m. local time. This is your last chance to get involved and win some prizes. Massive shout out to our very own Arnek, who is first on the overall leaderboard, part of the Share Hands crew. He's seen enough Triton Poker to know what teams to pick. And he's currently number 1.
Those Share Hands guys are sharp. So what I'm seeing, Henry, is we've had some last-minute entries to start the day. And I see now a total of 59 entries with 26 remaining, which is a great turnout.
I agree.
I think we were at
16 to get through?
Yeah, we were maybe at, so that means there would have been 10 last-minute entries today. It's pretty easy to identify who those are in the Triton Poker Plus app because they all say 200,000 exactly.
Gonna walk through the room and see who's still in town. Arthur Ocean. He's always here, max firing.
And he's fun to watch play PLO because he takes a lot of that no-limit hold'em aggression and applies those concepts over. is Ibinger. He's on a fresh bullet.
Is indeed. Couldn't get him on my team. I would have drafted him again. He did me well yesterday. Yeah, a lot of people. Max late regging, Martin Dam, Robert Cowan, Sean Raphael, Ding Biao, Punap Punsri, Patrick Antonius, Jel Samal, Lataro Guerra, Wyliong Chan, Matthias Ibinger, and Griffith Jones. Ike Haxton, shortest stack in the room with 15 bigs. Clemens Reuter and Jonas Kronwitter calling it a day. They're the only two out of the 28 uniques that decided to not max late reg. I respect that, by the way.
Yeah, I played some tennis with Jonas today. He said there's a chance he fires that turbo later today, but he's just chilling out this morning.
So here we go. Richard Grieco. Settle the debate for me, please, Livingston. I know you know. Grieco or Greco?
It is Greco.
It is Greco.
I remember talking to James Dempsey about that. He said that he had called him Grieco his entire life and had never been corrected for some reason, and then finally he learned it was Greco, and he said, why did you never correct me? And Richard just shrugged and said, I don't care that much. So it's not the end of the world if we botch it, but I believe it is Greco.
Fair play. Couple of Spaniards, couple of Americans, and then Wang Ye, one of the biggest talents to have emerged from mainland China in recent years. He's going to be out here battling. This is a really fun distribution, actually, Alex. I've never really seen anything quite like it.
Yeah, that's right, because we have those two fresh stacks, and then everyone else had a lot of chips, didn't they?
Well, we've got 3 of the top 5 stacks, and then 2 max late regs.
Yeah, that is fun. It creates, it's a bit of a pesky dynamic for the bigger stacks, because it's hard to flatten open. You might just face this squeeze from one of the short stacks, and it really makes things a little bit more intricate.
I have to ask, you excited to get to Vegas? Has this past couple of weeks just really built up some FOMO that you can't wait to get your hands on a deck of cards?
There is definitely FOMO, but I am going to go home first and spend a little bit of time with my fiance.
I've
been on the road a lot, so it's going to be great being in Canada for the Canadian summer. And then once I get to Vegas, it's all business, all poker every day. So
let's go. Shout out to our other partner in the booth, Kevin Rambachow. He's left a day early because he's going to go and try and win us a bracelet. And that Heads Up No Limit, his marquee event of the year. I bought a little piece on the side as well.
Did you?
I was like, yeah, how can you not?
I should do the same. Not too late, is it? He's still in transit, I believe.
I believe you've got time, yeah. Wang Ye. Gonna open things up here. Could get action. Or will get action.
He'll definitely get action. The question is, will he face a 3-bet? I would think not, just given how deep they are, but it wouldn't be unreasonable at all. Jason's hand is very strong. He is going to go for it. So setting the tone early, I like this. It's a very reasonable hand to 3-bet. And for Wang Ye, it's actually a bit of an awkward hand. We don't do too much folding with double suited hands in position versus 3-bet, and wouldn't be shocked to see him take a flop, but ace, king, 8, deuce is just the type of holding that is in quite bad shape against things like aces and kings, ace, king, king. And it's not to say that that's the only sort of hands that Kuhn's going to be 3-betting, but he'll be a bit more careful this deep. So big one early.
There's another couple of big ones playing out on outer tables. We'll keep you posted. Highly recommend downloading the Triton Poker Plus app. You can have every table open, sweating everyone else along with this stream. How about that for an action flop? Well, I say action flop.
No, well, perhaps, right? Because Wang Ye has just the 8-high flush draw and the nut backdoor flush draw, but he's got that blocker to the straight as well. This all comes down to how Jason plays it. This is a very nice check from Jason. He's flopped strong, but his range doesn't love this board. So he's mimicking the fact that he could have a hand like ace, ace, queen, jack that's just check folding. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if Wang Ye attacked this board with just ace high, but good interaction. then Jason will have options. His hand is strong enough to check raise as a semi-bluff, get the money in if need be. He can also play check call.
Third pot the request.
So the more that I think my opponent will bet some merged value hands, the more I want to go for check raise, because you can get a hand like 9-7 to fold, and that's a reasonable win. But if I think that my opponent's betting more of a polar range, where they have some very strong and very weak hands, I don't mind just calling this combo, keeping in that weak stuff.
There is the call. 350 in the middle. This is a sizable pot already with a lot of chips behind. Deuce on the turn. Wang now drawing to some live 2-pair outs. I say live, only the king.
Wang is a very aggressive player. He has seen Jason check call this flop, check the turn over. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he kept putting chips in the pot here with just ace high and the weak flush draw.
$350 out there. He's reaching. For Jason, this is uncomfortable now.
Well, I think we have to at least call this hand as Jason, because Wang bet less than pot. We have nut outs. We probably think the 5 or the 10 are good at least a chunk of the time, at least good to chop. And if we think Wang is really getting out of line, we can even consider raising all in. But I expect Jason comes with call here.
All in.
He finds the all in, okay.
That's so gangster. What a huge pickup.
Massive takedown for Jason. And I think that he has a read on Wang Ye. He's played cash games with him. He's played tournaments with him. He knows that he's capable of betting these spots wider than most. So he's not as concerned about running into top of range. Great takedown.
Now, while that hand was playing out, I'll be honest with you, I was a little bit distracted. There was so much going on. Ibinger tripling up. Ding Biao's out of here. Very next hand, Stojanovic loses a big one to Haxton. So Stojanovic is down to a big blind. Ibinger's got the triple. On table 5, Paul Hua getting it in with pair and a gut shot against Zhao Samao's top and bottom. He spiked the gut shot on the turn. He's up to 500k. Zhao is down to just 2 bigs. There's so much going on. There was a 3-way all-in. Wai Leong Chan tripling up against Alton Martirosyan and Dan Devoris. Get over on the app, guys. There is so much action going on these outer tables. We've already had eliminations down to 25. Ding Biao is out of here. Stojanovic is on less than a big. That was a really gangster hand from Jason.
Yeah, massive. And, you know, he finds himself second in chips now. Bit of runway between himself and the other big stacks on the table, but it's aces for Cesar Garcia against his countryman's limp.
What?
Tauro starting the day with a fresh stack. He's going to call. Jason's going to get out of there, so the 2 Spaniards in a bit of a civil war. No friends at the poker table. They know what they're here to do. Tauro looking for an 8 or some straight cards. Garcia's flop bottom set.
This is a very awkward flop for Lautaro. He has a little bit going on here. He's got a pair with a bad gut shot.
What?
I think he needs to fold this hand, particularly with the ICM. From just a pure math calculation against range, it's already very close. So close that maybe 2 backdoor flush draws would sway it.
Yeah, that 8 of clubs was the 8 of hearts. Maybe we flick it in.
It's very close, though, and you can see Lautaro is pained by this decision.
We know 2 of his 9s are dead. He's going to get out of there.
And that feels like the right fold to me, but difficult spot. Garcia will be happy to add to his stack.
I want you to call your shot right now. What bracelet are you winning?
I knew you were going to ask me that. Well, I think if I said PPC, it would just be too greedy. So I'm just going to go with the 10K horse. It's a tournament I've done well in. Got a 2nd and a 6th in that one, so why not a win?
Let's go.
Guys, in chat, please, we've had a lot of fast and furious action early, but feel free to hit us with your BLTs. Let us know if you're maybe heading to Vegas to play any events.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know that's a big stop on the calendar for a lot of players. A lot of these Triton players will be heading there, and they don't overlap with the Triton schedule, really.
Get him.
We should try and organize
Now's
a
the moment.
Triton meetup game. Me, you, and Krabachow. We're in Vegas. That'd be good fun.
Alright.
Sean's gonna run it. Queen, queen, 10-3.
I'm gonna get you.
Taro looked somewhat interested with that. 6th angler, really killing his hand.
How much? 54.
Down to the final 4 tables. Zhao Samao eliminated in 25th. Well, how's your luck? Wang Ye, top set. Sean's got the overpair and diamond draw.
Wang Ye checking it over. This money's just going to go in.
138.
Snap.
We're on.
We're all in.
There's at least some sweaty turns. Give us a minute, wait. Jack.
Yeah,
Jack is fair.
Jack is fun, yeah.
Wang Ye's like, how about the 9 of hearts? How about we just end it on the turn? Sean looking for a queen or a diamond. I see he's going to be heading back stateside with a little bit less cash than he came to Montenegro with. A rough series for Sean Raphael.
Yeah, the man they called Doorbread, he had a lot of success in online PLO. Played some live cash with him as well. He's been around the PLO community for quite some time. Tough player. Good game to Sean.
I got a lot of love for Sean. So consistent at the highest stakes. But yeah, you come to Montenegro, you fire what? 3 tournaments? Well, the 100K, the 75K, and the 50K.
It adds up quick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
These buy-in levels.
You play the 30K half and half. It's easy to go 0 for 4, 0 for 5. Well, this man, Wai Leong Chan, off to a great start today. Tripled up early.
Jason's got the type of hand that can consider limping. Plays fine multi-way. He does go for that option.
What kind of qualities are you looking for in a hand when it comes to limping in versus opting to pot?
You typically want a hand that wouldn't want to raise and face a 3-bet, but is happy limp calling. So something like medium straight kings, queens, and jacks comes to mind. Some weak hands that have a suited ace. Sometimes you'll see some single suited rundowns falling into that camp.
Here we go. 120 in the middle. Guerrero's got just 80K back. We could be down to the final 3 tables real quick, by the way. The amount of max late regs we had.
Well, that's just it. All these 17 big blind stacks just looking to shoot it in.
Thank you.
I like that. Shoot it in. 7-7-5. Tower still with the best of it. I wonder if Jason deems 2-pair backdoor hearts as enough of a piece to stack off at this SPR.
Suspect he'll fold. Lautaro will just fire the rest
I
in.
don't have much.
Oh, no, he calls.
Do have a 5.
Guess the backdoor hearts are enough.
Well, you can see he's actually got
One color.
7 outs. Ace 5 or a deuce would do it.
Yeah, the ace
Kinda
being
feel the deuce
outs for
with
him
Laura.
really helps.
Not the ace or the 5. I kind of feel the deuce.
It's
Oh.
okay to leave this one for you.
What about a heart? 3 of hearts.
Tara's saying you can take this one,
Ay,
Jason.
yeah, Dad.
Ay,
I'm
yeah.
gonna get that over. See ya.
It's over.
Take it.
Jason was feeling the deuce, but Lautaro making 9s full. So one of those short stacks finds a double. I see Stojanovic still sitting on 4 bigs. Punat Punsri, Dvoris, Griffith Jones, Robert Cowan, all under 20 bigs.
Well, Tower, I believe, the most winning player in in live PLO tournaments of all time. Can fact check me over on the Hendon Mob. Widely regarded as one of the best, not the man you want to be doubling up.
Absolutely. He also made a run in the main event. I think it was last year or the year before.
That's right.
A No Limit Hold'em main event. I believe he got something like 13th or 15th.
I think you're spot on. Yeah, I remember.
We hadn't really seen him playing many Hold'em events, so it was a surprise to see that run, but obviously a very talented player. Typically plays PLO, focuses largely on tournaments, but certainly plays cash games as well. Not getting a lot in the way of the BLTs.
No?
Shout out to Wolf Bergman having White Monster as pre-workout in Belgium. Nobody else hitting us with BLTs as of yet. So get those in there.
Absolute savage. White Monster for the pre-workout. You're going to set a PR on the bench press. Lat pull downs. Chin ups. See, you're going to set like 17 different PRs today. I love it.
Question of, are we in the money? No, certainly not. We are still in the middle stages, I would say. 23 of 59 left.
Whoa. What is this turn card?
Wow.
Holy smokes. Wai Leong Chan turning a set of 4s. He's got the nut flush draw. Had a gut shot himself. Wang Ye turning the nut straight. This is blind v blind. And how does this go in? I think it needs to start with a Wang Ye check. With plans to check raise.
Even if Wang Ye were to check and Wai Long Chan bet and Wang Ye check raised, Wai Long Chan might just call in position. So not inconceivable that Wai Long Chan could use this combination as a raise, but I think typically in position we'll see call here. If he does raise, then the money's just all in.
Just makes the call. 162k out there. This could have been a monster pot.
And that might slow things down. There were so few bricks available for Wang Ye, so many cards he was hoping to fade. Of course, the wheel's still very strong here. He's got that queen blocker as well, but what we won't see is a bet and a raise.
Yeah, the only non-straight completing cards would have been a 9 or an 8. Let's see if he still finds it. Yeah, he does.
Goes full pot, hoping that Wai Long Chan has a set or strong 2-pair with straight blockers. He has exactly that. He has a set with a wheel blocker, but has to be somewhat concerned about Broadway coming home.
credit to Wai Chan, because I think a lot of people lose a lot more than this.
It was a limped pot, and Wang Ye has bet every street.
Five deuce is good, my friend.
Not the straight that Wai Chen was expecting to see.
He's fucking with me. I'm gonna get
Perhaps.
it. I don't tolerate this. You can't be messing around like this. Fly. Oh, he's really doing it. Oh, nice.
Do always slow.
This guy's cocky. He knows it's the end of the trip. He knows we're too slow.
Go on, Lautaro, get it. It's going to be a massive celebration when someone gets it.
We got ginger juice in the Netherlands, coffee in Regina, Canada. Mexican mocha from New Mexico. Okay, we see you guys.
There we go. Last day to get your BLTs in.
BLT is just trickling in slowly.
I've had people DM me on Instagram telling me their BLTs. I love it.
Really?
They're like, hey, my BLT today. It's like, okay,
amazing.
We're making it a thing. And credit to you, man, for coming up with it, because it's become a bit of a theme here. I like it.
It's a good acronym.
It is.
Multi-purpose.
Big fan of both BLTs.
I'm not a huge, well, I like tomatoes, but they have to be fresh.
Yeah.
You know, like a tomato from a garden I love, but
Yep.
maybe I'm a bit of a tomato snob.
No, I know exactly what you mean. Don't worry. In the same camp.
You probably call them tomatoes.
No, tomatoes.
Tomato, okay.
Wait, hang on.
You're not sure.
Tomato.
Yeah,
Wait.
there you go. There you go.
King 5 deuce. A bit of an action flop again, I mean, all things considered. Top pair open-ender against the nut shot.
Yeah, Kuhn has a hand that actually could have stabbed in a multi-way pot three ways with the immediate gut shot, the backdoor flush draw, a pair blocker. Instead, it's Garcia who stabs, and Wai Chen will be going nowhere. Just deciding if he wants to play this as a raise or a call. Would expect call. And now Jason's hand maybe can overcall. He can also actually consider a bluff raise here. It's a pretty decent combo. If you think that Caesar is stabbing wide, and you think that Wai Chen is capped off his stack just calling, maybe you take one of these thinner hands that you're not sure you want to continue and you turn it into a raise. He does indeed.
Oh, you are dialed in, buddy. What a sick read from you. Jason raising it up to 60,000. And for Wai Chen, out of position, if we call, the pot's inflated to 180K. Gets awkward on a lot of turns.
It does, but I think he just has too much equity to fold here with the backdoor clubs, the nut open-ender, pocket pair in hand. He could hit a tray and be good some chunk of the time. It will be tricky on something like the 10 of hearts if he faces a pot-sized bet. Might need to let this one go. Or even this queen of spades. This is going to be a real test if Jason can continue, but it's a difficult card to continue firing as Jason.
How much is in there?
224.
218.
224.
Wait, how much? Did she say 224? It can't be, right? It was 60K a piece, 120. Plus the 16K.
136 plus the 48. Yeah, 184 is the number. We can see it on our screen. In any event, Jason is betting less than that number. This is a really gangster play from Jason Kuhn. He's in the weeds here. And what is Wai Chen going to do? He makes the fold. Wow. Jason is dialed in right now. That was not easy.
The old trip saver. How many times have I seen Jason show up last couple of events of the series and just put on an absolute clinic? First time I ever met him Madrid 2022 was Brick City. The entire festival shows up to the 150K short deck, ships it outright for 1.7 or whatever it was, and it's just Jason, man. He sees what's going on around him. He's like, hang on, don't forget about me.
Yeah, he'd like to remind everyone that he's the overall Triton titles leader with 12. He's looking for 13. And it's pretty much a dead heat at the top between himself and Grieco as we stand. 23 remain of 59. Looks like we will be paying 10 spots. 1.24 for the winner.
Oh, how about this hand? Almost the best hand in PLO. Almost.
Almost. It's pretty strong. He's getting sneaky.
So 6,000 in the middle. Oh my
goodness. Now, I see what you see, Henry. It's a set over set collision and they're very deep, but I still don't expect that this pot is necessarily going to get massive because the board is very coordinated. So for instance, if Garcia were to bet, even if Kuhn raised, Garcia would just call. Now, if we were to see something like a 4 on the turn, it would be disaster for the Spaniard.
Jason with the ace of hearts in hand. And like you said, very wet and coordinated board. Any turn card other than, what, ace, king, queen, deuce would complete a straight.
So Jason's actually just going to call because of how coordinated this board is. He's looking to check raise on clean turns. I thought this was another possibility. My thinking was with ace of hearts in hand, perhaps he would go for raise, but he's so deep here.
Wow, that is the card.
Yeah, this could get really interesting because if Garcia bets now, Kuhn, I believe on this card, may well go for check raise as pocket queens is just such an unlikely holding for Garcia. But Garcia's going to actually not love things at this depth.
So Garcia goes pot. Jason can make it 320.
And it's not necessarily true that Garcia will go pot either. It's possible he uses something like 55 or 60K. But yes, if it was 80, it would be 80 to 320. Looks like he is going pot. And if Jason comes with 320 here, it's honestly a bit of a nasty spot. I don't think Jason is going to check raise all combos of Queen 10. So what he's going to check raise is Queen 10 with significant extras, maybe some huge combo draws like Ace, King, Jack 9 with hearts. And then he'll check raise all combos of Queen, Queen, and probably all combos of 10, 10, I would think. So against this range, sevens with no backup is uncomfortable.
Well, we're about to find out. There is the raise to 320,000.
The issue here is that against hands like pocket tens and pocket queens, Garcia is dead to 1 out. And against the combo draws, it's close to a flip. His best case scenario would be that he's up against something like King, Queen, Jack 10. And it's not clear to me that Kuhn would always check raise that hand without hearts. He might.
So you're saying it would have to be something like King, Queen, Jack 10 with like a King high or a Queen high flush draw.
Yeah, it's possible he would check raise without the flush draw, but I don't think that Garcia thinks he would do that every time. Having said that, this is obviously a cold spot for Garcia. It's one of those spots where he'd rather have a slightly worse made hand that has some sort of draw, right? Like even 10-8-7-6 is probably a better hand, and that's just a great fold. That's just a recognition of the fact that he's never way ahead. He can be crushed. He can be drawing to 1 out. And he's still got plenty of chips to work with. So I think this is just a fundamental difference between Hold'em and PLO, and Garcia just showing his aptitude in this regard.
Thank you.
Assessing Kuhn's range very well.
That was elite from the Spaniard. Well done. Very similar to Martin Dam's fold on the final table the other day with, or yesterday rather, with bottom set against top set. You've got an hour and 20 minutes left, ladies and gents, to register your Triton Fantasy team over on the Triton Poker Plus app. You can see the QR code there. Get involved, climb leaderboards, win rewards. You love to see Arnek is out in pole position on the overall leaderboard. So many prizes up for grabs in that one. Best of luck to you all.
It was a good fold.
I got that strong hand.
It was a good fold.
Garcia's going to feel good about that, because I think when Kuhn says that, he basically means he had queen, queen, or 10-10. If Garcia takes it at face value. Wang Ye has gotten sneaky and limped aces. By the way, this is a very nice combo of aces to limp. You want to unblock your opponent's raises. So by having small cards as his side cards, it's more likely that Kuhn or anyone else will wake up with a hand they can raise. And Wang Ye is about to spring the trap.
How does Jason want to play this one against limp 3-bet? Now that Wang Ye is basically saying, hey, I have aces and aces only.
Yeah, I think given how deep they are and he has position, I think Jason will call here. He's also got reasonably strong kings. He's connected with a suit.
Just looking for the old king high flop to get it all. Another big pot. Oh, I thought that was a king tucked in there behind.
This is a very dangerous flop for Kuhn, as he's got a nut gut shot. He's got a pair of nines on board. And he may feel that this is enough hand that he needs to continue, because even against aces, he's doing okay. You can see he's got 35%. So our graphics on the board are just catching up a little slowly there, but
he's got 44.
Sorry, 44%.
Wow.
So I don't think he can get away. He's flopped enough additional equity. Now, of course, he's up against, for him, the best combo of aces he could see, as Wang Ye only has just that backdoor nut flush draw with no other attachment to the board. But I think Kuhn just has too much hand. Also, Wang Ye can have some bluffs here, like ace, queen, jack, 10.
Oh, my word.
I'm not loving it. I'm not hating it, but I'm not loving it.
Let's run.
Did Wang Ye officially call?
Yeah. Jason said, let's run it for every chip in the tournament.
Yeah.
He knows it. 1.9 million. This is huge. Average stack is 536,000. This is 4 times average with 22 left.
Jack.
And there are kill cards. The offsuit jack, the non-club jack would just end it.
Kill outs too, which is really nice.
A huge one, no?
That's a huge. Yeah.
Wow. Good luck, gents. 1.9 out there. If Jason can convert this, he's going to be up to 2.3 million, which is average for final 4. 8 of hearts on the turn changes nothing. You can see the outs above Jason's name. Wang Ye trying to fade, which he will 3/4 of the time. Oh
wow,
my word.
It's trip nines. And that is just a massive pot.
I really wasn't feeling it. Thought I was dead.
Jason's got 5 times average.
Huh.
GG's, Wang Ye.
That hand just, it played itself for both of them. Nothing Wang Ye could have done.
At least pretty close to a check fold, right? No?
On the flop, you mean?
Yeah, how much was there to play? 2?
Nah,
Not even 2?
You cannot.
Yeah,
You can't forward.
just gotta stick it and pray, huh?
That should.
No, I'm saying him.
Ah, yeah.
It's pretty close to a check fold.
Ah, you mean?
Yeah, really bad flop.
Yeah, it's a very
It's not the
Yeah,
best.
like probably has to go, but it's not that, it can't be
Yeah.
that good.
Yeah, I think that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to go with
Yeah,
a backdoor straight.
Not the best one.
Not the best one.
yeah,
You're not happy, but you know.
yeah.
What chips?
Yeah, Wang Ye
No
has
doubt.
to go with it there, but if it was slightly more coordinated or they were slightly
When you
deeper,
were
there's
to go
worlds where
and
he check
take the
folds.
biggest up,
So when I check shoved that turn earlier, that was dicey too. I mean, it wasn't that dicey, but I only had a pair of 8s. That's all I had.
Where? I mean,
Whenever I 3-bet him and
oh.
check called the flop and then
Ah.
check shoved the turn for like a 200 big one pot. I mean, I had a huge draw, but I
Ah.
only had a pair of 8s.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I was like, he
Was that
folds,
nice?
this is good.
A nice spot to take it.
I mean, I had ace queen 8-7 double, so I had an open ender with a nut flush draw.
Ah, okay.
And a pair.
Makes sense. Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah,
Semi bluffing.
yeah, semi bluff. Really nice when they
Uh-oh.
fold though.
of course.
Yeah,
I like it.
no, I had a set of 10s.
Wow. What a crazy first 40 minutes. Not even. First 35 minutes to this stream. Jason Koon with 4 times average, 21 left. And we were talking about it at the top of the show. Well, actually, not even the top of the show, not too long ago. How he just seems to show up at the end of the series and say, hey guys, forget about me.
Yeah,
I'm Mr. Triton.
there's something to being the guy that doesn't get worn down as the series goes on. And I've talked with my good friend Justin Saliba about this. We both believe that most of the regs at the WSOP, by the end of it, they're playing a lot worse than they were at the start. And we're always trying to encourage each other to just keep it going throughout. If you can play with that same energy and focus and consistency as you played at the start, your edge just continues to grow.
The biggest stories today, Jason Koon looking for title number 13, Michael Watson and Daniel Dvoris looking to become the first players to win 3 titles in a single stop. Eibinger and Artur Martirosyan are both tied on 3 PLO titles each. Eibinger wants to be the second player to win 10 titles, and he is well on his way. And then in terms of the Ivan Liao, player of the year, and for this one, player of the festival race, Danny Tang, Dan Dvoris, and Mike Watson, kind of neck to neck right now.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a doozy. Koon at the top, you've got the specialists in Grieco and Garcia. You've got Watson looking for his 3rd of the series. Tollerine in 5th. Eibinger, the PLO god himself. I mean, buckle up. It's been a great start to today's stream as well.
You say this one's shaping up to be a doozy.
A doozy, you don't know that term?
What does that mean?
Like a good one, a spectacle,
Okay. A doozy.
a doozy.
So you can say like a doozy of a hand.
Yeah, a doozy of a hand or a doozy of a ball game.
I like it.
Bit of outer table action. It's like a small pot between Espen Mirmo and Isaac Haxton.
Eibinger immediately just up to 3 starting stacks. Ike's deep in the tank. When is he not, by the way?
Takes his time, wants to get the decision correct. And I believe one of the tables must have just been playing a little bit more slowly than the others, so just catching up.
Looks like ace-6 deuce, couple of clubs. Turn 9 of spades, but bringing back those spades. River 7 of hearts.
Yeah, so Haxton bet the turn, it looks like, was called by Mirmo out of the big blind and is now facing a second bet. So Haxton, it's kind of interesting because, you know, if he had a value hand on the turn, it may not bet this river, but he could have bet some draws on the turn.
Oh, there's the check raise. 200K. Esper basically saying, hey, I've got 10-8 here with some clubs.
Yeah, absolutely representing the nuts and the nuts only at this point.
8-5 ever in there? Yeah, I guess so, right? Like,
Think that 8-5 doesn't even raise river though, because you would need Haxton to both be value betting worse and to bet call it in a spot where Haxton himself can have 10-8 often enough. But we did see a spot in Jeju where I believe Robert Cowan had the second nut straight in a spot that we didn't expect him to value raise it, and got Parsonen to lay down the same hand.
not often you see Ike Haxton in jail immediately versus check raise, just kind of flinched in pain at how grim the spot is. Something like 2-pair with a straight blocker, perhaps. Don't know what the turn action was, so it's kind of tough to say.
Well, it was a limped pot 3 ways, checked around on the flop. Haxton bet the turn in the cutoff, and Mirmo called out of the big blind. I mean, my opinion, even 8-5 is kind of just a bluff catcher here versus this check raise, but more likely that he has something like what you're referring to, like a top 2 pair with a straight blocker or a set with a straight blocker that he's going for value with.
Ike deep in the tank here. Oh, he's going to make the call. Looks like Murmo's got it. 10-8 of clubs, and I believe that means Ike Haxton is potentially nearly out of here. I mean, it was for a lot of his stack.
Yeah, not quite out, so Haxton does not need to show his cards, but he will be down to crumbs.
What's that? Queen 10-10-8 with clubs. Pure run out for Espen.
Guys, get involved in Triton Fantasy, although will we have any more opportunities? I think they can still max late reg the 75K with a random team.
They can indeed.
Yeah, so if you don't already have it, download the Triton Poker Plus app. Go into Fantasy for this 75K. At this point, because day 2 has started, you're going to be generating a random team, but you can still sweat along.
What have we got going on over here? Top 2 for Jason, nothing else. Garcia with an open-ender. Gotta go with overs. Wai Leong Chan with bottom pair and a gut shot. Gut shot that's no good.
Just naked top 2 for Jason is not as strong as it might look 4 ways. Doesn't necessarily want to be building a big pot.
Okay, now bottom 2. Wai Leong Chan.
Garcia has kind of an interesting hand because he has that king of hearts working for him with the open ender and the top pair. Naj seemingly has no interaction. We're missing one of his cards, and for Wai Leong Chan, the hand just not quite strong enough 4 ways to go for value.
All right, surely someone has a straight.
Nobody has a straight. Nobody has a straight, so Garcia has the best of it. The percentages are not loading just because we're missing one of Naj's cards, but it doesn't matter what that card is.
7-5.
Well, Wai Leong Chan and Garcia
Ace-4.
chopping, right? Ace-4, Ace-4.
That's right.
The deuce with the king.
I missed that Wai Leong also had that dangling 4.
You say exactly at the same time.
Yeah, that's funny. You were both so relieved.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun one. There's some absolute heroes left in this.
Nice and easy.
Ike just
Nice
lost
and easy.
85% of his stack. Punsri's doubled up. Griffith Jones is out in 21st. Back on over here. It's Espen again involved. 7-6 deuce. Rainbow.
Appears to be meditating.
So Ike is all in. He was down to his final 42K after losing that previous hand.
How much is in the middle?
138. Five.
69,000.
So Ibinger betting half pot into a dry side pot, and the cards are going to be on their back. Dan DeVoris is such a troll, bro. I
What
love
did he
it.
say? I missed it.
I'll tell you off air. GG's Ike Caxton. Ibinger turning the nut straight, had 2 pair along with the open ender.
I hope it didn't rival the comment to Alex Foxen the other day.
Right, that was something else.
More chips for Ibinger. Haxton is ousted. There is still one more event on the docket today. That's taking off in a couple of hours, the 25K PLO Quattro Bounty.
Honestly, one of us needs to jump in that.
I suppose we could, huh?
Someone just has to flick that in. How can you not? Ace, King, 10. Spade draw. And a gut shot. The go turns top and third pair. Waliong flops top and bottom, the same gut shot. So a small redraw for Waliong in the form of a 10. Gotta go looking for a spade. Down to 19. So we saw Ike eliminated, so one away from a redraw.
Not too much incentive for either of these players to bet this card, as they're staring at that 4-liner.
Waliong reaching for chips, just blocking a lot of the straights by having the ace jack 10 in hand. Firing out 65K, this isn't going to work.
How much is the bet? 60?
65.
It's a creative bet from Wailong Chan, not one that I expected. Naj with his redraw, very clear call.
Yeah, what do you do versus check jam in Waliong's shoes?
I was kind of hoping the board paired, because it was going to be interesting to see, for instance, on a king, if either player would try to steal the pot away, or if on a 10, Naj was going to try to bluff and it would not have worked, as Wailong Chan would have made that full house. But now what's the plan? Is he? Oh, he's going for this. He's just going to, and this probably will work, right? It's just so easy for him to have a straight as played. Naj doesn't even really think about it. So credit to Wailong Chan. It's a very bold bluff, as your opponent can play some check calls with Broadway there. But Wailong Chan sniffed it out. Got that one through.
That one really threw me off, but I like it. I can't wait to go to Vegas and play some PLO.
You gonna play some PLO?
Oh yeah,
Tournaments or?
everything.
Oh wow. When are you getting there?
24th.
Okay.
That's right.
This will be your first WSOP.
First ever WSOP event, yeah.
Wow. And how many, do you have a plan? How many events you're going to play? Which events you're going to play?
It's just going to be
No problem.
wake up. Do I feel like winning a bracelet today? Yes, I do. What's on?
Okay. So you might play a small one or a big one? Like
There's going to be no planning whatsoever.
Well, I look forward to watching you run in the 100K PLO.
What? Yeah, that starts on the 30th of June. How do
Yeah.
I know?
How do you know? You're
How
already
do I
planning
know?
for it. Right?
Say bye.
No, I was just saying it was a dead king, right?
Ah, yeah, that came. Ah, yeah.
I'm not asking what his cards were.
No. Yeah.
Hey, you want to tell me what your other 4 cards were? Or?
No, I don't think I'll be playing anything
I will
crazy
have,
big. But
Yeah.
King Jack Jack 9.
Well, the low to
Oh, you
medium
got stuff.
buy-in PLO tournaments at WSOP are fantastic
wow.
I
value.
can imagine, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks,
You got like that
Yeah.
1K mystery bounty, the 3K 6 max.
Maybe,
Those
you
ones are
know.
great.
Ace Jack Jack on the flop.
Yeah, now you can buy into the series with Lux on as well. I think the Europeans loving that.
Right.
Making life a lot easier.
Yeah, that's a great improvement.
It's huge, man. Having to withdraw $1,000 at a time from a Chase Bank ATM that charges $40 on a $1,000 withdrawal. It's just like,
That sounds like the wrong way to do things.
it's either that or you meet a random person in a car park with a...
I think it's more of that that's happening. This is a USDT for US cash trade with the guy who's a friend of a friend, and you hope nothing goes wrong.
Garcia raising things up from the cutoff.
This would be a sticky call if Wai Long Chen were to make it.
There's no way I just don't sun run.
Wow.
I know it. I know.
So you hit me with this question. Which bracelet are you going to win?
I don't know, but you mentioned a couple of like this $1,000 mystery bounty.
Oh,
sounds
yeah,
fun.
that's a good one. PLO mystery bounty.
Okay.
Unlimited re-entries.
Yeah.
Easy to be in for a lot in that one. I believe they have a... Do you play any 5-card PLO?
I do.
I think they have a 5-card PLO bracelet event this year as well.
All right. I'll have a look over the next couple of days. But I like the sound. You said there's a 3K 6 max?
Yeah,
I like that.
that's one of the best of the summer.
PLO.
PLO. There is also a Hold'em, but I assume that has less appeal to you.
I'll see you at the final table, my friend.
All right, let's do it.
Wai Leong Chan in the small, ace jack 8-7, needs to let this go. He does.
Hot.
This hand not going to let go, and Lautaro, I believe, just has too much hand here. It's not that exciting.
I
He's
call
going with
you.
it.
I have aces.
Was very good news.
Oh
for you.
shit, you got a nice one. I got spades.
Did Lautaro say that's very bad news for you?
He said it's very
10-9's
good
nice.
news for you.
How did he?
10-9, that's a power hand.
Diamonds.
Yeah. How much is it, just in case the unthinkable happens?
Now you're taking different attitude, no?
I like it. I
210?
love it.
All right.
Peanuts.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's got too much. He doesn't care.
He's too rich with that stack.
I believe we already saw 110 folded. Wow.
You gotta turn. Yeah, board will
Okay,
pair
10.
after I tap
Wow.
the felt. At least get the 6. Give him an 8.
Yeah.
Jason flopping the nuts. Lataro drawing 2.
There you
Runner,
go.
runner.
You're
Oh,
so
here
back.
we go.
Ooh.
5.
Needs a
Sit
time.
down, sit down, sit down.
5. Yeah, yeah. Get nice
Used to
and
tell me, like,
order
please,
some food.
yeah.
Go ahead and get your order in. You're there, bro.
This would be
Double
so
espresso
insane.
here, please.
For all night.
Corona.
Oh, yeah.
GG, bro.
GG's.
Thank you.
One of the best in the business. Lataro Guerra of Spain.
Respect to Lautaro for
Yeah,
not
for now.
demiking
Yeah,
and sitting back down. I like that play.
now.
I like it. I love how Jason was, you know, he tapped thinking that Lataro was drawing dead, then realizing that, oh no, he's actually drawing live to run a runner,
Oh, can I?
calling in the
I
turn
guess
board
this would
pair.
be good restroom time.
Exactly right. So I believe with that elimination of Guerra, we're down to 3 tables of 6, which means maybe either a redraw or just
No
a table
redraw.
break.
Yeah, it's
No
just going to be a
redraw?
table break, but it's going to be, yeah, just a quick couple of minutes or so while we bring players over. So yeah, I guess let's take a look at the leaderboard overall. Jason Kuhn with 2.64 million when the average stack is 650k. So he legit has average stack for final 4. He is on a mission. A little trip saver here, 1.24 million up top. 10 places paid in this one, then cash of 115,000. Who else have we got? We've got Danny Tang looking to complete the Triton Trident if he can close this out. Got Punat Punsri looking for title number 7, would love to join Ibinger and Sir Watts. Michael Watson and Dan Devoris both looking to become the first player ever to win 3 titles in a series.
Yeah, I think that's got to be one of the biggest stories. You know, to win 3 in one series would be amazing. For Devoris, he won the opening event, I believe, the 25K no limit right at the beginning, and then took down that 100K PLO main. So really marquee events.
Such a stud.
And Watson picking up a couple of bracelets in turbo events. There is one more turbo happening a little bit later today, but you know, the focus now on this 75K PLO, which got a great turnout. It was looking like it might be a smaller turnout for a little while then, but then there were enough eliminations, enough re-entries, and a few more new faces, and produced 59 players and 1.2 up top.
It's a doozy.
He's learning new words.
Check. Check.
Sven in the chat saying the poker gods hate the premature tap. I know what you mean. I think Jason recognized it as well, but they didn't punish him this time. Bad beat lost saying, is this rum and chest on the mic? It is indeed. Alex Livingston in the booth for the entirety of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Been on call with Randy, Nanonoko Lu, Kevin Rabichow, myself, Henry Kilbane on the old 4-man rotation.
That's Kevin Bearwire Rabbit.
That's right, I
to
do
you.
apologize. Bearwire going to win us a bunch of money. Giving that
Garcia.
heads up. Go ahead.
No, excuse me. Garcia is probably just gonna, okay, he will continue here. With just naked bottom 2, he may have just let this go, but because he's got that nut gut shot to go with it, he's involved. You can see it's pretty close in equities.
Interesting one for Jason, blocking some of the hands he would want Garcia to have, right? Like 5-7. But he is also blocking, you know, the calling range. Ace Queen, Queen 6. He's going to check it though.
Yeah, he has some showdown value, and I just don't think he feels he can get aces up to ever fold, so he'd really just be targeting something like a bear ace with a draw.
So going to play a couple of hands at this table as they are behind. Rambo, you are 9th on the fantasy, and I'm 10th. Easy now. Easy. Still a long old ways to go.
Is that for today? Or are you?
That's for today, yeah.
Are you threatening a top 10?
Listen, man, I need it.
We do have a bonus for
A
that.
lot
Yeah,
of
you're.
beautiful hands.
Well, you're not down much in
Very nice
fantasy,
hand.
are
Two
you?
backdoors on the flop.
I think I'm winning the most, surely. I scooped yesterday.
So you don't need it, but you are down in the side bets against me on this trip.
That's true.
You even lost another 10 at tennis the other
That's
day.
true. You offered me such what was it? You offered me
I
like...
gave you 6.5 to 1 on a
That's right.
But you were down. You were down 5-1 at that point, right? Or was it 4-1 only?
No, it was 5-1. I thought you offered me 13 to 1.
I believe it was 6.5 to 1.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, plus 650.
That Pun 3 coming over to the main stage.
That's beautiful.
Who else? Artur Martirosyan. Let's go. What a way to end things here. This is a fun table. But yeah, top 10 would get me what? An additional 100?
What did we say? 100 a man? Yeah.
That'd be
All
nice.
right. I'm going to have to check out your team and keep an eye on those players.
Thank you, Thomas. It's been really good fun with Alex in the booth.
I like that green Triton tee that Punat has. Are they selling that one on this stop? We have to maybe.
I think that's a Triton 1.
Ah,
Branded one, if I'm not mistaken. Let me
good
have a
eye.
look.
I think I'm going to have to stop one more time at the merch booth and just see if there's another T-shirt or hoodie I want to
I
pick
hate
up.
to break the news to you, but I
it's
believe I
gone.
saw Janice
Oh,
taking
no.
everything down this morning.
Well, I picked up a couple tees anyway. I'm in 199th, so trouble for me, but really just trying to fade you getting a top 10.
Still so early though.
It is.
Like 18 left. There's so much that could change.
PLO, man.
That's on the front.
So much that can change. Especially when you have this kind of like runaway chip leader situation. It could lead to all sorts of fun dynamics. Average stack of 44 big blinds. With 18 left, only 4 players have more than average.
Yeah, that's a wild one. And it's going to get even crazier as we get close to the bubble. Still
Yeah.
18 left, 10 pay. Not really there yet.
That's right.
So it'll be interesting to see how Punat Punsri and Martirosyan fit into this table dynamic. Both very aggressive players, both Hold'em backgrounds, but have worked on their PLO game. And both have had a lot of success on the Triton Tour.
See the Thai characters starting to come in. And Punat, let's go. You'll hit him with your Sawadi cap again, Alex.
Sawadi, what is it again?
Sawadi cap.
Sawadi Cup?
There you go. Dude, we're going to Thailand.
And that just basically means hello?
It's hello, yeah.
Sawadi Cup.
There we go. After Jeju. Actually, nah, it's going to be still back end of monsoon season, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure it
I
out.
do need to make my way to Thailand. There's no question. I'd really like to see that whole part of the world, Cambodia, Vietnam.
I mean, little honeymoon trip, dare I say.
We've talked about it as a possibility.
What we've got going on here, it's going to be a 5-way affair, 90K in the middle. Feels like someone always goes broke in these.
Yeah, this is something you'll see in PLO more than in Hold'em.
So hang on to 4 deuce. Artur's actually flopped 3 of a kind, but he's out of position to everyone. Gergo's got a wrap, as has Waileong Chan. And then Jason and Punat with overs. Over pairs, that is.
think Gergo just has to fold this. 3 players behind.
I think so too, just given the number of players behind. The price is very compelling though. He is going to peel one off. And now what does Wylong Chan think? Same wrap. Backdoor spades to boot, but always some concern on these paired boards. Looks like he's going to think better of it perhaps.
Yeah, nice. I like this. Jason with killouts, as I like to call them. Just like, okay, I'm getting a pretty sick price, 6.5 to 1. If I spike a jack, what are my implied odds? What are the chances that I just stack both of these guys?
It's a little tempting, but he's got no other real way to win the hand. Double overpair would be an easy continue. Note that Punat just quickly folded the 2 queens, and Jason comes to the same conclusion with a similar hand.
Poke, huh?
So Naju hung tough with players behind and actually has reasonable equity.
He's picked up more outs on the turn. The 10 would do it. Artur has to be somewhat concerned because this was a limped pot. Gergo has 100% range out the big. He has every full house combo. He has ace deuce, which currently has Artur beat.
Yeah, he's definitely concerned because Naju also called with 3 players behind, which is going to make his range stronger. And you can see that he is going to play cautiously, at least at this point. Like you mentioned, so many combos of deuce 4 and deuce 10 that can exist in Naju's range. What is Gerge going to do here? With that 10 blocker, does he want to try to apply pressure across 2 streets to a weak deuce? Even against a hand like this, he has, you can see the 28% number. Now, versus this size, I don't think that Martirosian's going to fold yet. He figures he has 5 outs if he's behind, and sometimes still ahead.
It's a small size from the Hungarian. 3rd pot.
Yeah, Artur might also believe that Gerge can just bet any deuce for this size, potentially.
Can understand the tank from Artur. It's a really
He goes
uncomfortable one.
pot.
265,000.
So this surprises me. I thought that Artur would be just too concerned that when he's up against a value hand, he draws slim.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that as well. These guys are just fearless. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
I felt he was going to come with call. And when he took that long, I was thinking, are you considering folding Artur? But he was actually, he had that 3rd option in mind.
The other table, Rob Cowan is out, losing a 42 big blind pot. Wow, it was a straight against the royal flush. Okay.
All went in pre, I suppose. Yeah,
It
ace,
was all
king,
in
7, 4. Nut hearts for Cowan. Ace, queen, queen, 8. Nut clubs for Grieco.
It's 55,000.
And indeed, that royal flush on the end. But Grieco had flopped huge. Middle set, nut flush draw.
Yeah, Rob taking an aggressive line out of the big 20 bigs, ace, king, 7, 4 triple against the button open and just running into a legit hand.
Clear defend here for Wylong Chan. against the Garcia Cutoff Open. The board that Garcia is just going to bet at a high frequency. His aces and deuces could actually just pot here because there's equity to deny and the stack to pot ratio is low. If you were deeper, you would go with a smaller sizing. Looks like he is going to go pot or just under.
135,000 plus.
I've been loving fantasy this trip. I can't wait for Jeju.
Yeah, excited to see if they make any small tweaks maybe to the formula, but fantasy has been the talk of the town. Players are enjoying it. The Share staff's been getting involved. We've been getting involved, and of course, all you viewers at home. Let us know if you are doing well in fantasy overall, if anyone's got a sweat on that leaderboard.
Let us know if we'll be seeing you in Vegas as well. What do you think? Should we do a meetup game?
We could do a meetup game.
Me, you, Kev.
Problem is I'm just firing so hard
True.
all the time,
I
but
know.
if I ever bust out of a tournament, I'm up for something.
It's tough for you to kind of commit, yeah.
Yeah, it's tough to commit in advance to a particular time.
Let me have a look. I'll see see if I can put something together for us. But that would be really good fun.
That would be fun. A Triton. Guys, would you show up for that? Let's see if we have any WSOP players
Would
in the
three
chat.
of you show up for
We
that?
need at least
we need
three.
at least three so we
Yeah.
can have a 6-max.
Now, what's the
6-max
format? Is it
cash
Hold'em?
game.
Is it Omaha?
Just like a friendly 1-2 Hold'em, 1-2 PLO. Could even do like a
Half and
round
half.
of each. Yeah, there you go. Do something
like
like
it.
that.
Half and half sounds like fun to me.
Punt 3. Gut shot. 3 overs. Gonna check. 8 of diamonds on the turn. See if Wai Liang Chan can steal this one away. There you go. Stab a 30k. Wai Liang Chan really throws me off. He just marches to the beat.
He
of
goes
his own
for it,
drum.
yeah.
He does. Like he's great.
Punt 3 has kind of an awkward combo here. He's got that nut gut shot, but against an 8, he's in quite bad shape. Does he give Wai Liang Chen credit? He does.
There may be some of you out there that have heard us talking about the Triton Poker Plus app. And that's just because it's goated when it comes to getting it up while having the stream up. I highly recommend getting the updates tab open, or alternatively, you can get the outer 2 tables open and just see every single hand that is playing out on those other 2 tables. In the now saying, happy to see that Martin Dam bought back in today. Oh yeah, he is out here chasing title number 2. He's not here to take a day off. Michael asking, when is Jeju? 4th of September until the 21st of September. Summertime in South Korea. Gary coming in with the BLTF coffee, New Orleans, 7:23 a.m. Right now, it's got Richard Grieco, Mike Watson, Dan Devoris, and Ben Tollerine. Good luck. Bunat
with a spot. Lets it go. Jason's going to defend. He's got all the chips, 2.6 million. Comes up short on the Jack 9-7. Cooper asking if there's a Triton 1 preceding each normal Triton festival now. No. There will be November 4th until November 15th in Cyprus. That's going to be before the Super High Roller Series. Alex and I were actually talking about flying out maybe, you know, 5-6 days early. That 8K Triton 1 main attracting nearly like 1,000 runners in Jeju, expecting similar numbers in Cyprus, and it's just a fun one, man.
Yeah.
Fun one to grind.
I wouldn't mind playing if they have Triton 1 PLO, which we would expect. Maybe a couple of those events, maybe play the main, maybe even that 15K high roller. Sometimes we cover the main as the Triton high roller commentary team, so have to see how that all plays out.
Wait, dude, when?
We have covered the Triton 1 main. Didn't we do that in Jeju? Didn't we start with that? No, maybe you're right.
Because you did Triton 1 before,
I did Triton 1 before, and now I was thinking that we were going to cover just one event, but I think you're right that we started on the 25K Jupiter.
Now, how about this run out? Both players with Ace King. Artur checked flop with the nut flush draw. See if Jason can steal this away with that Ace of Clubs in hand.
So it's just check down the whole way. I think probably a mandatory bluff for Jason, given he's got Ace of Clubs in hand and just Ace King high. Yeah, this is the right size. As he's repping a big flush here. He's not trying to say he has a straight.
Is feeling it today. Absolutely everything he's done so far has turned to gold.
Shout out D-Champ, just tuning in and hitting us with his BLT coffee in New York, 8:25 a.m. I like when we get hit with impromptu BLTs. And Jason, like you said, it's been smooth sailing for him so far, up to 2.7 million. His nearest competitor is Richard Grieco, who's had a good start to the day himself, came in as the chip leader, has won a few small pots, eliminated Robert Cowan, as you mentioned, by making a royal flush, and remains in second place. So we have 3 over a million. Cesar Garcia just over a million himself at this table with Kuhn.
Stevie just lost a big one. Ace King Queen 4 against Ace King 9-8 of Martin Dam.
So are you going to put any study into your PLO game before you head there to Vegas, or are you just going to go in cold? You going to get any cash game practice? I mean, this counts as study, doesn't it?
It does.
Watching the best in the world
100%.
play, sitting here in the booth, and it's interesting. I've talked about this with you before, but when we're sitting in here every day commentating the action, it's different than just passively watching a stream at home where you might tune out or go run an errand and come back to it. We're just really soaking it all in, and I enjoy that aspect of the job.
I really think this is one of the greatest tools in the world for studying.
Oh, no question.
I mean, you just have some of the best PLO minds who have spent thousands of hours in the lab, and they're executing against other elite players. Now, obviously, watching the stream and then trying to execute some of these things IRL is, you know, complete different ball game. But I think you could take away a lot from these streams. You could learn about, you know, how to construct a limping strategy, you know, what the idea is behind it, why players are doing it. You can look at some of the hands that they're calling 3-bets with, you know, in position, out position. at the different stack depths. What else could he learn? There's just so much that you could learn.
Yeah, certainly like the way you would play big stacks and short stacks with the ICM components, how the early levels play where there's not as much limping, there's more 3-bet pots and post-flop play there. So there's so much to pick up on at each juncture. Meanwhile, Garcia ended up 3-betting this hand out of the small blind, which was a bit of a loose play, and Wai Long Chan stuck the rest in with ace, king, king, 7 nut suit. He's in good shape here to double up through Garcia.
Heart in the window. Oh boy.
That is a nice flop for Garcia as he's pulled even in equities.
Heart, queen, or an 8. So that evens things out a little bit. Actually changes nothing.
One less fading card for Wai Long Chan.
Holds.
Makes a flush, in fact. Backdoor spades coming home. So that's a big double up through who was our third in chip, Cesar Garcia, as he's moved into a bit of a tie with Watson and Ibinger now. Grieco and Kuhn just separating themselves from the field. Lim Shady says, if I see you in Vegas, Alex, I'm just going to yell BLT. Please do.
Nice.
Please do. Or you could yell OMC, another acronym I coined. Old Man Coffee. Back in 2009, came up with that one.
So you've been playing poker since...
I've been playing poker since, I would say...
Professionally.
I would say professionally since 07 is when I would define it.
20 years old, 21 years old.
Yeah, I was, 20 years old. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I didn't finish my final year of university because I moved to Amsterdam, slept through my flight back, and then ended up staying there for 3 months playing live No Limit Hold'em at the Holland Casino.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
that was in 09. Then I had a number of different stints, both live and online, tournaments and cash, Hold'em and PLO, mixed games, kind of played a bit of everything.
Shout out Holland Casino.
Great casino. I used to love the Masters Classics. It was one of my absolute favorite. Did you ever make it for that?
No, but I used to go there quite regularly to grind cash. I had friends that studied at uni, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. Good old days. That was a very long time ago.
Yeah, it was a great casino. Good memories living there, just playing that game every day. But the sad thing is, I was playing 2-5 no limit every day, and there was a 5-10 PLO game that looked massive and amazing, but I just didn't know PLO at the time. So I didn't play that game ever, which is, looking back on it, I wish I had given it a try.
Naj with 2 pair. Artur stabbing here with the gut shot. Gergo's not going to go anywhere.
We've seen Artur take a lot of aggressive lines in spots other players might not. Here, betting a very low equity combo. Now, no diamond in hand, just the jack. Surely he would shut down.
And the 10 would now chop it as well. A jack and a jack only, or brute force. Does shut down. Looks like Stephen Chidwick is out of here, courtesy of Michael Watson. So what's up to nearly $1 million now? So got to go with the check mark in this pot.
Yeah, but this board has developed unfavorably for both players to the point where if either one of them tries to steal it here, they'll win it. If Artur checks, I wonder if Naj will just show down this queen or turn it into a bluff. Might be wondering what better hands he's going to get to fold, but both players just so far down in their respective ranges here. The issue is they don't have great combos to bluff with nonetheless, neither one with a big diamond in hand.
Wait, 75,000.
Arthur's just an absolute bully.
And what makes him difficult to play against is that he doesn't abide by necessarily the theoretical principles of PLO. He plays more just with relentless aggression, and he employs a lot of the tactics he uses in Hold'em, and I think it throws these Omaha specialists off because it's a little bit more difficult to assess what his range looks like. But he has a knack for sensing weakness and pouncing on those pots.
I think Gergo somewhat suspicious there and felt like Arthur was up to no good, but just nothing he can do with that hand. 16 left now. And Stephen Chidwick bowed out in 17th, so 6 off the money. Could start getting a bit cagey here. This is where we'd expect to see the likes of Jason Kuhn and Richard Grieco on their respective tables just open up quite a bit. I believe blind's going up as well. Steve saying Chidwick's had a rough trip. He has indeed.
Yeah, hasn't been his trip, but he's got such great mental game and composure. Was in good spirits on the tennis courts, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him at all these future Tritons. You won't be deterred by one bad trip.
So it's 55,000.
So table 1, there's Watson, Ibinger, Grieco, Dam, and Paul. And table 2, there's Dvoris, Mermo, Antonius, Tollerine, and Danny Tang. Ace, Queen 6, bottom 2, Wai Leong Chen. 3 pair for Arthur.
Monotone board, though, neither player loving the clubs, neither with a club in hand. There's some merit to a bet with Artur's hand. What it really is a protection bet against straight draws primarily, because on this monotone board, straight draws are going to feel a little bit less comfortable. As it stands, he might also get value from Wai Leong Chen's bottom 2 pair.
King on the turn changes nothing. Wai Leong fortunate that there's no queen or 6. 205 out there. How does Artur feel about barreling? No club in hand.
Yeah, I would be checking this combo. And does Wai Leong Chen now turn his hand into a bluff? Perhaps particularly on that card, but just in general on any card, as he's at or near the bottom of his range with Queen 6. Now he blocks full houses. Can very credibly have some Ace 6, Ace Queen type hands that play like this.
Looks like he's checked it over, and wisely so.
And what sizing does Martirosian go with now to get paid by a flush? As he'd primarily be targeting those hands with his full house, blocking fellow full houses. He could
150.
He goes big, so he's just targeting full houses or big flushes, or a hero call from Wai Leong Chen with a small flush.
Bully.
Had the goods this time, but he's not afraid to pile rivers without them.
He's so tough, man. One of my favorite players to watch.
Yeah, he's just relentless.
I remember when he first showed up as well, and like raised a couple of eyebrows. You know, some of the OGs. Arthur had obviously been crushing online, and it's very quickly just, you know, built a reputation as one of the best on tour. As we have a quick dealer change, and that gives us an opportunity to shout out one of our partners, CoinPoker. We told you how much we would love one of you to come up to us in Jeju and say, Henry, Alex, we used that code Triton on sign up. We headed over to tritonfreeroll.com and we shipped that 25K seat. Get involved, and best of luck. I've got all tables open right now. Got the stream up. I've got the 2 tables, table 1 and table 2. It's gonna be a fun day.
Yeah, we will definitely try to let you guys know if there's any massive pots being played at the other tables.
370.
We're somewhat short here. Punat looks interested. He's also short stacked.
You can see Naji donning that custom scarf that you get for entering the PLO main event. There's a separate one for No Limit. A lot of the players have been enjoying and wearing those scarves.
Good luck. Good luck, lads. King, king, jack, deuce.
It's a small lead here for Punat. He's at risk. Looking to fade an ace or a 4, or perhaps some clubs.
So far, he's faded. Gotta go picking up some additional outs. Ace, 5, 4.
For him or for me?
For you, I think. I don't know.
For the deuces.
Oh.
Fades on the turn. Fades the river. Punat Punsri up to 494,000.
I think I had 3s. I can't remember.
I had deuces.
Back king.
Naju down to just 86K now. He'll be the short stack as it stands.
Yeah.
$16 remain, 10 pay. After the next couple of eliminations, we might start to see some more cautious play as we near the money bubble. See how much Kuhn wants to lean on that. Of course, these players, some of them care a little bit less about those min cashes. The Triton events are fairly top heavy. There's so much in the way of prestige on the line for winning titles as well. So we don't always see caution.
Looks like this table is actually ahead of table 2. So they're going to pause while we play this one out. With that blind level increase, average stack has dropped down to 37 bigs. There's only 4 players with more than average.
Naju may just decide he has enough hand here with just 4 bigs, double suited, semi-connected hand. Nope. Wait for a better one.
That felt snug to me.
Yeah, it did a little bit. Queen 9, 8, 5 double, not a bad hand. But he figures he's got maybe a couple more hands before the blind hits him. Is that a limp? It is. You can definitely mix some limps into your arsenal in PLO off of this stack depth. And his hand is a pretty nice one. It doesn't really want to raise and face a re-raise, but it's happy to limp call. Does allow Kuhn to realize some equity with this Badugi holding.
Middle pair, not flush draw, Walion Chan.
How much is it?
Great fold, Gergo, because he would have been in pretty rough shape against this exact holding.
Just breathe on it, Wylong, and Kuhn will be out. Just start reaching for chips and he'll fold before you even put them across the line.
Jason, how many PLO titles you have? 2?
You have 3, right?
I have 3.
Nice.
Matthias has 3.
Oh, cool. You guys are professionals.
You have short deck and no limit, half-half?
Yeah, I think I have 4 short deck and
6, no limit?
yeah. Maybe I have 5 short deck. No, I think it's 4. 6 no limit. Yeah.
Wow. 6 no limit Triton titles, 4 short deck, 2 PLOs for the GOAT.
And Artur selling himself a bit short because in addition to 3 Triton super high roller titles in PLO, he also has a Triton 1 title in PLO. Won the 3K PLO 6 max in Jeju.
That's right. So Gergo decides that this is the hand.
Awkward for Punsri because he's ahead of Gerger's range, but has to worry about the 2 players behind him. Spots like this come up in Hold'em as well. I don't mind the fold. You're not that far ahead against the range either.
See, he's double suited. He's just going to run it. And Gergo's ahead. It's great to see 3 undercards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
2 live suits and a bunch of live cards for Garcia.
This would
More
be
than you need.
one hell of a spin.
It's like a bounty pot. Your expertise.
Mystery.
Uh-huh.
Let's see 3.
Oh, it's looking pretty mysterious.
Oh,
Trip 6s for Naj, but will be hard to fill up with pair in hand and combo draw for Garcia.
diamond or a 4 needed.
Oh my
Whoa.
God.
Wow.
Red, you're dead. Unless it's fake.
Red, you're
Red,
dead.
you're dead.
Like that.
Red and you're dead.
Ace of spades.
Can he fade? Stay in the hunt. No.
GG.
It's red.
Jeez. It's a lot of red cards.
So good game to Naj, the PLO specialist. He's had a lot of success here at Triton in Pot Limit Omaha events. We will be seeing him at future stops, of course.
Trophies in PLO? Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and Matthias.
Wow.
Well, it's only me, but Matthias won this.
You guys are super pros.
Thank you to Nickel KA saying great commentary, guys. Awesome. We appreciate that. Doing our best to make the show fun for you, provide you with some entertainment, a little bit of strategy. Shout out our BLTs, requests. It is the last day for both Henry and I and the whole team here in Montenegro, and it's bittersweet. Really enjoyed the country, the view.
The view.
And of course, watching all this amazing action as we see aces versus aces for these two. The money just goes in. Punsri has Kuhn's clubs covered. So just a very slight advantage there.
Yeah, more straight opportunities for Punsri as well. We've just lost Dan Dvoris as well on an outer table. We'll keep you guys updated in a moment as we play this one out. Good luck, lads.
Ooh, choppy.
I got clubs. Nice. Okay. That feels like a choppy.
Huh? I'm happy with the choppy.
I feel your clubs. I'm optimistic.
They will chop 2/3 of the time, but you can see Punsri will win a little more often than Jason.
So Punsri looking for clubs, broadways, or Will.
Let's see.
Jason looking for king.
Hey.
Oh,
Oh,
wow. Okay.
wow. Great flop for Punsri.
Jason with the prepay. Everything bar a club and they will chop. Not many clubs left in the deck. There you go.
Still feels like
Chop
you
it
went
up.
almost.
Looks like you have a straight.
Yeah, yeah.
Chop it up, lads. Wow, Paul Barr just
both
tried
better
running
last
a
off.
massive bluff against Martin Dam. He's out. We're down to 13. Dan DeVoris. Ace, king, king 6. No good against Patrick Antonius's ace, jack, 5-4.
So no triple crown at this festival for DeVoris, although there's still that turbo to go.
There is that turbo. And Sir Watts is still in the hunt. He's currently 3rd in chips in this one. So we're down to 13.
And Patrick is chasing, I want to say, his 7th final table of the series. Is that possible? 1,
Something
2, 3,
ridiculous
4,
like
5.
that.
His 6th. This would be his 6th if he can find it. Unfortunately for him, the best he's finished is 4th. So he's been close, but no cigar to a big one. But he did finish 4th in that 100K PLO main event. So that was a nice one to get 4th in, 726K.
Could this be the end of Artur? If he takes the aggressive line pre, no, he's just going to flat.
And Wylong Chan is coming in as well with a very weak hand.
Okay, come on now.
Surprises me a little bit.
Jason just pointing out, he's like, hey lads, we're 3 off the money.
Yeah.
Need I remind you? Jack 6 deuce. Jason with the overpair. 2nd nut flush draw. There's 200K out there.
Jason can just pot this hand. He can also bet small. His hand is very strong here 3 ways. Yeah, I like this. Overpair, 2nd nut flush draw. Just put max pressure on your opponents. It's just been an easy ride for Jason so far.
I was getting all in free. My hand was so big. You would have potted, I would have repotted. That's how big my hand was.
And I bust.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you get there. I did have what it looked like I had.
So Jason just continues to extend his lead at the top. If we look at the overall board, Richard Grieco nearly 1 million chips behind Jason. Watson sits in 3rd, Martin Dam in 4th, and Cesar Garcia in 5th. At the bottom of the board is Danny Tang, Martirosian, and Espen Mirmo. But Tang is the shortest with 312K, which is still worth 16 big blinds.
Discipline.
Man, Martin Dam on a spin again, same as yesterday. Max late regged. Span it up to a 3rd place finish in the main.
Medium.
Max late regged this one. He's up to 4th.
Medium.
Round to the blinds.
Mixed game player in me couldn't help but note that 7 Badugi that Artur was playing. Wrong game.
Absolutely no idea what that means, but good luck to you.
So Punat is respecting the fact that we're close to the money and that Jason has such a big stack and is just limping, which he would do with most of his range. He'll play some limp traps.
What have we got here? A little top pair versus bottom pair. Cooler.
Cooler announced.
Cooler announced. Punsby's just going to make things simple for himself. Fires out half pot.
You can always tell when Punat's at the table based on chat, as the Thai characters are in full force.
Ace would be a spicy turn card. As it stands, it's the 8 of diamonds. Now would expect Punsby to slow down. Betting doesn't really achieve much other than inflate the size of the pot.
You nailed it. He does slow down. And Kuhn floated somewhat wide on the flop. Does he want to spring into action? He's got the jack of diamonds in hand, 2 diamonds on board. If he bets here, what rivers will he follow through on? Issue with his hand is no immediate draw. But he's just going to lean on the fact that he's got the table covered by so much and we're getting very close to the money. And try to put pressure on a lot of the range that Punat stabbed on the flop.
Really grim one for Punsby. I mean, yeah, we got top pair, top kicker, but no way to improve other than, you know, finding a second pair on the river.
Yeah, the visibility is poor. You'd rather have a hand like 8-7-6 or 5x with a diamond draw. And he passes.
Power.
Pass or pot at first.
I thought he said pot too.
Would have been bad for you if I said pot, right?
Touche.
Been bad for you.
Power poker being played right now. No surprises that we're down to 13 this quickly.
Yeah, we had so many max late regers. So of the 26 that started the day, 10 of those were fresh stacks, and we expected those stacks to be getting in quickly. Some of those max late regers, of course, still alive. Others have bitten the dust. Matthias Eibinger was one of those stacks. He's still around in the middle of the pack. In fact, I think Martin Dam may have been one of those stacks as well.
He was indeed.
And he sits currently in third. Kuhn limping into the Spaniard Garcia.
No more folding sets to me, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
I not fold set too often. So don't start bluffing me now.
That was a great fold. So Kuhn starts with a bet here with bottom 2 pair. Bottom 2 pair can be a very complicated hand in PLO, particularly on a draw-heavy board like this when you have no additional equity, as it's hard to know what turns and rivers are good for your hand.
Not that one. Garcia turning the nuts.
And probably just a check fold type situation for Jason with no additional equity with those 2 pair. Three different straights present themselves.
How much is it?
120.
Garcia with naked king jack. Blind v blind. More than happy
Bet 65.
to continue inflating this pot. 65K, just north of half.
Jason does indeed let it go.
Jason at the top, Richard Grieco, who came in as the chip leader today, second in chips, Martin Dam in third. So what's in fourth? Those are the only players with more than average. Elsewhere in the room, six-time champion Danny Tang. He's on 16 bigs and currently feeling the pinch. Especially short-handed. He's four-handed at his table.
That's right. So because we're at 13, we have a table of 5, 2 tables of 4. After the next elimination, we'll combine down to 2 tables of 6. But I enjoy this 6-handed nature of this event. Monster hand here for Wai Long Chen. Not just aces, but premium double-suited aces. And note that he comes with limp. Trying to balance his limping range here, including a very strong hand.
Jason's seething. He has to fold his button.
And as the limper, you're always a bit frustrated when nobody takes the bait and brings it upstairs.
Could get in trouble here. 8, 6, 3, bottom 2 for Artur. Garcia's got top pair and a flush draw.
So what Garcia has is a lot of interaction with this board. Those 2 5s also could be used as future straight blockers. And the other thing to note is that he covers both of his opponents, and we're nearing the money. So I wouldn't mind seeing Garcia come with an aggressive lead here, given that every one of his cards does something to deny the possibility of his opponent having a continue. Martirosyan has bottom 2, but I just don't see how he can put any more chips in this pot.
He seems so tilted at the fact that he has to fold bottom 2 bet.
It's just part of the game. You know, bottom 2 is not that strong of a hand in PLO, but for Wai Long Chen, very clear continue with the overpair, the backdoor flush draw, and the open-ended draw.
Just makes the call. 190 in the middle. Let's see a turn, dealer. It's the ace of clubs.
What an interesting card.
Top set for the Malaysian. Garcia's now going to check it over out of position with the 10 high flush.
Yeah, Garcia's thinking here is that sometimes he's up against a better flush, and then also sometimes he's up against hands that draw dead against him. For instance, wraps are now turned dead, so he doesn't mind allowing a free card.
No board pair on the river. Garcia. River's a set to go along with his flush. Any bonuses for that?
Not in this game. But I'd like to see Garcia now trying to get a little value out of his hand. Wai Long Chen can definitely have a straight that might check behind. Can also have some 2 pairs with flush or straight blockers. And once the action goes check, check, Garcia's hand likely to be best.
Now, elsewhere in the room, Danny Tang has been eliminated in 13th. I'll give you the hand history in a moment as Garcia doesn't get greedy. 90 into 190. Chan, of course, losing to 7-9, 7-4, 4 deuce. Also sucks that you're blocking 4-5 yourself. That's the hand you'd want Garcia to maybe be bluffing with.
Yeah, with no club in hand, this is a very difficult call to make. He lets it go. Good fold.
So yeah, to give you guys that update, Danny Tang in the big blind with just 14 bigs, 15 bigs. It went Patrick Antonius button open to 60K. Then Tollerine flat out of the small blind. Tollerine playing 35 bigs to start the hand. Danny Tang 3-bet committing to 240,000 with King, King, Jack 6 with spades. Patrick Antonius folded. Tollerine moved all in. Ace, Queen, 10, 6, and he rivered 2 pair. And let's see what's going on over here. This is the table it all went down on. It's Ben Tollerine involved in a pot against Espen Mørmo. King 10-4 rainbow. This went button open. Call from Mørmo, dead small.
Check, check on the flop. Mørmo checking it over on the deuce of hearts turn as well.
Yeah, Mørmo with just 2 times pot back.
It's a delayed c-bet from Tollerine. Mørmo has separated his white and red chips into equal stacks. There's some blues in there too.
Makes the call. Ace of clubs on the river, completes a couple of straights. Queen Jack and 3-5 getting there. 320 in the middle, 240 behind. For the Norwegian, he's out of position as well. Checks it over once more.
And will Tollerine threaten his stack on this straight completing river? Just 2 off the money.
Oh boy.
Yes, he will.
360, 320.
Well, no snap call. So we know he hasn't got Queen Jack or 3-5. Some sort of 2 pair. He's made the call. And he's going to be showing his cards, meaning he has got a winner. What is it? Ace 10. It is. He had the nut flush draw on the turn to go along with middle pair. Rivered the ace, so aces and 10s going to be good. Ben Tollerine with complete airball. Queen 8-6-3, blocking both straights.
Yeah, so very aggressive follow through from Tollerine, trying to pressure Mørmo as we near the money. Mørmo hanging tough without a straight blocker, but making those aces and 10s, and calls fairly quickly, so an impressive call from the Norwegian.
Impressive call, impressive bluff. That's pretty gangster from Ben. And unfortunate to run into 2 pair. Well done, Espen, for digging deep there. So, final 2 tables. 2 off the money. Jason Kuhn leading the pack with 3 times average, so he has average stack for final 4. He's looking to just make a statement run here at the end of the series to take down the 1.2 million and his 13th title. We're going to step away for a little, 10-15 minute break. When we return, we're going to be playing through that bubble and down to the FT. We'll see you shortly.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in. Call.
entry time.
Five years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
Absolutely.
I know that's a big stop on the calendar for a lot of players. A lot of these Triton players will be heading there, and they don't overlap with the Triton schedule, really.
Get him.
We should try and organize a
Now's the moment.
Triton meetup game. Me, you, and Krabachow. We're in Vegas. That'd be good fun.
Alright.
Sean's gonna run it. Queen, queen, 10-3.
I'm gonna get you.
Taro looked somewhat interested with that. Sixth angler really killing his hand.
How much? 54.
Down to the final four tables. Zhao Samao eliminated in 25th. Well, how's your luck? Wang Ye, top set. Sean's got the overpair and diamond draw.
Wang Ye checking it over. This money's just going to go in.
138.
Snap.
We're on.
We're all in.
There's at least some sweaty turds. Give us a minute to wait. Jack.
Yeah,
Jack
Jack,
is fair.
Jack is fine. Yeah.
Wang Ye's like, how about the nine of hearts? How about we just end it on the turn? Sean looking for a queen or a diamond. I see he's going to be heading back stateside with a little bit less cash than he came to Montenegro with. A rough series for Sean Raphael.
Yeah, the man they called Doorbread, he had a lot of success in online PLO. Played some live cash with him as well. He's been around the PLO community for quite some time. Tough player.
Great start today. Tripled up early.
Jason's got the type of hand that can consider limping. Plays fine multi-way. He does go for that option.
What kind of qualities are you looking for in a hand when it comes to limping in versus opting to pot?
You typically want a hand that wouldn't want to raise and face a 3-bet, but is happy limp calling. So something like medium straight kings, queens, and jacks comes to mind. Some weak hands that have a suited ace. Sometimes you'll see some single suited rundowns falling into that camp.
Here we go. 120 in the middle. Guerrero's got just 80k back. We could be down to the final three tables real quick, by the way. The amount of max late regs we had.
Well, that's just it. All these 17 big blind stacks just looking to shoot it in.
Thank you.
I like that. Shoot it in. 7-7-5. Taro still with the best of it. I wonder if Jason deems 2-pair backdoor hearts as enough of a piece to stack off at this SPR.
Suspect he'll fold. Lautaro will just fire the rest
I
in.
don't have much.
Oh, no, he calls.
Do have a 5.
Guess the backdoor hearts are enough.
Well, you can see he's actually got 7 outs. Ace 5 or a deuce would do it.
Yeah, the ace
Kinda
being
feel the deuce
outs for
with
him
Laura.
really helps.
Not the ace or the 5. I kind of feel the deuce.
It's
Oh.
okay to lose this one for you.
What about a heart? 3 of hearts.
Tara's saying you can take this one,
Ay,
Jason.
yeah, Dad.
Ay, yeah.
Dad, over. Dude, see ya.
It's over.
Take it.
Jason was feeling the deuce, but Lautaro making 9s full. So one of those short stacks finds a double. I see Stojanovic still sitting on 4 bigs. I think he can get away. He's flopped enough additional equity. Now, of course, he's up against, for him, the best combo of aces he could see, as Wang Ye only has just that backdoor nut flush draw with no other attachment to the board. But I think Kuhn just has too much hand. Also, Wang Ye can have some bluffs here, like ace, queen, jack 10.
Oh, my word.
I'm not loving it. I'm not hating it, but I'm not loving it.
Let's run.
Did
for
Wang Ye
every-
officially call?
Yeah. Jason said, let's run it for every chip in the tournament.
Yeah.
He knows it.
Good luck,
1.9 million. This is huge. Average stack is 536,000. This is 4 times average with 22 left.
Jack.
And there are kill cards. The offsuit jack, the non-club jack would just
Bunch of
end it.
kill outs too, which is really nice.
A huge one now. That's a huge
Yeah.
Wow. Good luck, gents. 1.9 out there. If Jason can convert this, he's going to be up to 2.3 million, which is average for Final Four. 8 of hearts on the turn changes nothing. You can see the outs above Jason's name. Wang Ye trying to fade. Which he will 3/4 of the time. Oh
Wow,
my word.
it's trip 9s. And that is just a massive pot.
I really wasn't feeling it. Thought I was dead.
Jason's got 5 times average.
Huh.
GG's, Wang Ye.
That hand just, it played itself for both of them.
I do.
I think they have a 5-card PLO bracelet event this year as well.
All right. I'll have a look over the next couple of days. But I like the sound. You said there's a 3K 6 max?
Yeah,
I like that.
that's one of the best of the summer.
PLO.
PLO. There is also a Hold'em, but I assume that has less appeal to you.
I'll see you at the final table, my friend.
All right, let's do it.
Leon Chan in the small, ace jack 8-7, needs to let this go. He does.
Hot.
This hand not going to let go, and Lautaro, I believe, just has too much hand here. It's not that exciting.
I
He's
call
going with
you.
it.
I have aces.
was very good news.
Oh
for you.
shit, you've got a nice one. I got spades.
Did Lautaro say that's very bad news for you?
He said it's
Ten
very
nine's
good
nice.
news for you.
How did he?
10-9, that's a power hand.
Diamonds. I
Yeah.
like them.
How much is it, just in case the unthinkable happens?
Now you're taking different attitude, no?
I like it. I
210?
love it.
All right.
Peanuts.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's got too much. It doesn't care.
He's too rich with that stack.
I believe we already saw 110 folded. Wow.
You gotta turn. Yeah, board
Okay,
will pair
10.
after I tap
Wow.
the felt. At least get the 6. Give him an 8.
Jason flopping the nuts. Lautaro drawing 2.
There you
Runner,
go.
runner.
You're
Oh,
so
here
back.
we go.
Oh,
5.
Needs a
Sit
tie.
down, sit down, sit down.
5. Yeah, yeah. Get nice.
Used to tell me, like,
order some food.
yeah.
Go ahead and get your order in. You're there, bro.
This would be
Double
so
espresso
insane.
here, please. For all night.
Corona.
Oh, yeah.
GG, bro.
GG's.
Thank you.
One of the best in the business. Lautaro Guerra of Spain.
Respect to Lautaro for
Yeah,
not
for now.
demiking
Yeah,
and sitting back down. I like that play.
now.
I like it. I love how Jason was, you know, he tapped thinking that Lautaro was drawing dead, then realizing that, oh no, he's actually drawing live to run a runner.
Oh, can I?
Calling in the
I
turn
guess
board
this would be
pair.
good restroom time.
Exactly right. So I believe with that elimination of Guerra, we're down to 3 tables of 6, which means maybe either a read or go run an errand and come back to it. We're just really soaking it all in, and I enjoy that aspect of the job.
I really think this is one of the greatest tools in the world for studying.
Oh, no question.
I mean, you just have some of the best PLO minds who've spent thousands of hours in the lab, and they're executing against other elite players. Now, obviously, watching the stream and then trying to execute some of these things IRL is, you know, complete different ball game. But I think you could take away a lot from these streams. You could learn about, you know, how to construct a limping strategy, you know, what the idea is behind it, why players are doing it. You can look at some of the hands that they're calling 3-bets with, you know, in position, out position, the different stack depths. What else could you learn? There's just so much that you could learn.
Yeah, certainly like the way you would play big stacks and short stacks with the ICM components, how the early levels play where there's not as much limping, there's more 3-bet pots and post-flop play there. So there's so much to pick up on at each juncture. Meanwhile, Garcia ended up 3-betting this hand out of the small blind, which was a bit of a loose play, and Wailong Chan stuck the rest in with ace, king, king, 7 nut suit. He's in good shape here to double up through Garcia.
Heart in the window. Oh boy.
That is a nice flop for Garcia as he's pulled even in equities.
Heart, queen, or an 8. So that evens things out a little bit. Actually changes nothing.
Black queen.
One less fading card for Wailong Chan.
Holds.
Makes a flush, in fact. Backdoor spades coming home. So that's a big double up through who was our third in chip, Cesar Garcia, as he's moved into a bit of a tie with Watson and Ibinger now. Grieco and Kuhn just separating themselves from the field.
We're somewhat short here. Funat looks interested. He's also short stacked.
You can see Naja donning that custom scarf that you get for entering the PLO main event. There's a separate one for No Limit. A lot of the players have been enjoying and wearing those scarves.
Good luck. Good luck, lads. King, king, jack, deuce.
It's a small lead here for Punat. He's at risk. Looking to fade an ace or a 4, or perhaps some clubs.
So far, he's faded. Gotta go picking up some additional outs. Ace, 5, 4.
For him or for me?
For you, I think.
For the deuces.
Oh.
Fades on the turn. Fades the river. Punat Punsri up to 494,000.
I think I had 3s. I can't remember.
Naju down to just 86K now. He'll be the short stack.
Wow. 6 No Limit Triton titles. 4 short deck, 2 PLOs for the GOAT.
And Artur selling himself a bit short because in addition to 3 Triton Super High Roller titles in PLO, he also has a Triton 1 title in PLO. Won the 3K PLO 6 Max in Jeju.
That's right. So Gergo decides that this is the hand.
Awkward for Punsri because he's ahead of Gerger's range, but has to worry about the 2 players behind him. Spots like this come up and hold him as well. I don't mind the fold. You're not that far ahead against the range either.
See, is double suited. He's just going to run it. And Gergo's ahead. It's great to see 3 undercards.
Yeah. 2 live suits and a bunch of live cards for Garcia.
This would be one hell of a spin.
It's like a bounty pot. Your expertise.
Mystery.
Uh-huh.
Let's C3.
Oh, it's looking pretty mysterious.
Oh.
Trip 6s for Naj, but will be hard to fill up with pair in hand and combo draw for Garcia.
Diamond or a 4 needed.
Oh my
Whoa.
God. Wow. Red, you're dead. Unless it's fake.
Red, you're
Red,
dead.
you're dead. Well, welcome back to the penultimate event of the Triton Super High Roller Series here at the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro as we continue to celebrate a decade dealt in gold. Alex Livingston alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, and for the last 16 days we've been enjoying the view and high stakes poker. And yeah, we're almost there, man. We're almost at the finish line. Over $1 million up top in this one and some absolute talent left in the field.
I'm going to miss it all. I'm going to miss the view. I'm going to miss the high stakes poker. I'm going to miss my morning routine and the tennis. But of course, looking forward to getting home as well.
Now, I know you've got some fun stats over on your Triton app, Artur against Punat, the comparison of these two. So let's take a little look at this head-to-head. What's standing out here? This is in PLO.
Yeah, so this is their PLO head-to-head, and what stands out to me, first of all, is that you would think of both of these players primarily as Hold'em players, so we know that they're new to PLO, but then look at this resume that they've accomplished in such a short time. You know, 27 events for Artur, 23 for Punsri, 3 titles for Artur, 2 for Punsri. Look at those heads-up win percentages. So both these guys, every time they've gotten heads-up, they've closed the deal. 8 final tables versus 6, just putting up numbers early in their PLO careers.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the amount of times Punat's reached the top 3. He's then gone on to close it out 100% of the time. And then I'm also looking at Artur Martirosyan's heads-up win of 100%, 3 for 3 for him. So yeah, the only other player with as many titles in PLO is Ibinger, who is still in this. So yeah, Ibinger looking to make it title number 8 if he can close this one out. Artur looking to become the first player with 4. Jason Kuhn seeking title number 13, and I guess the other huge story would be Sir Watts. If he can win this today, be the first player ever in Triton history to win 3 titles in a single series.
Yeah, that's right. So both of them already owners of that Triton Trident, but Watson trying to do something new that nobody's done and win 3 in a series.
Now, we've got a really interesting couple of seat draws here. On table 2, we've got Kuhn, the overwhelming chip leader. He's got 2.8 million. Then the second largest stack at his table is Martin Dam with less than $1 million. Then over here on table 1, the features table, we've got Sir Watts and Richard Grieco. Fortunately for Watson, he's got position on Grieco. And then we've got a bunch of short stacks. Punsri 24 bigs, Martirosyan 20, Chan 22, Patrick Antonius with 34.
Yeah, so this is not the draw that Garcia and Dam in particular wanted because they have pretty healthy stacks, but they've got Kuhn with piles and he's on their left. They would have preferred to avoid that scenario.
It's going to be a fun one. 12 left, 10 paid. Over 1.2 million for first, min cash of 115,000. May the best man win. So many potential storylines emerging here.
And action folds over to Martirosian, one of those short stacks. He's got a weak holding. Wai Leong Chan, 8874 single suited. He's one of the shorter stacks.
5 seconds. Well,
He's going to limp in here from the small blind. Richard covering. Yeah, he's just going to lean.
80,000.
He's going to apply pressure here. And for Chan, you know, even if you think Richard's up to no good, 8874 out of position. I guess the good thing about this is you know which flops are yours. But the downside is getting cooled and being out the tournament. How about it? Richard, the 97% lead after flopping the flush. It is only a 6-high flush, but he's got 3 clubs in hand.
About 35,000.
Let's see, about 35k is going to get the job done. So he's up to 2 million now. Let us know how you're getting on the Triton Fantasy. If you missed this one, you're going to have one last opportunity in that PLO event coming up later today. Get your BLTs.
So 115K min cash. It's a big chunk of change. How are these players going to navigate these 20-ish big blind stack sizes?
It's so interesting, and especially in the last, I want to say, year and a half. The meta at Triton has just been gamble.
Yeah.
Like, you reach this stage of the tournament, you're supposed to potentially go home empty-handed because you're taking a high-risk, high-reward spot to put yourself in a position to actually go on and, you know, reach those podium payouts.
Is Grieco going to attack here? No, just comes with the complete. Looked like he was considering his options. Watson happy to take this one multi-way. So Antonius just limping with a hand that didn't want to face a 3-bet.
What we got here? We got open ender for Patrick to go along with his overpair. King of diamonds in hand. Richard, middle pair, 2 pair outs, backdoor wrap. So what's with a dusty one? Although I say that, he's got 60% of a straight flush, so the great game of PLO.
The backdoors do loom. Patrick didn't want to bet and face a check raise. So he checks back, and everyone's going to be a bit spooked by this card.
Salty Ninja saying, all my fantasy players got destroyed. I woke up, saw I was second, and was super hyped. Then cut to the stream, and within 15 minutes, my team was obliterated. That is how the cookie crumbles in fantasy. So much heartbreak this trip. Remember Kevin saying, I think it was in the 200k Invitational, he was off to an absolute flyer.
Yeah.
And then within 2 hours, he was just dead.
Comes and goes quickly, and it's the idiot end of the straight for Antonius here. Just the 7-high straight. Expect this one just checks around, unless anybody wants to get spicy.
Yeah, so what's no diamond in hand has showdown.
King 6. Straight.
Shout out Gary Nola in chat saying, someone offered me $200 for my Nacho Triton hoodie in Biloxi last week. I said nope. Do you know which one the Nacho hoodie is? Is it one that Nacho likes to wear, or is there actually a custom Nacho Triton hoodie?
No, I'm curious.
Gary, tell us
more, Gary.
Tell us more. I do miss the OG ones. I tell you that much. The black and gold original and the white and blue original. I have so many old Triton hoodies. I've got a storage unit in Dubai. Got the storage unit back near my mum's place in the UK. It's in there somewhere. I'm gonna have to dig it out because that one is a classic.
Yeah, I missed the boat on some of the original stuff. I remember there's that quarter zip that I noted in Jeju. Was it Elton Sang who was wearing that?
Quarter zip, yeah.
Trying to remember. Somebody was wearing that really nice kind of classic, sleek, old school Triton quarter zip. Would love to somehow get one of those on the black market. So it's just a black lined hoodie that Gary's talking about. I suppose it's one that Nacho himself just likes.
Bad Beat saying it whines about losing with the worst hand, probably. That sounds like Nacho, yeah.
That's a good one.
It does sound like Nacho.
Gotta say, though, and I'm not a fan of complainers in general. It's not my favorite characteristic in somebody, but I make an exception for Nacho because something about that accent and just the way he goes about things, there's this combination of humor with it. Missed his presence here in Montenegro.
Yeah, absolutely. He is so entertaining.
What do you guys think? Are you Nacho fans? It's hard not to be, right? He's just a character. And to me, Henry, I've always enjoyed characters in my life. People who stand out from the crowd.
Yeah, he's good fun. He's a lot of fun. 180K in the middle here.
Top pair for Watson, middle pair for Grieco. Both players have just a single heart. I think Grieco could consider just betting here. It's not that big of a deal if he gets check raised, but he does check back and turns trips.
Okay, Richard. The old sun run.
I like the check from Watson. It's actually pretty hard to get any better hands to fold or too many worse hands to call. Controls the size of the pot. Clear value bet now for Richard.
I think so. Watts is in trouble here. Obviously losing to kings and aces. We already know that, but I think he's going to lose at least one street. 80K and then maybe more depending on the river.
Yeah, it feels like call turn, decide river. Maybe he leans fold on the river, but we'll see when we get there and see what the card is, what the sizing decision is from Grieco.
$340 in the middle. 9 of hearts on the river. Could that slow things down?
Yeah, that'll just save Watson from even facing a bet, as it would be too thin to value bet Grieco's hand when the front door flush comes home.
Ace queen no good. Grieco up to 2.1 million. That's a tilting one to see. Like, oh, okay. 7 would have been no good. Ace would have been no good. Just the old 6 or 4. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was a 96 big blind pot. Did they chop it up on the outer table?
Talk to me.
1.9 million, Cesar Garcia. It went Jason Kuhn open to 70K. Garcia called in the big blind. I'll get back to you guys in a minute because that was absurd. Quick opportunity to shout out Predict Lab. You can head on over to their Instagram, start of every stream, and you can get involved. There's some fun sweats this trip. Could have picked Jesse Lonis at 50 to 1. He made the final 2 tables of the 30K. It's a fun way to make live streaming an interactive one. But back to the hand. Single raise pot, Garcia defending the big with ace-7, 6-4, ace-4 of diamonds. Came queen 6-3, 2 diamonds, 6-3 of diamonds. Check, Jason bet 90K into 170. Cesar called. Turn ace of spades. Jason turning top set. Went check, pot from Jason, check jam from Cesar, drawing to a diamond or a 5. And he found it. Found it on the river.
1.9 million chip pot. Jason was ahead on the turn when the money went in, would have had just a massive chip lead. But in doubling up Garcia, now it's Grieco at the top, with Kuhn and Garcia neck and neck for second.
Wow. Jason was one card away from having 4 million.
That would have been just insane. He would have had 200 big blinds.
The great game of PLO.
So again, Henry, 12 remain, but only 3 players are above chip average, as the average sits at 983. Garcia, Kuhn, and Grieco all over 1.8. And everyone else is just trying to hang on.
Top set for Artur. I never know when to trap in PLO. This feels like a potential trap spot, but then I've also heard PLO is not the game you want to trap in.
Yeah, so if you're picking combos to trap when you have top set, you would generally trap a little bit more often when the stack to pot ratio is shallow like it is here. And then you would want to trap your best combos of kings. King 8-4 rainbow, just coming with a lot of small bets makes sense. But let's say, for instance, it came king 9 deuce flush draw and you had ace king king jack with a nut flush draw. Okay, that's when you want to check back because you just block so many of your opponent's continues that you actually don't mind them turning some sort of piece.
Artur's on a mission. Become the first player to win 4 PLO titles. Feels like this year already we're only 2 stops in. Hang on a minute, because what we got going on here?
Aces, aces.
Yeah, premium aces for Ibinger. Decent aces for Tolerine.
Good spot for Ibinger. You can see those equities. 54% of the time they'll chop.
Whoa.
Ooh, sweaty for both. Flush draw for Tolerine meets open ender.
Wow.
Which means we're now on our stone bubble.
Wet Banyama saying DNX drafted Kuhn for WSOP for $1. Can you believe that? I would have to go out on a limb and guess that's because Jason is planning on maybe playing 3 or 4 tournaments. Only the big buy-in stuff, and maybe that's part of the reason why.
Yeah, I would think he's not going to play anything under 25K for sure. The 25K maybe is even in doubt because it's just shortly after this trip wraps up, the big 25K that is.
Yeah.
Unclear if he'll fire the big PLO stuff over there. So it's not a function of his skill by any means, just a function of his schedule.
100%. Yeah, Jason not going to be out there grinding the $600 PLO or the 1,500 monster stack. So, yeah. How much did you go for, do you know?
61, which is less than I've gone for the last couple of years, so it's motivation.
But also, you're not grinding a full series. Is that maybe part of the reason?
Yeah, but I'm grinding pretty close to a full series, so I am going to show up a few days late. But once I'm there, I'm going to be playing all day, every day.
Nice.
So I like the motivation. I like that I went for a little bit less.
You're like one of the most expensive players.
One year I was number 2, actually, because the year before that I had gotten the most fantasy points.
420 in the middle. Richard flopped 3 of a kind. So what's with the open ender, which we can see is no good. 6 or a jack would actually boat Grieco up. Grieco, god damn it. Case king or a spade needed. Tim Warren saying, did I miss something? What happened in the aces versus aces hand? Tolerine turn at flush.
I suspect Watson just wants to check this one back. We're on the stone bubble. He's covered. There's no real reason to put yourself in a position where your whole stack can be at risk with this middling of a hand.
No spade. Spaderoo. It was needed.
How much is it?
420.
Do you think these guys know how much is in the middle?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Glad I'm not crazy.
Generally, yes. I think sometimes they do it as just a way of preserving energy and brain power, just in case they were to make a mistake.
Right. That makes sense.
Then they can just think about what size they want to bet in relation to the size of the pot. Greco just checks this one.
Check.
I suspect it just goes check, check.
King 9.
Check.
I thought it was going to go half pot, jam as a bluff, fold.
On the stones?
Stone bubble. In the 75K, 1.2 million up top. Legends everywhere. So what's second player to 7 titles? And I'll be honest with you, there was a period where he wasn't really in the conversation. I want to say in the last year he's won 4. Let me have a look.
To this trip.
To this trip. Yeah, September 2025 he picked up number 5. Montenegro 2024 he picked up number 4. Jeju 2024 picked up number 3. So yeah, we're only 2 years removed him picking up his 2nd title. That's pretty impressive. That's 5 titles in the span of, 3 years.
That's amazing stuff. Plays all the games. Even plays mixed games. We'll pop in and play some WSOP mixed game events. You don't see that many Canadians at the WSOP, but Watson among them.
5,000.
Ace King Jack 8 for Punstree on the stones. 17 bigs. He's just going to pot it. He's fearless.
260,000.
Richard. Double suited. Queen, Jack, 4-3. How are you all getting on in fantasy? Richard's going to get out there. Rumba, you're leveling up in fantasy.
Oh, yeah?
You're in the top 20, my man.
Well, you know, I know my PLO. I know my guys. Who do I even have?
We've got a couple of shared players, you and I, and Ben Tollerin and Michael Watson, but the difference is that you have Richard Grieco, I have Jason Kuhn.
Okay. I've got Kuhn to beat Martirosian in a head-to-head result, but looks like I don't have him on my official roster. And I've got Dvoris and Najee who are out.
Yeah, I had the exact same.
Okay.
So we only had one difference. The difference was I got Kuhn, you've got Grieco.
Well, speaking of Kuhn, he's involved in one here. He's got a couple of straight blockers. Martin Dam, 3 aces in hand.
Martin, bet 90K in a snap fold from Jason Kuhn, no nonsense. What a grind this is going to be now. Watson is called Mad Dog. I haven't heard that name in a good year or so, actually. I forgot about that. It's a great nickname.
Mad Dog Watson. Yeah, I don't know the derivation of that one.
I wonder if it was another Jungle Man.
I think it preceded the Jungle Man era. Or, you know, maybe Jungle Man was playing at the time, but I think it was more of a thing between Watson and his friends from like 15 to 20 years ago.
I think you're right. And now I want to know what Watson was like 15, 20 years ago.
Maybe Dan Smith was involved with the nickname. I don't know why. Steven Silverman? I don't know. I speculate.
Talking to Dan Smith, I owe him $400. That's this
Do you?
Danny Tang.
Oh, you didn't pay him?
We need to. Well, we offered. He was like, "No, don't worry, we'll get to play again." So I believe, you know, he felt like the tab would be more than 400.
Got it, got it. You know, it's like I've owed Patrick Leonard $1,500 for 3 or 4 years, and every time I try to pay him, he just refuses to take it. He says, "Oh, we'll bet it on something else sometime."
I know what you mean.
I might have to just write him a check. And
yeah.
I don't have to put it in his mailbox. Drop some cash in his mailbox.
Shout out Patrick. Patrick Leonard. It's a beautiful day to have a beautiful day. I feel like Pats has one of the best mindsets in poker. It's always tough to know, you know, social media and whatnot, but he seems to live by what he preaches. Credit to him. What a great couple of years he's had.
Yeah, he's recently become a mixed game player as well.
Tim Warren saying Mad Dog comes from his time at Waterloo, I think. What, the Battle of Waterloo? That was
Waterloo, Canadian University. Timex also attended that one. So, sounds like Watson was quite the animal in his collegiate days.
No comment from me. As Greco has the decision here. King, Queen, 10-3 double.
You were never an animal.
Not that. No, not that. It's just I don't want to speculate.
Okay.
I don't know Watson well enough to, you know, pull his leg.
If chat can be trusted. Could have also been one of those ironic nicknames, you know, how like sometimes the really big guy gets called Tiny.
Tiny Tim.
Or Action Dan Harrington comes to mind.
Tiny Tim.
Hold me closer, tiny dancer.
Karaoke in Vegas it is. Me, you, Bearwire. Oh.
Randy Nanonoko Lou.
He's not going to be there, but...
But Bearwire I don't think is going to be there for much of the festivities either, is he?
I think
or
go
maybe
for
I'm
the
wrong.
first week, then
Maybe.
taking a few weeks off, then going back for like the last week and a half.
Yeah, 2 trips maybe. Maybe he's coming back for the main. And you said you'll be there from the 24th. Is that the 24th till the end?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a nice chunk of time.
Yeah.
You're going to play the main event. You're going to play some PLO events, maybe some cash games.
Yeah, I'm absolutely surrendering to where the trip takes me. I'm not making any plans. If I have to sell some action last minute, you know, I'll message some of the lads, but I'm not going to put like a package together. I'm really just going to see how I'm feeling. Could just be a case that I spend, you know, 2 weeks just hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, the Vegas heat can be a lot if you're outside most of the time, but there's plenty to do there in the summer, even if you don't play WCP events. But I think we're going to see you in there. The FOMO will be too high. So Grieco just leaning on that table chip lead. In fact, overall chip lead to boot. And he's opening, he's going to be opening very wide, even wider hands than that. King 8 deuce. By no means non-standard. Question for me in chat, what's my chess rating? Haven't played over-the-board competitive chess basically since high school. I peaked at around 1850 CFC, which is kind of the same as the US chess rating system.
What's B-Tech up to?
Just a small one here with his good buddy Jay Kuhn. It's a wheel for Tollerene, and maybe he'll go for value now after checking flop and turn. Of course, he had much reason to be concerned of the spades. But facing 3 consecutive checks from Kuhn probably feels his wheel is best.
It's really, really good.
It's a really good hand. And for Kuhn, 8s and 4s on the end now. So he does have one of those hands that blocks some of the value hands that Tollerene could have. Tollerene could be betting aces and 8s with a spade. Maybe aces and 4s with a spade. It's not totally insignificant that it's on the river as well, as Tollerene definitely would have bet those rivered improvements. But no spade in hand, and when Tollerene sizes up like this, he's primarily representing something like a small flush or a wheel.
What's the thinnest 2-pair you'd go for here?
For this size, maybe ace-8 with a big spade,
Yeah.
ace-4 with a big spade. It all depends how you perceive your opponent's check down range, but I definitely think you can go for a value bet here with aces up plus spade hand. So Kuhn obviously not going to beat any value, but beats every bluff. Trying to decide which is more likely. Finds a nice fold.
Are you going to give up your summer? Are you going to give up your summer to go to Vegas?
No. Too far away, and I don't enjoy the city. It's also very spread out.
Sounds like Tollerene was asking Martin Dam if he'll be going to Vegas.
It was a no from the Dane?
I believe so. Yeah, I also think the tax situation is pretty grim for the Danes as well. Could be wrong.
I think you're right. Makes the PLO tournaments a little softer when you miss out on some of the tough European players who have those tax situations. I would fold this hand as Martirosian, given he's under the gun on the stone bubble, not the shortest stack in the tournament. Very clear open for Grieco, who just can have a lot of fun at this table where he covers everyone by a great deal. His closest competitor was Watson, but he's whittled down at Mad Dog's stack.
Yeah, this is actually pretty brutal. I think it's going to be a case of us getting in the money and then going from 10 to 6 pretty quickly. Got more jokes coming through. JD saying Mad Dog comes from his time in Australia playing golf. Guy has the fastest swing speed you'll ever see. I like that one.
Somebody else had one that was maybe believable that happened in the 2011 World Series of Poker Europe, where Seaver and Smith were chanting Mad Dog when he won a pot, making fun of his quiet nature.
Okay, I can see it. Got 2 of the biggest stacks in the tournament. Squaring off, Jason with top set again.
Yeah, the last time that Jason got all in on 4th Street with top set of aces, Garcia was able to get there with his flush draw.
So this actually went raise and then button call from Cesar. Sorry, from Jason.
Interesting. So he was hoping that one of the blinds squeezed behind. Makes sense that he'd want to play a lot of calls there in general and balances that by flatting those aces. So the bubble continues on. 11 remain, 10 places will pay. $115,000 for that min cash, but everyone's chasing the 1.24, the glory, the title, the trophy.
Well, apparently, there's more to this story than we originally thought. Alex saying that WSOP is a fact. It's documented on his wiki page.
Interesting.
Okay.
We have a very informed audience.
We do.
Either that or a very believable or a very deceptive audience, and we're just gullible.
I've definitely fallen victim to naivety in the booth.
Richard Grieco. This is the sort of hand that he's just going to go animal with. He's got the Queen 7-4 deuce with 3 hearts, comfortably just opening it in the hijack and getting everyone to fold.
Yeah, this is grim for everyone else. This is really grim. He's pulling away.
The issue for everyone else is that equities run close in PLO, so even if you pick up a premium hand, even something like aces, even single-suited aces, let's say, if Grieco chooses to call your 3-bet, you're still going to be down somewhere in that 32 to 40% sort of territory, depending on what he's got. And is it worth risking that when there are other short stacks around? It's not like in Hold'em where you can reshove all in and have a tremendous amount of fold equity.
Actually has a decent hand here. Don't think anyone's going to fight back.
He's going to take this one down.
The thing is, though, at what point do you say enough is enough? Because for the short stacks, it feels like by playing this way, they're basically saying, okay, I'm never going to win the tournament, but I'm maybe going to min cash, and I'm okay with that.
It feels like one of those prisoner's dilemmas or something like
That's
that.
right.
There's,
Yeah.
you know, because if everyone plays correctly in this spot, they all have to play ridiculously tight. And when they all play tight, they all get whittled down, and Grieco's lend extends. And then they're supposed to play even tighter. So they need to hope that somebody goes rogue and challenges him in a spot where maybe they shouldn't.
Jason opened hijack, Dam defending the big blind. Went check, bet a 50k call on the ace-king 3. Jason's drawing dead.
But the fun thing here, and I'm not saying he's going to go for this, but you know, if Jason goes big, he can leverage Dam's entire stack. So it's just a really scary spot to play out of position. He doesn't have the hand for it, and Dam had the hand to call down. Dam should check this hand now with hearts getting in there. Queen Jack also completing.
This is a pretty grim table to be on as well. I mean, we've got 4 of the top 5 stacks at this 5-handed table, and then you've just got Richard Grieco having all the fun on the other table.
Yeah, I feel like you'd rather be at this table because it feels like you can at least play poker a little bit, whereas at the other table, you kind of just have to keep folding when Grieco opens. especially as he continues to extend his lead and make those stacks to a point where even if they double up, it's not significantly improving their chances. So is this Poonsri's just sitting down? Okay. I thought he might have switched tables. We do that thing where if it's 6 and 5 for too long.
That's right. No, he's been here.
He's been here.
Standing up, doing the old mouth spray.
What is Sir Watt's going to do into Grieco's big blind with his ace-king 10-8 single suited? He is currently sitting 7th of 11. Comes with a limp.
Limping is pimping. See what Richard wants to do. Does he just want to mash?
I don't think he's going to go for it here where Watson is limped under the gun.
All right, let's see 3. Wang Liang Chang could get himself in trouble here, completing from the small. It's come ace, king, 10. That's all Sir Watts.
It is. He doesn't have any queen or jack in hand, but he also definitely has the strongest range on this board, as Grieco would have raised very wide out of the big blind. Wai Long Chan would have had some pot out of the small blind. So he knows this board is his. Takes it.
Thank you.
Could be here a while. Stone bubble. No one wants to go home empty-handed. Understandably so. For those that have bricked everything this trip, this is the chance to get out the hole. I don't want to name names, but some players here need to win and then some.
This is true. It has not been smooth sailing for everybody on this trip. On the other end of the spectrum, you've got people like Michael Watson, who could pick up his 3rd title of this series. Kuhn could find a record-extending 13th overall. And this could indeed be a long bubble, Henry.
Nice long bubble to wrap up the series. How long left on the clock until the blinds go up? That's going to be painful. "14 minutes. Redraw will be at the final table of 7.
Flush in hand for Grieco. Won't matter. He'll attack. Oh, just limps, actually.
Sevens are still the best hand. Tim Warren saying, Alex, do you go back to Halifax much? I heard they're moving the casino to Dartmouth Crossing.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. I live in New Glasgow now, which is about an hour and a half from Halifax. My brother's in Halifax, so I'm there somewhat often, but I have heard of the casino moving. That's where I cut my teeth, Henry. That's where I first started playing live casino poker, was in Halifax at the casino there. And we started with 2-4 limit hold'em, then 5-10 limit hold'em, then it was 1-2 no limit finally getting introduced.
What is the buy-in in like a 2-4 limit hold'em game? You can just buy in for like $40?
40 minimum, yeah, you got it. And I don't think there was a maximum because it's a limit game. Maybe they actually had a 200 maximum. But I remember I had a really big run at the 2-4 limit game where over the course of 3 days, I won $1,000, which is like
huge.
250 big bets.
Yeah.
And it felt like all the money in the world. I was 19 and
I bet.
Yeah.
Look at this, by the way. Richard's gone runner, perfect to back in to a 6-high straight. So what's with two very relevant blockers?
Yeah, in some worlds you would think that Watson might consider pot raising here, and he might as he blocks the nuts. But it feels more difficult to make plays like that on the stone bubble, even though it wouldn't be for all of his chips. It would put a dent in his stack. But does he think the sevens are just too good, and is it too believable?
It's really, he has a deuce as well, blocking 4 deuce.
That's a good point. So he has kind of a fist pump combo to go with it in theory. Yeah, he'll find it.
It's just not going to work. Richard's backed into the second nuts. I don't see how he can fold this. I know it's easy for us, we can see the cards, but for me it feels like Watson knows that Grieco's meant to be pushing him around.
Yeah, agree with that. Don't think he's ever folding. Not with a hand this good. He's got bluffs, he's got thinner value bets, he can bet fold.
Wow.
So it's been a rough start to the frame for Watson ever since we returned from that break. And it's mostly been at the expense, or to the hands of Richard Grieco.
This is just brutal. Watson's down to 22 bigs. Punsri's got 20. Arthur's got 16. Waliong Chan's got 12. And then you've got Grieco sat on 108 big blinds.
Yeah, it just gets grimmer and grimmer for the rest of the table over here. They're at least playing some poker at the other table, I feel like. Opens are getting flatted, we're seeing some flops. It's just been the Richard Grieco show over at our feature. And guys, if you're tuning in, want to let you know CoinPoker is giving away 10 $55 main event satellite tickets when the stream hits 1,000 likes. So please smash that like button, subscribe, and just keep following along. There's going to be lots more promotions over the course of all the Tritons. Thanks to our partner, CoinPoker. Hit that like button. Wylong Chan picking up a hand that is definitely strong enough to open into Grieco's button with the 2 aces. And for Watson, Ace-King 9-5 nut suit is a fairly strong hand, but he must perceive Wylong Chan to be opening a tight range off of his stack size. I would think Watson wants to be a touch more connected or double suited. Nope, he's going to go for it here. He believes that Wylong Chan can have enough loose opens, and for Punsri, versus a single raise, this hand would definitely get in. But versus raise 3-bet, he must be concerned. A decent chunk of Watson's 3-betting range here will be aces or kings. Some hands like the one Watson has, that Puna has in bad shape, but don't see how he can continue here into this much heat. He's covered by Watson, but he covers Wylong Chan. The issue is, if he were to say go all in, Wylong Chan could actually fold some hands, and then he'd be all in at risk against Watson. So he does lay down.
Wow. You see Watson just shake the head here. Understandably so. He was, what, 3rd in chips not too long ago?
Yeah, he was in solo 3rd.
And sorry, what did Punsri have? Ace, king, queen, jack.
With a nut
Holy
suit.
smokes.
Yeah. Yeah, so Watson just kind of ran into it against Grieco a few times. Here, perhaps he felt that Wai Long Chan was opening wide enough that his ace, king, 9-5 to the nut suit was competitive, but you can see he has just 28% equity to scoop this one and avoid being the short stack.
Well, Punsri would have flopped top pair and a wrap. You see Sawat's shaking the head.
He needs one of those queens that Punsri had. No help on the turn, just a queen.
$650 out there. Wai Long Chan, one card away. Holds. Punsri would have bricked as well.
It looks like an ugly board for aces, but aces are good.
And it's really interesting, you know. Sawat is, in my opinion, one of the coolest and calmest under pressure. Once he's all in and he's made the decision, you know, if it's just a standard spot, if he loses, if he gets two out, it's whatever. But what I've noticed this trip is if he believes that he made a mistake, that's when I see signs of frustration from him. And this is another one here. He looks like maybe he feels like he made a bit of a mistake and it's ended up costing him chips. And that I understand.
Yeah, I think that that is a quality that you'll see shared by a lot of the top players. They're more upset when they feel that they made a mistake. They know they can't control the runouts, and it's kind of pointless to waste your energy on that. But when they feel like they made a mistake, that's where they find themselves getting frustrated. So with that, Watson now the clear short stack. Just 10 big blinds. Grieco will pot it. $3x, that's enough. It's very easy to play Grieco stack right now. The biggest mistake you can make is just not being aggressive enough. Now this is a really awkward spot for Martirosyan. He's a pretty aggressive player, so it's possible he just goes for this by repotting. Calling is on the table as well. But if you were to ask an ICM expert in tournament PLO, they may just say to fold this hand. Okay, he's going to call. He thinks there are enough reasonable flops that he can get all the chips in. Some reverse implied odds just given the tournament situation and Watson being so short.
Could be a great development here for Artur. If he plays this as check jam. That's if Richard fires out a c-bet.
Yeah, and this is why these hands are so tricky to play as Artur, is it's not immediately clear if he wants to check jam, as obviously if you can get the bet fold, it's an amazing result. If you don't, all of a sudden you regret even playing the hand. But maybe he feels that Grieco is just so wide here and betting this flop so often that he can get this one through, and so be it if he runs into it. He still has some equity.
Sorry?
And then you just run into ace, king, queen with nut clubs.
Yeah. He can be drawing quite slim, but those times are rare. Calling another option, everything on the table here. I don't think he's going to fold this hand. I expect maybe he will just find the shove. Okay, he's going to play call. These are the spots you get in, though, when you defend out of the big blind, because now if it's a brick, which it's not, but if it were, he would probably have to check fold.
295 out there. Richard's drawing live. Jack or a deuce.
Hard to imagine we want to keep betting this combo as Grieco. He knows that Artur
Now 295 in the middle.
is playing a stronger range than normal and is going to make tighter flop folds than normal. What does that leave him with? Of course, Richard can apply pressure to all the non-flush hands. Just goes small, doing exactly that.
And what about for Artur? I mean, second nuts.
I guess we just called. There's some merit to moving in with the idea being we can deny equity to hands that could fill up, but I would expect a lot of those hands to check back turn. So if you think that Grieco is making a lot more middling bets with 2 pairs and sets, then I like moving in, just denying equity to those hands. If you think he's more polar, I like continuing with call. But just by playing the hand in the first place, he's always going to be in so many awkward post-flop spots.
Artur's got 160 back. Surely now this goes check, check. Cigar saying, how is he even in the hand from the cutoff? Well, it's called massive chip lead on the stone bubble.
Yeah, by the way, Grieco's decision pre-flop was actually more routine than Artur's in a way because of the stacks. But that's a big pickup for Martirosyan, who dug deep by playing the hand, decided to play it as check call on the flop. I think the turn is kind of standard check call, and he'll be thrilled to win that one.
Mad dog. Well, we've really now got a sweat you coming in with the top 10.
Am I in that territory?
Dude, if you, so,
Set one more hand.
let me have a look.
Yeah.
I think, if you went Ben Tollerine first, Michael Watson second, Richard third.
That's the best for me?
That's, yeah, because you got B-Tech as your booster. So he would get 100 times 1.14, which is 114, plus all of his booster points. Yeah, you need B-Tech first, Watson second. No, Grieco second, Watson third.
Okay, well, it's on the table.
It's on the table. Like, you're currently 37th.
Watson third is going to be...
It's going to be tough.
Tough at this point. Not impossible by any means, but he is our tournament short stack.
And then you need Jason to outlast Artur for your 10 points on the head-to-head.
You fly out tomorrow morning as well, Henry?
No.
Oh, you're sticking around?
Staying for a couple of days,
Okay.
yeah.
I know you love it here.
Yeah, it's just more so as well, just an opportunity to just, you know, switch off for a couple of days after a trip versus jumping straight on a plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, flying back home to Dubai on Sunday. What we got going on here? Wow. Got Antonius with trips. We got Tollerine with trips.
And we got nothing at all for Garcia. Just that gut shot that would not be good if he made it. And you can see Antonius's trips is just massively dominating Tollerine's.
That's 30,000.
Let's see. As played. Check through on the flop. Yeah, I like playing defensively here in Patrick's shoes. Just guarantee yourself that you will never bust the tournament. 160k out there, the max Tollerine can bet.
And given that the bet was just 30k on the turn, Tollerine may well feel like 9-10 is the best hand here.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think he's going to go for some value.
And it'll just be bet call.
Outpipped by 1.
I think I backdoor quad.
Kuhn's having fun today. I mean, he did lose that big one against Cesar Garcia.
That's crazy. Crazy, just needed to fade a diamond. Fade the diamond, he's got a third of the chips in play. 12 left.
Back to our feature.
Who we got in the chat? I feel like it's been a pretty quiet day today in terms of BLTs coming in and conversation.
Yeah, guys, hit us with your BLTs. We'll give you some shout outs. Let us know what you enjoyed about these 16 days at Triton, who you enjoyed watching, what some of your favorite tournaments were.
That's a good one, yeah. Highlight. What was your highlight of the series?
I think, you know, for me, and that heads-up match between Tang and Mosbach stands out as one of the highlights.
That was special. I think Adrian Mateos just winning the Invitational felt.
That was huge. There was a real energy in the air because the players were watching that tournament on a live screen with no hole cards, of course.
Yeah.
But they went crazy when he hit that. What was it? He hit that ace on the river.
Yeah, that's right, against Maher.
Yeah.
He had 2 outs. Back on over here, because this is where the cards are being played, because on the feature, it's just Richard raising and taking it every time. Looks like Garcia picked up one.
Caden Mason is having a beer in Idaho at 8:30 in the morning. All right, Caden. Early start, but no judgment here. Where in Idaho are you? It's a state I like. I'd like to get to Boise. I've been to Driggs. Dr. Demographics tuning in from Dublin. Eric having a cappuccino in Brooklyn. We've got Philadelphia, India, Bud Light in Mississippi. A lot of early drinkers in our chat today. What day of the week is it? I never know.
I was about to say it's Thursday. It makes sense.
Okay. Thursday morning, 9:30. Yeah, why not?
Wolfman Diego saying the Sturm 5-7 bluff against Kiat. Yeah, that was crazy. Rampage busting after slow rolling the ace king. With the ad read was pure cinema. Agreed. Agreed.
Leven says, my favorite player has been Adrian. He's a beast. Yes, he is. Shout out Boise. I need to make it there. It's been on my list for a while. What is Watson going to do here? He's facing a Richard Grieco 3x. Watson has the shortest stack
by
and
far.
May feel that he needs to do something at some point. Now, if you do that something, I typically would say call here, but there's a weird wrinkle, Henry, where if Watson moved in, does Grieco ever fold a hand just hoping to prolong the bubble? Maybe it's not worth the missing out on that much equity and the 90K out there, but Grieco is incentivized by this bubble continuing to last a while. So if Watson gets even shorter, then there's this sort of unwritten agreement between the two of them where Grieco won't want to bust Watson.
I like where your head's at.
Something to keep an eye on.
So many chips on this table. It's just crazy. They're going to need to do that rebalance soon when they move someone. Well, they've already done that, actually. Sorry. My bad.
That's right.
Patrick was brought over from the feature table.
It's been a long bubble already. Over an hour.
Tim Warren saying, guys, that random Norwegian dropping into the 200k and FTing it was mad.
Oh, that was a cool highlight as well, yeah. Berg, right?
That's right.
Andre Berg. Anatoly Zlotnikov, his antics were amusing at times.
Yeah, he was a lot of fun.
Made a lot of runs this series.
You win one.
Why Leong Chan's favorite to either be out on the stone bubble or chip leader?
He's not backing down.
He's really out here. It's like, oh, we're stone bubble, pot.
It looks strong though when you have one of those middling stacks and you open for pot in a situation like this.
Give me back. He's coming on big blind.
Oh.
Eric says, and how about the view? Yeah, the view, certainly a highlight of the series. A shame for all of you who don't get to see it firsthand.
Only one.
But hey, maybe next year you'll be playing Triton here in Montenegro. Dream big.
Looks like that's been Murder Mode being brought over to the feature table. He's going to be in the big blind. Looks like he's playing around 700. Yeah, 690. You know you've done a lot of Triton broadcasts when you can figure out how much someone's playing out of the rack.
Yeah. And you just have a catalog of faces and names in your head now, don't you? All the players across the different stops.
Stats as well.
Mm. So Michael Watson's down to just 6 big blinds. That's on the mind of the other players. Rico's got a hand he would open even without the bubble. Queen 8-7-4 double suited semi-drugal.
Double suited semi-drugal. Now you're just breaking my leg.
You've heard about the drugal, no?
No, I have not heard about the drugal.
A drugal is just a weak PLO hand.
Okay.
And the 8-7-4, there's enough connection that it's a semi-drugal, and it's a double suited. And in my Halifax home games, it was a bit of a badge of honor to win a hand with a double-suited drugal. I mean, even more so single-suited or rainbow, but I was known for playing all of the double-suited drugals.
Used to play very... See, now I've started telling a story. I don't know if I want to tell it, but we used to play somewhat high-stakes props on having a Badoogie hand in 4-card, having 3 of a kind,
yes,
and winning the pot with 3 of a kind in your hand, and winning the pot by having 4 of a kind in your hand.
We would play the same one at my home game in Halifax, yeah.
And yeah, people would go mental with 3 of a kind in their hand. Absolutely.
Yeah,
mental.
we had the same game, and then also there's the small blind accumulated bounty.
Yes.
Where if you win from the small blind and it grows, everyone has to keep posting it.
That was good fun. Yeah, I like that.
Yes, Wet Banyama, you have the correct spelling of drugal. D-R-O-O-G-L-E.
Drugal.
And when someone would win a big pot with a drugal in hand, our friend Sonny, who was just a great character in these games, he would say, "Drugal is here. Drugal is here."
Small blind prop is really fun.
the question as to what the guy's name was for the derivation, there was a gentleman by the name of Doodles. It was his nickname, and our friend Sonny would pronounce it Droogle. Doodles played about 95% of hands, and so came to be the nickname of the Droogle. But it's just been a tepid affair here, Henry, as nobody wants to bust. Watson, everyone is eyeing him out. You know, nobody with these 15 to 20 big blind stacks wants to risk too much, given what's at hand here. So while we have a quick dealer change, want to shout out one of our partners here at Triton, and that is Jupiter. And when you look at this field and many of the fields in Triton, they are so international. Moving around the world for these players and others is just life. Jupe Global will let you send your crypto anywhere instantly. No bank holding it up for 3 days, no fees eating into it. Wherever the game takes you, whether it's Jeju or Montenegro, Jupiter is there for you.
Shout out Jupiter. Oh, it's Jason down to... Oh, okay, I got that wrong. It was down to...
You were concerned.
Yeah, I thought, wow, he's... But then, yeah, 2 towers of white. That's a milli. Interesting turn card here. 5 of diamonds. Both players interacting with these... Oh, yeah, all 4 of these cards on the flop. Jason with a double belly buster.
Double belly buster indeed.
He's got
These
that
two.
ace of diamonds as well.
Yeah, and these two have just been playing big pot against each other after big pot all day. So Jason is going to take the initiative here after calling the flop in a spot where Garcia let out. Jason floats and then finds a nice turn stab, that ace of diamonds that you mentioned, so critical because it allows him to blast off on diamond rivers. And of course, one of those belly busters could have come home as well. So Kuhn trying to assert his dominance and put a bit of separation between himself and Garcia there, cementing himself as table captain.
Eric saying at-risk players spiking the river was also a big theme from this festival. That's right. Yeah, we had quite a few final tables where we were just like 8-handed forever. The Invitational included. That 30K, was it 30K that Mosbok won?
Yeah, whichever one that was. It was a 30 or a 50. I don't recall. 30 sounds right.
The 25K that Zlotnikov won.
That one was stalled on 8 forever.
Yeah.
But then Zlotnikov just went absolutely ham, eliminating 5 of the players en route to that victory. That was maybe the biggest stampede of a final table we saw all series in the end, although it was stalled on 8 for quite some time. So Grieco's going to keep doing his thing. You can see Martirosyan not even really considering the Queen Jack Jack 9 single. And it's just a brutal spot for all of these other players.
Gary saying, named my buddy's dog Badoogie. We have 2 black cats, the Blues brothers, Jake and Elwood. They're on a mission from God.
Shout out to
Badoogie.
Badoogie the dog. One of my favorite poker games and just a great name for a dog. So the bubble just continues on here. 10 pay, 11 remain. 1.25 million to the winner. 115,000 for 10th. 11th will walk home with nothing. Consolation prize is being able to play that 25K turbo bounty that kicks off, in about an hour or so.
Can't wait for Bear Wire to win a bracelet, bro. We've all got a little piece.
I need to maybe increase my piece now
100%.
that you mention it.
100%. Get yourself a 2-ball like I did.
2 on top.
Yeah, 2 on top.
Watson.
And then Bear Wire will ship us both 30K in a few days' time when he takes it down.
That sounds pretty nice. Again, like I mentioned, Grieco doesn't mind prolonging the bubble. And his hand is fairly weak as well, so perhaps he just lets Watson get away with this one. Let's see.
Do you think Watson takes that spot regardless of who's in the big?
I do. Yeah, from under the gun, I think like if you move the table around, he would still take that spot just with 6 bigs and ace 10, 10 deuce nut suit.
Where do you guys think the bubble is going to burst, by the way? Is it going to be over here where someone just gets caught stepping on a landmine, given how many flops we've seen? Or is it going to be one of the short stacks from the feature table? I'm going with landmine. I think it's going to come over here.
You think it's going to come over here. So Tollerine opened this one up with the ace, jack, 9, 7, jack high spades. Kuhn defended and is now attacking. This has little to do with his exact hand and a lot more to do with the tournament situation. I could see it happening over here. Everyone is kind of buckling to the pressure of Richard Grieco.
Just want to make sure Nano's drawing dead.
Ace 8, 6, 4 double suited for Punat. Ordinarily would be a very clean open, and perhaps he still opens here because he's second shortest on chips. He can't wait around forever.
And he's opening into the big of Michael Watson as well.
Yeah, that's a good point, Henry, because if he could take anyone's chips here, he would choose to take Watson's. He wants more separation between himself and Michael Watson, increasing the chances that Watson is our bubble boy.
I mean, the longer this bubble goes on, the shallower it will be once we make it into the money, and then it could be a very quick affair down to the final table. King 9-5, Jason's involved again. Looks like a blind v blind battle against B-Tech. What's it? This went open from Kuhn, defend from Tollerine, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Like it did. Interesting to see. This is why I feel like over here we could just see someone step on a landmine, because they seem willing to play these single raise pots with, you know, somewhat marginal holdings. Terrible turn card for Jason, by the way.
I think a decent chunk of the field may have just folded Tollerine's hand in the big blind to that 3x. Because of the fact that it's not hard for Kuhn to leverage his stack across a couple streets. And probably we just continue to check as Tollerine. On the one hand, yes, our hand is probably best, but it feels like facing a check raise would be a nightmare. And even just opening ourselves up to a situation where we bet and Kuhn can put us in on the river would be a problem. So one of the problems with defending weak hands is just that you under-realize your equity because it becomes more difficult to get value given the ICM pressure.
This one's checked all the way down.
And does Tollerine even go for value here? I don't think so. I think your value threshold just needs to be stronger in these situations given the tournament dynamics at play.
Do you think ace-king plus?
Something like that, yeah. I mean, maybe he just goes for it here. Don't get me wrong, his hand will be good the vast chunk of the time. He's going to go for it. The nice thing is, when he bets this size, he can't face an all-in for his tournament life. Not quite. The most that Jason could make it would be about 525.
Tollerine's fighting. Started off the series really strong. I think he was 3 for 3 in cashes, first 3 events, and then had so many days where I saw him top 5, top 10 chip counts. I was like, okay, Tolerine coming into day 2, healthy stack, and then he was just out the door within like the first hour and a half.
Yeah, certainly some volatility in his results at this trip so far.
I think they're shy to be on TV.
That's been with an interesting one. Ace 10, 8-7 single. Totem saying very astute commentary.
7 cashes so far for Tolerine, but the biggest one just 238K in the 100K no limit main. There's been a lot of min cashes or thereabouts for the American. And thank you indeed to both Bear Totem and Carben for your kind words. Doing our best here on our final day, day 16 of 16. Hope you guys have been enjoying the ride, enjoying our coverage of both the No Limit Hold'em and the Pot Limit Omaha events.
I must say, this has got me chomping at the bit to get out to Vegas and play some PLO tournaments. I've got visions of me on the bubble with a stack like Richards. I just get to click the pot button every hand.
Do they call this visions of grandeur or
something like that? The fear I have, though, is the player type that I would be battling against wouldn't necessarily respect the rules of the stone bubble like they seem to be here. I might get a bit of pushback.
Well, you know, that, in my opinion, is actually like a viable strategy, is to go against the whole cooperative ICM type mentality, because if you're the chip leader and you know that one of your opponents is just going to battle anyway, it makes it more difficult to open the trashiest hands. Because you're up against somebody who doesn't care about the bubble, and they're just going to have a stronger range than you when you open those weak hands. And then all of a sudden they're handcuffing your ability to open some of those hands, which increases everybody else's EV. So it's this, again, I say prisoner's dilemma. It feels like one of those game theory type principles applies. Upstairs for Grieco with the start of a nice Badusi hand. And just, what are you going to do here as Punser? You just have to lay down the Queen 10-10-6 double. You can see why Grieco can get away with opening such strong hands. Everyone is just in jail right now, particularly at this table. His next closest competitor, Grieco's up at almost 3 million. And Wailong Chan has actually moved into second at this table with 585,000.
That's crazy. He's got more than 5x what second in chips, or just shy of 5x of what second in chips has.
Unbelievable.
Over here, they're still battling. Jack 7-3 is the flop. Turn 5 of clubs. JK picking up a flush draw. It's a tough one for Garcia. Visibility, as discussed previously, but he's gonna, you know, he's gonna dig deep. Doesn't waste much time, actually. 395 out there. And how about the 7 of spades to give Jason 3 of a kind? Is it enough to actually go for a little, you know, B50, B40?
So this one was raised from Jason, defend from Garcia, check, check, flop, check, bet from Jason, call from Garcia.
Yeah, half pot turn.
Interesting to me that Jason decided to bet this hand, but yeah, I do think that Trip 7's enough hand now as played.
There we go. This just gets snapped. Actually, you know, Garcia's... Yeah, there we go. Just going to pay it off. Jason's up to 2.8 million.
Garcia's not going to be thrilled to see that hand, but these two have just been back and forth all day. It was early on that Garcia made a great fold with third set. It was on a queen 10-7-4 board, and he had naked set of sevens. Kuhn had the set of tens, and then later on, Kuhn was threatening to get up to 4 million, getting all in with top set against just a combo draw of Garcia on the turn, and Garcia got there.
That's right. See some sports in the chat. Not sure about Game 7, but I think we got tonight. Gary saying he's surprised that there's no fantasy team named Kid Poker or Poker Brat. How about one of the biggest upsets of the tennis season?
Did Sinner end up losing that match?
Sinner's out, mate.
Wow. So Sinner's out. Alcaraz is injured.
Medvedev's out.
Medvedev's out. And does that open the door for Djokovic to go for, what would it be, 26?
25.
25?
I need to look at where they stand, because the really sick thing could be Djokovic and Zverev meeting in the semis.
Right.
That would be pretty brutal.
Espen Mirmo has the type of hand that he feels is almost certainly ahead of Grieco's opening range by a mile. But can he risk it all here with 2 stacks shorter than him? No, he can't. Grieco is in full control at this table, and there's really not anything anyone can do about it.
Crazy bubble. Watson just hanging around with his 6 bigs. Clock is paused. Where's Bonaire going in between hands?
It's unclear. But he's been on his feet a lot, hasn't he?
Day 16. Can't sit still. Rare pass from Richard. Does that open the door for Sir Watts? 6 bigs, ace, king, 10-8. Doesn't love the fact that he's got 4 of the same suit.
Yeah, I think this just goes in.
On the strength of ace, king, 10-8 alone. He will try and run this.
I suspect Martirosyan will just lay this down out of the small blind. He would have probably gambled out of the big. Looking like a nice deuce to 7 triple draw hand. Just fill it in with a 4 or a 5. Not going to work here.
Right, you need to start giving me a little bit of coaching. So deuce to 7 triple draw. Why would this be a good hand?
So you would actually get dealt 5 cards, but let's say those were the first 4 you looked at. You'd be on your way to a monster, because the nuts in that game is deuce 3, 4, 5, 7.
Deuce 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay.
So the second nuts is deuce 3, 4, 6, 7. So like, let's say you started with those and you caught a 4. Or was dealt the 4 as your 5th card. You have the second nuts, and it's really hard to make the second nuts in that game. In any event, it's a very, very poor pot limit omo hand, but he is going to defend because he knows that Watson has just 70K back.
This is really out there. And look at the equities, by the way.
Yeah, and I confess I expected the fold, but he is competitive in equity. This one's all Watson, though. And Wai Longchen cannot fold having flopped a pair.
Drawing to runners.
This would be a dirty, dirty way for Michael Watson to go out. As you can see, he has 97%.
But this is the problem now, because Wai Longchen is going to lose this majority of the time.
Flop the flush.
He's got 3%, and now he's going to become the shortest stack.
Hearts, 8 of hearts. And has been called by Wai Leong with 7 of diamonds, 6 of clubs, 3 of spades, 2 of clubs. We do have a flop. The flop reads 9 of spades, Jack of hearts, 7 of spades.
Seven, 6, 3, or a deuce for a sweat.
The turn is the Queen of diamonds. And the river is a 4 of diamonds. And Mike doubles up with a straight.
It's a really silky voice.
Yeah.
On the mic.
Nice little bonus to have some commentary that we don't need to provide. So the bubble lives on, and Wailong Chan now is basically in a three-way tie at the bottom with Watson and Punsri. Grieco has just slowly built his stack from about 2.1 million to 3 million without doing anything. You know, he won a couple small ones off Watson in the early goings of this frame, but it's been so many just raise and take it's.
So what's getting moved?
Hit and run.
Right, now in that game,
Cards, we were like, it's not looking good, and then we heard about a 7-6-3-2. All right, he's got a good shot here.
Dealers, next hand, please.
deuce, 3, 6, 7. Saying if I found a 4, I'd have the second nuts. What if they're all of the same suit?
Well, flushes just kill you, yeah. So
Flushes kill you.
Flushes and straights kill you. Basically, you're trying to make the worst possible hold'em hand.
No.
Wow. And there's got to be a lot of math involved, right? So you have 3 draws, you're saying?
3 draws, yeah. So typically you want to start with at least 3 good cards. Something like a deuce 3-7, deuce 5-7, deuce 4-7. You want to try to make a 7 or an 8.
All right, what's the lowest buy-in of this tournament that I can play?
I bet we could find you a deuce to 7 triple draw tournament at the Orleans in the $300 price range.
No, there's got to be a bracelet on the line.
Oh, you want a bracelet? Well, then it's going to be $1,500.
All right. So I'm just trying to make the worst hold'em hand possible. I'm pretty good at that. I'll admit.
Yeah, I can give you a free primer if you plan to play it.
You might actually see me flick that in. Ace, king, king 5 on the button.
135.
Back to Garcia. King 10, 10, 9. Tim Warren saying 1,500 dealer's choice. Everyone plays all the triple draw games anyway. Okay. What games are involved in that dealer's choice?
Oh man, that would be too long and monotonous for me to list on air. There's I think 21 different candidates.
Oh really? Wow.
But
Can I pick PLO 5?
that somehow is not one of them. You could pick Big O, so 5-card high low. But 5-card high, unless it's been added this year, it's possible. It's an expanding game. It's been more and more popular lately.
Carben said, make sure your backers get a little money back, especially after firing 2 bullets. I don't think I would sell for that one. That's if you're talking to me. So just waiting for... I actually don't know what we're waiting for.
It's unclear. Something happening at the other table?
They are behind now? What's
They're dealing.
They're dealing, yes. I think it's the dealer.
You did.
Just waiting for the floor. Give it the green light. Here we go.
Shout out Tim Warren, who played the 1500 Dealer's Choice with Seaver in 2024. Most fun he ever had at a tournament table. Yeah, Seaver's great to play with. Good banter, and that was the year he won Player of the Year, where he went absolutely animal in that pursuit. Punsri doesn't like this. He's basically tied at the bottom. Feels he's going to have to make a stand at some point. But looks like he's going to lay this one down.
Five.
Yeah. Producer Lee is telling me that someone by the name of Matt Perrin flicked in this 1500 deuce to 7 triple draw, thinking it was a no limit hold'em event, and ended up shipping it.
I think it was the deuce to 7 no limit single draw.
Oh, okay.
So it was still no limit, and it was still a draw game where you're trying to make a deuce to 7 hand, but that was where they got confused because they saw no limit.
Yeah.
It was no limit single draw deuce to 7, and they did win it. Yeah, that was a wild tale. Meanwhile,
this
Watson,
could be a wild one here.
Yeah, Watson, after defending this pre-flop versus Kuhn, he's just going to put the pressure on himself. He wants to try to get Kuhn to fold something. But Kuhn cannot fold queens and sixes. The hand is too strong.
Good luck, lads. This could be it. 7-7-5 in the middle. So what's...
So it sounds like it's a good thing for me to have pocket tens in my hand. Pocket tens are not as helpful as you think.
What's actually an equity favorite? Any 9, 8, 5, 4, 3.
The board is 6 of diamonds, 7 of spades, queen of clubs.
You feeling this one, Alex?
Well, Kuhn thought his 10 blockers would help block straight draws, but Watson doesn't have the 8-9.
4 of diamonds, 8 of spades, 5 of spades. And has been called by Jason with 10 of diamonds,
Backdoor
10
spades
of clubs,
also
6
working.
of hearts, queen of diamonds.
I think Watson's going to find a straight on 4th Street. Keep this bubble going.
Yeah, surely. Mad Dog. Gonna stay alive in this one. Keep the dream of title number 3 of the series alive.
But even if he found a straight, Jason will be live to fill up.
There are some kill cards. Oh no, sorry, there aren't. I apologize. I was gonna say
Only
even
for
on an
Kuhn.
8.
The turn is the ace of clubs.
Is this it? Are we finally going to burst this bubble? 60% of the time, we will be in the money. Oh!
And the river is the 9 of spades. Mike has
The
double
show
nine
goes on.
spades.
And I'm sure all the other short stacks in the room are just thrilled to see Watson doubling up. So Watson was at one point 3rd in chips, got kind of whittled down to about 250, losing a
Less than
series
that.
of pots to Grieco. Now he's back to 800K.
Rather than look, I was looking at him. He's actually pretty fucking hard to read, to be honest. I wasn't sure. I thought he got there, but I was like,
Usually I give a little head nod or something.
yeah.
That's pretty sick. Jason wasn't even sweating the river. He was just staring at Watson to see based on his reaction. That's a fun one. I might start doing that. Do you know who else I saw? Parsonen. No, sorry. Alejandro Lococo was staring down. Who was he staring down? Chat, help me out. There was a time where Lococo was at the feature table and he was staring down one of the OGs.
This trip?
Yeah, this trip before the final card was dealt.
I'm remembering this too. It was it against Ibinger?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. It was against Ibinger.
I think it was.
We got Nightwish in the chat saying parents got offered to withdraw, chose not to, asked how to play, got a quick lesson 15 minutes before the start, and basically went wire to wire. That's
unbelievable.
That's an incredible story.
Martirosian stepping out of line a bit here with the ace-9-8-6 non-nut suit. Does Grieco want to attack, or does he give credit to Martirosian's range being too strong here? He lets it go.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Surely this is going in.
Might just go in for Punsri. He's now the shortest stack in the entire tournament.
Good luck, lads. There's no guarantee that Arthur calls this off, by the way. But There we go.
He's calling. He likes his price too much.
Nah, you have an ace. Huh? You have an ace, right? Maybe, yeah, but I have good one. But I should maybe flat, maybe.
Always love it when they start talking strat because you learn so many things from these elite players.
Punat
saying
shows
that maybe
the
you
king of
should flat.
diamonds, king of hearts.
Why would that
hearts,
be,
10 of
Alex? What's the
spades.
idea?
Just because he probably has no fold equity on a shove, so then he can get away on ace-high boards. I think that's the
And
idea.
he's been called by Artur with ace of clubs, 9 of spades.
There might have been
eight
a
of
touch of
hearts,
fold
6
equity.
of hearts.
Good luck, lads. Lucky tie money against the reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year, Artur Martirosyan.
The flop
King
is the 10 of
10-5.
diamonds, queen of hearts, 5 of diamonds.
Middle set for Punsri, just needs to fade the jack. Some kill cards on the turn. That's not one of them.
Turn is the 3 of clubs.
Artur drawing live.
And the
Doesn't get
river
there.
is the 8 of diamonds, and Punat will double up.
Well, Artur's the short stack.
How quickly it changes. Now for chips, Artur absolutely had to call the shove, and I think he probably needed to anyway, but you can see the drawback is that now he's down to 175.
Lucky tie money. All right, we've got another one for you.
Fire.
You're one of the best mixed game players in the world. I'm going to use my opportunity just in case I do decide to. What would you say has the lowest skill factor out of the mixed games and the highest amount of variance?
Maybe Raz. Maybe Raz. I still think there's a lot of strategical complexity to Raz, but I don't think it's that difficult to get to like a 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 level, and there is a fair amount of variance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one's Raz?
You're basically just, it's a stud game, so you get 2 cards down, 1 up, and then there's going to be more up cards and a final down card.
7 total.
7 total. You're using your 5 lowest cards. Straights and flushes do not count against you, so you're trying to make ace 2, 3, 4, 5 would be the nuts.
Okay.
Suits don't matter in that game, so that just eliminates a lot of the strategical complexity right there.
Carben saying I need a Thai iced coffee.
That sounds nice right now, I'm not going to lie. It's been a long little stint here in the booth. I could go for a coffee. Maybe I'll get one on our next break, whenever that might appear.
Whenever that might appear, that might be a while, mate. I don't mind just going wire to wire with you, and we just get Randy to interview the champion.
Randy Nanonoko Lu
Why
interviewing the champion. Why not, indeed?
I can already imagine it. I'm here, the champion of the 75K PLO 6 Max.
I picture him wearing sunglasses to deliver this interview somehow.
And his diamond-studded black jacket.
Oh yeah, he's got that. He's got some real bling that he brings out for the marquee events.
Punsri now just gets to go back to folding, as he is up to second in chips at this table. Oh wow. Waliong's got king, king, queen, 9. But he has Artur on 4 bigs.
Yeah, that's the tricky part. Artur is so short on chips that Wailong Chen might just fold this hand. The issue is that doubling up doesn't really help him that much. And busting would be a disaster. Everything on the table here. Maybe he plays call.
Honestly, I just think fold is the play.
Given exactly how short Artur is, but he's going to defend this.
The downside is you go home empty-handed, and the upside of doubling up just isn't I don't know, just isn't that great. Well, let's see. I mean, maybe we even find out. He's got 230K. He's going to rip it in.
Well, this will just get through. Grieco does have a pair and a gut shot. But again, some incentive for him to keep the bubble going. And I just don't know that he has enough equity, even on its own, with this bad gut shot and bad pair.
It's 250, 240.
240 in the middle and then Iraq.
244.
250.
That's wrong, by the way. But it doesn't matter. It's going to get out of there. Got another question here. I think this is a really great question. From Daniil Miller saying, what's the theoretical aspects in deuce to 7 draw when there is no board to read, just your cards? Does it become all about blockers?
Sorry, let me see this question again. I was just listening to the dealer and the players kind of, she said, yeah, it was 255 actually. Sorry, what's the question? I'm looking for it myself in chat.
Daniil's asking, what's the theoretical aspects in deuce to 7 draw when there is no board to read, just your cards? Does it become all about blockers?
Yeah, blockers end up being huge. So for instance, when you're deciding whether to snow, which is basically to bluff with a weak hand, a lot of it's based on how many blockers you've seen. So for instance, if you started with 2, 2, 3, 3, 5, and then you keep just catching, 2s and 3s and 5s, it can be a good spot to snow because you block your opponent from having very strong hands. And you also want to start bluffing with your weakest draws, ones that are going to make straights more often. For instance, 4, 5, 6 is a very weak hand. So if you defended the big blind with that, against small blind open and you saw lots of pair blockers, maybe you start forming some bluffs from there. So it's all about the cards you've seen, the drawing and betting decisions of your opponent, the pot odds, all that stuff.
We've got a spot here. Arthur's all in on the button. Ace, queen, queen, deuce. Wai Leong Chan's going to flat out the small. Jack 10, 9, 7. I'm somewhat surprised that Richard just folded there.
Again, maybe it's a function of him wanting the bubble to go on.
Yeah.
Right.
Straight announced.
Arthur is our all-in player and has been called by Wai Leong. Wai Leong has Jack of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, 9 of clubs, 7 of hearts. And Arthur has ace of spades, queen of hearts, queen of clubs, deuce of hearts.
Love the facial gestures of the masseuse. She's like, Jack 10, 9, 7. It's like she's judging some of the hands being played. It's like, really? You put it in with that? 8 of clubs
The flop
is
is
a terrible
5 of
window
clubs,
card
king of
for
spades,
Arthur.
8 of clubs.
Just knows that Wai Leong's going to be wrapped around it a lot of the time. He's drawing live.
Still a big favorite is the Russian. 6 would end it.
Queen's a fun card.
The turn is the deuce of spades.
Just a 6 now.
And the river is the jack of hearts.
It's a nasty door card.
Arthur has doubled up.
Richard had king 6, 6, 7, right? I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. He would have beat the queens of Martirosian.
Yeah, he did. He had king 7, 6, 6.
So this bubble now has to be one of the longest ones we've seen all series. I think the Invitational had a really long bubble, but this one is rivaling even that.
This has been a fun one. I've really enjoyed this. I'm learning about mixed games, drinking coffee, sinners out of Roland Garros. Ace, king, king 4 now. Makes sense when the bubble is on 11 players versus 30. Yeah, it does. Only 2 tables, and given that people's stacks can't be leveraged, like their entire stacks can't be leveraged pre-flop, because you can only raise the size of the pot, right? Makes it a lot harder. Whereas in No Limit, you know, the chip leader can just rip it in with 9-7 suited, and you've got 10 bigs, and you wake up with anything, jacks, queens, kings, you know, 30% of the time you're going to be out. Tolerine with a wrap, any 5, 7, 8, 9 would do it. He does need to be careful though, he's on 21 bigs. He has an opportunity to check this back in position. Should he bet, it could potentially open the door for Jakun to put him all in for his tournament life. I think that's what Ben is checking now, just checking to see what he's working with. I'm honestly not sure. He does find the pot size bet. Pass announced. The Tolerine is up to 855,000. As Jason shows the ace king.
Pretty good fucking hand.
Thank you, good sir. Livingston coming in clutch. I think it was talks of Thai iced coffee.
I thought I was gonna sneak a deuce on you there. Actually, it wouldn't even be that sneaky. You might put me on deuce.
No idea about that one.
Ice in the chat saying, do you guys think Pudak can win? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a rough spot for everyone right now, other than Jason and Greco. But in this game, anything can happen. Equities run so close.
Pot.
Must be nice to be this man right now. So blinds 20-40. The short stack's really feeling the pinch at this point.
Yeah, he's chipped up $1 million over the course of this bubble. Any ideas how long this bubble's been on for?
Well, I would say at least an hour and a half.
So what says aces? He says run it.
Isn't it 320 or
Kuhn does not have exactly the type of hand you would want to have against an aces heavy range. But does find call.
Wow. This is huge. 700K out there. So what's with just 400 back? Jason's looking for hearts or a queen. Oh my word.
Wow.
Good luck, lads.
It's going to be a flip for Mike Watson's life once again.
If Watson holds, he's We play at 1.5 million. Looks like he's going to leave one chip back. Jason, snap jams. Good luck, lads.
Watson did not want to get snapped with this hand. Overpair and gut shot, but hearts loom.
On table 2. Mike is our all-in player and has been called by Jason. We do have a flop. The flop is 10 of hearts, jack of spades, 2 of hearts.
Wow, this
Mike
is
showing ace of diamonds, ace of hearts, 10 of spades, queen of clubs.
This is massive.
And Jason has king of diamonds, queen of spades, queen of hearts, 5 of hearts.
Watson could move up to third. If he holds it, be up to 1.5 million. If he holds. You can see, as it stands, he's actually an equity dog.
The turn is the 3 of spades.
Now he's a big favorite.
God, look at how many people are watching this river card dealt. What a hold.
The river is the 7 of diamonds.
What a hold, Michael Watson.
You can
Holy
see him
smokes.
visibly exhaling there, breathing a sigh of relief. He was down to just 250 at one point.
Wow.
Back to 1.5 now.
Wow.
This bubble just does not want to burst.
I like it. It's the final day.
Yeah.
Let's just have a grindy one.
Are you not entertained?
Exactly.
As they say.
Exactly. Jason wearing his heart on his sleeve as always. It's just, it is a very tilting game. PLO giveth and PLO taketh away. Wow. What a crazy turn of events. Michael Watson was looking likely to be out on the bubble.
Yeah, it was a sweaty one. You hate being the player there that's facing the kill cards. A heart would have just ended it there for Watson on the turn. But he lives to fight on, and Richard Grieco is able to continue raising hands like the 8-6-5 deuce, another good starting hand in deuce to 7 triple draw. He's been able to explore all varieties of the deck at this point, has Grieco.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
So there's a question in chat, why is Grieco incentivized to make the bubble last longer? Well, for exactly this reason. If it wasn't the bubble, he wouldn't be able to just open the 8-6-5 deuce or the queen 7-4 deuce tri-suit out of the hijack. So once that bubble bursts, he'll lose some of his ability to keep stealing chips from all the other players. So really what he would like is for there to be some shorty on the other table who keeps just doubling up, doubling up, doubling up. And he can just keep winning every pot on his own table.
Shorty is like a melody in my head.
Shorty.
Shorty.
Shoddy.
Yeah, I mean, case in point, you know, he's chipped up nearly 1 million chips on this bubble from 2.1 up to nearly, what, 3.2.
From like 5 big blinds to the table chip leader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like Jason's going to get moved up to the feature table.
Okay. Bye-bye. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd appreciate it.
This is the classic movement they do where they go 6 and 5 to 5 and 6.
Yeah, sure, thanks, man.
Chat is starting to get quite boisterous, Henry, so maybe it's time
Nice.
we probe everyone for another round of BLTs. Hit us with your BLT. Maybe hit us with who your favorite player is remaining.
Let us know who you're anti-sweating.
Yeah, there
Who do
you
you want
go.
to see go out on the bubble? Make it personal. Let us know who you want to see go home with $0.
Where it was I got top set in against nut flush draw 1 to come and lost.
What the last one? Mike's got ace, ace, queen 10. He's got king, queen, queen 5 with king high hearts comes.
Oh yeah, that
Jack 10 deuce.
Straight flush draw.
Yeah, Jack 10.
Pair aces.
Yeah.
And then I also.
This has been a really fun bubble. It's the funnest one for me, at least.
It's been great.
And yeah, if you haven't already, do drop us a like over on YouTube. Spread the love. Helps support Triton on their continued mission to just bring you the best high-stakes poker content in the world for free.
Now, this is a disappointing development for Richard Grieco. He cannot continue to just open basically 100% of hands now that he has Kuhn with chips on his direct left.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, what a crazy seat draw this is.
And maybe Kuhn wouldn't want to be at the table that has Grieco, but at least he's got direct position. That's so critical. He's not going to play this hand, but Grieco knows that there's this threat that Kuhn might play hands. Now, double suited aces for Punsri.
Pot announced, dealer.
Clearest pot of all time. And Grieco will be forced to fold, one would think.
5 seconds.
Pot.
480,000.
This one's just going to be taken down pre. What a journey it would be for Mike if he goes on to win this. From shortest stack on the bubble to title number 8 and third of the series.
It would be, yeah, unbelievable.
Richard's really chewing on this one. Oh, crunch the numbers. Hey, lets it go.
Makes the prudent fold. So some of our BLTs coming in. Tim Warren's drinking tea in St. John's. He says the same as Mad Dog. We've got water in Belgium, coffee in New Orleans, and we've got a hand on the outer table.
We've got a full house for Garcia. So Watts was drawing live to an 8-3 deuce for a king. He's river to flush.
This one just checked down the whole way, though.
175,000.
And Watson just has enough components in his hand to make this a clear call. Even though he just has a baby flush, he blocks a lot of the value bets with that king in hand as well. You don't play a hand passively like this only to fold the river. Shout out Fisherman, who says, I'm drinking nothing in Finland at 6:30 p.m. I like the specification there. Meeting the criteria of hitting us with the BLT, but also clarifying that nothing is being consumed.
Looks like we're going to be heading into the sauna. Watching the stream from the sauna, I'll be honest with you, a bit jealous. Maybe time yourself out from
I love myself a sauna. I know you're the same, right, Henry?
Yeah.
You like a
big sauna grind.
And did you hit the steam room in the sauna quite a bit on this trip?
No, sauna only.
Okay. I did the steam one day.
I feel like the steam just has like you're like more than 1% to just get really sick in the steam room, I feel like.
Fair enough. I'm a steam guy myself.
Yeah, Fisherman, time yourself out, okay? I don't want to hear about high stakes poker in the sauna. Making me jealous. Jason limping in here from under the gun.
Yeah, his hand makes for a pretty good limp to begin with, and he just doesn't need to inflate pots on the bubble with Grieco at the covering stack. This is the sort of hand you would limp, just in general, though.
Well, how about that for an action flop? 8-4-4. Trips for Richard. Top pair flush draw and full house outs for Jason.
Though I suspect facing the lead from Grieco, Jason will just play this as call.
290. Going to a turn. Queen of Diamonds is clean for Richard. And we have announced a giveaway. Shout out to CoinPoker. They're going to be giving away $10 and $55 tickets once the stream hits 1,000 likes. So a little bit of an incentive there for you all.
180,000 left.
Which continues.
See if Jason finds a double float here. Still has the flush draw on the 8, the 2 7s. Could even consider putting those 7s to work on a 5 or a 6 river, using them as blockers.
Wow. Jason could lose some chips here. Richard's boated up. Jason with decent blockers.
Yeah, he's got a candidate if Richard were to bet like somewhere between 1/3 and 3/4 pot here. You know, Jason's got a candidate to go crazy and just try to represent 8s full, 10s full. Try to get Grieco to fold everything. Probably won't work against the 4-10 though. And at this stage in the tournament, I'm not sure that that's the route Jason wants to go.
450,000 left.
He's savage enough. He is savage enough. He has pot back. Can you imagine? From first in chips to out on the bubble.
How wide would Jason go for value here? Probably 8s full and 10s full would always go for it, but 10s is just so unlikely as played.
Oh my word.
Yeah, he's going for it.
1-4.
Oh my word. 1.4 million. Jason repping pocket 8s, pocket 10s, pocket queens. I guess 10s are not really in the equation.
Grieco has a stronger hand than Jason probably thinks.
This is for the tournament, it feels like. If Richard can call here, it's going to be up to 4.8 million. It's going to have around 1/3 of the chips in play with 11 left.
Does Grieco think that Kuhn would ever raise the same hand for value? Probably not. Would he raise 4 queen? Would he always raise 8s? One would think, because queens and 10s so unlikely, given Grieco led the flop. Where do the bluffs come from? This hand a prime candidate.
What an incredible hand of poker, and regardless of what happens, Jason just showing why he has 12 titles is because of moves like this. Even on the stone bubble, he finds bluffs that no one else is able to find. And Richard is in the hurt locker.
Richard knows that Jason is not going to raise a worse hand for value. He's not going to see 4-10. That's what he's come to the conclusion of.
Needs Jason to have a hand exactly like this. Something like Queen 10-8 with missed clubs.
And by the way, pocket queens is a real concern for Grieco because it's the exact type of hand that Kuhn's going to have a lot of combos that limp in first position.
That's right.
And they would all float the flop, and they would probably all play turn and river this way. So queens is a really major issue for Grieco, given he doesn't have a queen in his own hand.
So are we saying this is queens or nothing, or are we also mixing in pocket 8s and 10s into the equation?
I still think it could be pocket 8s or pocket 10s for value. The issue is that there are just fewer of those combos. So queens is the hand that makes the most sense. It would always value raise, and more of those hands limp to start off.
He's gonna fold. Oh my word, he's folded. Jason Kuhn on the stone bubble. Add that one to the highlight reel for Mr. Triton.
That's an enormous takedown for Jason Kuhn.
That one is just ridiculous.
And he is now our chip leader. Well done, sir.
That is ridiculous. Putting it all on the line.
And anyone in chat who thinks that's an easy call, it's not. You don't beat any value raises there, and you need to find bluffs. Grieco didn't see enough of them.
Wow. That's just such a... This bubble's had everything. Guys, get involved on our Discord, by the way. It's a great way to keep updated on all things Triton. Obviously, we're going on a 4-month hiatus between now and Jeju, but you know, keep engaged with the community, get access to exclusive rewards. Join the community as the chat goes wild. The chat is going wild. That's got to be one of the bluffs of the series. Put it up there with the 7-5 bluff of Leon Sturm. How do you not just windmill it in your opponent's face as well? Jason's just too classy.
Yeah, he is. And Grieco, after making that painful fold, is getting rewarded with wired aces. And for Espen Mirmo, he's probably just going to be all in here, isn't he? I mean, he could fold. Martirosian's still shorter. He's committed so much of his stack.
Yeah, you're right. Artur with just 4 bigs. But he is going to run it. Well, is this the moment? Something has got to give. Hearts and clubs live for Espen, as we will get back to this hand once this one plays out. What have we got here? 300,000 in the middle. Ace, Queen, 9. Garcia going to continue.
And I guess Ben's just going to get away. He's covered. He's got the king of clubs and that nut gut shot, but doesn't feel like enough, especially given the tournament situation.
All right, so back on over to the main stage.
So did I.
Call on table
Huh?
1.
So did I.
Espen is our all-in player and has been called by Richard. Espen shows
you got
King
good
of
aces.
Hearts, 10 of Hearts, Jack of Clubs, 10 of Clubs.
Another 10? Yeah, he does. Oh, yeah, you got good. You got
And
good
Richard
10s.
shows the Ace of Spades, Ace of Diamonds, 10 of Diamonds, 9 of Diamonds.
That's been standing up 36% of the time. He will find the double. 64% of the time he's out on the
flop
bubble.
is
He's
the 3
flopped
of
top 2.
Diamonds, King of Spades, Jack of Hearts.
A lot of queens in there.
Jason said there's a lot of queens in the
Two
deck.
pair.
Wow.
The turn is the 3 of Hearts.
So Grieco pulls ahead, but Mirmo picks up hearts.
King, Jack, 10 or a heart needed for the Norwegian. Otherwise, we are in the money.
Oh my
And the
word.
river is the Jack of Spades.
It show
And
goes
then
on.
doubles up with a full house.
And the bubble continues.
This is just incredible. And you know who loves that? Sorry, who doesn't love that? So Artur Martirosyan on 4 bigs was 1 card away from sneaking into the money.
Well, we've seen this story before in this series, where the short stack just keeps winning every all-in. And this has to be, at this point, the longest bubble we've had this series, I would think.
This has been brilliant. Normally, these bubbles are really just like boring and tedious, but this has had absolutely everything. That bluff might go down as bluff of the series, I don't know.
That was great.
Yeah. Okay.
Now Richard's got the covering stack of Jason in the small blind to worry about. Well, we're about to find out whether Jason wants to lay claim to table captain. Yes, sir.
And it's a bit awkward for Greco. The graphic says 360, but pot is 460.
460. Oh, they don't include the big blind ante, do they?
No. No, but it should be 460. I'm not sure if he has 460 out there.
Yeah, he does. He does. See the 4 black chips.
Your eyes are better than mine.
Ah, look at this. On the back of that massive bluff getting through, he can now just push Richard around on the bubble. Jason Kuhn looking for title number 13.
Well, he's in pole position. And he'd love to just continue to put separation on himself and Greco. We thought maybe it wasn't so great for him getting moved to this table, but at least he had position on Greco, and it's turned out great for him as he gets that light 3-bet through, but more importantly, got that massive bluff through with those 10 and 8 full house blockers.
JG saying Watson took me out of an event like 15 years ago and I'm still upset.
Hasn't forgiven his man. Artur's going to go for it here. He's just so short on chips, would have to post the big blind and ante next hand. Wants to try to add a bit of ammo to his arsenal before he does so.
Jason looking up at the clock, just trying to look at all the different stacks. Don't think there is any merit to him getting involved in this one. Wow, I stand corrected.
This surprises me. Mirmo now needs to get out, I would assume. Although he may want to double up and try and knock out the Russian, but no. So Martirosyan just 20K behind. Kuhn defending his puck.
Jason's flopped top pair. Artur's flopped bottom set. It's going to go in.
Well, I was going to check it down and keep you alive. Oh, I got a monster. You guys are going to love it.
I just have very good hands.
Yeah, you must. I'm still going to try to suck out on you. I was totally just keeping you in this tournament.
And we have an all-in and call
No,
on
I got the
table
dustiest
one.
hand of all
The
time.
flop
I was
reads
literally
9 of diamonds, 4 of
I'm trying to
diamonds,
double you up.
7 of hearts. Artur is our all-in player. Let's see the cards, please.
How crazy is that?
Artur shows ace of hearts, 10
Good
of
luck.
hearts, 4 of clubs, 4 of hearts. And has been called by 5 of spades, deuce of hearts, 9 of hearts, king of clubs.
What do you even need?
Heart.
GG.
The turn is the 10 of spades. And the river is deuce of spades, and
Don't worry,
Arthur
I'm
has
going to be here
doubled
for
up.
all of you guys. If you
with
ever get to 4 big
$3.
blinds, I'm your guy. I'm here for you.
Jason, half joking, but half serious.
Definitely half serious, yeah, divulging part of his strategy, wanting to keep that bubble alive.
And it makes sense, right? We saw Richard go from 2 million to 3 million just on bullying alone, being
don't
able
like
to beat
bubble,
it.
right?
Oh, I hate it.
I'd turn it over.
Always better to just turn it over.
So with that double, Wai Leong Chan is now the shortest stack, and he's about to eat the big blind in the next hand, so he's going to have to put in more than 25% of his stack.
Raise.
Jason knows what he has to do. He just gets to click raise. That's exactly why he wanted to leave Artur in this. Looks like Artur's got a decision.
Kuhn just going 2.5x, giving Artur a good price.
There you go. There's 80K of the 120K back.
Yeah. Psychologically, it's just, at this point, if you're one of these shorter stacks, you really don't want to bubble. You just feel like you've invested so much time during this. You've been through the emotions of seeing these short stacks double up. Of course, it's a sunk cost. It's a bit of a fallacy, but there is just kind of a growing emotional pressure to not be the bubble boy at this point for a lot of those shorter stacks. And Kuhn will just continue to lean on those sorts of variables. He's doing what Grieco was able to do earlier, but Poonat has picked up, for the second time, double suited aces in a spot like this. Just a very trivial repot.
So sick, because you've got Wai Leong Chan on 7 bigs. Artur's got 9. Poonat is healthy, all things considered. I mean, he's 7th in chips.
So from that perspective, you know, you don't want to take unnecessary risks, but this hand is just so good, and you have so much immediate fold equity. And then even when you get called, you're going to be a very big favorite against anything. Plus, he has enough chips that if he were to double, it would actually be significant in terms of the overall tournament situation. So there are some spots where aces even get folded on bubbles, but this is certainly not one of them.
How many times you got aces on bubble?
Oh, if he's getting... Oh my god. I still could have flopped the set. Oh, the other one. Very sneaky set. I would have flopped.
God, that was just one of the bluffs of the series.
Worst hand to call you with.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Martin 3-betting out of the big. Garcia the covering stack, but yeah, he's just going to get out of that.
And he would have had to 3-bet fold that hand, but he was confident enough that Garcia was opening light that he'd have some immediate fold equity, and that when called, he'd still have a reasonable hand.
Where's it going to come from? This table or the outer table? I feel like it's changed. Earlier on, I felt like it was the outer table. They were playing a lot of pots. Now I feel like the blood is in the water over on this table.
It's been bloody. And I love the open sizing from Kuhn, just going 2.5x. he doesn't want to go bigger and allow someone like Grieco to 3-bet and get a lot of his stack in. He wants to make it difficult for Grieco to play hands out of position. So the smaller open actually does that. Gives Grieco a slightly better price on a flat, but makes 3-betting a less appealing option. Shows the ace-queen of hearts. Grieco has to be wondering if he made the right fold there with that 10-8. Really think he felt he was up against pocket queens. With that 10-4, I should say.
Yes.
Martin's on a bit of a spin.
You want me to show it? Wasn't bad, sure.
So chip leader with 76 bigs. Average stacks drop down to 27. We've got 3 sub 8 big blind stacks. 2 of them at this table.
Who will fall first? Chat, who do you think the bubble boy is going to be? Probably not Kuhn, though stranger things have happened in the history of the game. Martirosian is, I believe, the short stack. Oh no, Wylong Chan at this point actually shorter. And Antonius is in that same neighborhood. Wow.
Jason in the big with
Walked with the monster.
ace, king, king 6 double.
Heroics asking, how long before Grieco knows he got bluffed? Well, it's about an hour delay, so don't remember exactly how long ago that hand was.
Wow, look at this limp from Tolerine. Ace, ace, king, queen, double. He's actually been out-flopped by the bottom 2, but he still has the most equity. He's got top pair, nut flush draw. Check, check.
I think so. Watson can bet a little more liberally knowing he has the covering stack, but his hand still feels middling enough that check makes sense.
Watson turns the straight. Tolerine looking for a heart or a jack. I wonder if on this two-tone texture, so wants to get a bit of value / protection.
Yeah, this is a spot where maybe if the chip stacks were reversed, Watson would just play cautiously and check. And here he still checks, but there's a bit more reason to bet because you should be facing a little bit less check raising from your opponent, given you cover them.
Actually boats up now.
Yeah, sneaky boat.
Sneaky boat announced.
And now Watson, of course, will go for value as there's still no real reason to bet Tolerine's hand. You could, I think it's just too thin. I was thinking, could you min bet for value? But I don't think so. Just check.
Well, so Watts had the opportunity to get value on the turn. What about now? I think he could still get paid here.
Well, he's got to go for value now. And the question is size. What's he coming with?
60,000.
Half pot. Not impossible that Ben looks this one up. Can beat bluffs.
Yeah, it looks like a somewhat nice lookup candidate.
Yeah, it feels like some of Watson's straights will go for value on the turn. Block some boats. Watson just checked his option in the big, can have all sorts of different hands, some of which may feel compelled to bluff now.
Collarine pays him. Well, dude, it's coming up to 6 p.m. local time, meaning that you and I are five and a bit hours in what's meant to be 2-hour frames. So this frame has been an hour longer than it normally would.
Yeah,
because of the bubble.
Exactly right. We've been. That's why I had to go get us those coffees, Henry, because it's a longer than normal stint for us. But it's been exciting. It's been fun to watch.
It's been a really fun bubble.
Wolf Bergman says, Henry, don't know if you remember, but the White Monster did, in fact, give me a PR on the lat pull down. Remember when you were talking about the...
Let's go.
Congrats, Wolf.
Love to hear that.
Martirosian has double-suited queens here. As the second or third shortest stack in the event, I think he's pretty much neck and neck with Antonius. And just lets it go. But this man is the shortest stack, and given he has ace, king, queen, 8, he's going to be putting most of his chips in and leaving the rest for the flop.
Richard's going to flick in the call. That's got ace-7, 7-5 in the big. And he is certainly one of those that is incentivized to try and end this bubble, because as it stands,
it's not mine.
He's just been getting run over by Jason, by Richard. I wonder if he flicks this in here.
I would call. Yeah, he gets away just not wanting to get into any trouble, but I think his hand was strong enough to flick in another 100K there. It's not like he's going to get bluffed off of his equity that often by Grieco. But the bubble, it looks like, will continue. Unless Richard Grieco can find a jack or running straight or flush cards.
It's a good shape on that board.
Ace, king, queen?
8.
Anything
Top
good?
2.
It's one of those ones where the dealers are always like, no, please don't reveal, but then the players are like,
yeah,
well,
they tell each other what they
I've
have.
got aces.
Right.
I actually don't understand why they don't want to tell each other. I don't get it. It's like this is blind v blind. Ace, 5, 6, 2 hearts. Looks like money went in somewhere, so what's has turned the nuts?
Check.
It was a raise pot. Garcia raised to 110K.
Yeah, check down post flop to this point. Surely now Watson will put some chips in the middle.
That will get rid of Patrick's hand. Wonder if Garcia puts on the cape here.
Patrick is now
300,000.
Okay.
going to be the short stack in this tournament.
Against this size, I think Garcia gets away from it. I was thinking maybe something like half pot, maybe. Just maybe he flicks it in. Hang on.
3 seconds.
He hasn't folded yet. Alright, let's it go. Made me sweat.
And we have an all-in and call on table 1. Wiley Young is our all-in player and has been called by Richard.
All the back doors.
Wiley Young shows ace of diamonds, king of spades, queen of clubs, 8 of clubs. And Richard's hand is the jack of diamonds, jack of clubs, 9 of spades, 4 of diamonds. We do have a flop. Flop is king of clubs, 2 of diamonds, 8 of spades.
Kill card.
The turn is the
Yeah.
king of diamonds.
That'll do it.
And the river is a 10 of spades, and Wan Liang doubles up with a full house.
The show goes on.
Good luck.
The most epic bubble of the series coming on the final day. It's been a 3-hour affair.
It's been wild, and we have yet another 6-5 juggle, as this table has had 6 for too long.
Oh, you moved the matching positions, right?
So they're going to move Artur Martirosyan over to the outer table.
Which means that the 2 short stacks are going to be over there. Patrick on 4 bigs, Artur on 8.
Do you know how they determine who moves over? Is it... No. Maybe random. Maybe there's something with where the blinds are. So the bubble just continuing here. Martirosyan over on the other table now. Nice looking hand for Grieco, but he's got Kuhn in position. Notice he's just folding this hand. He was opening much weaker hands than that earlier, and good timing for him, as Jason Kuhn has picked up aces. Reasonably strong ones at that.
Nice hand. Knew you wouldn't be like there.
Very careful player.
Yeah.
I've had ace, ace, king, like 5 of the last 6 hands or something.
Just for your information, players, at the end of this level, we have a 15-minute break, and this table will be moving back down to the other table.
All right.
Thank you.
So it sounds like there is a break coming up. These players have been in a very long frame at this feature, so after the break, they will become the outer table. The other table would become our feature.
Victor Antonius, 4 big blind. In the big blind.
I think he was big blind.
Oh, he was just big blind?
Dang.
Got to give the players a break at some point. You can't just play the bubble out
yeah,
if
it's 1 behind.
it goes on this long.
Thanks, he's got me on the button still.
It's like, hey guys, we're here until one of you busts.
Yeah. No matter what.
Love the Backstreet Boys reference. Well done. I know it's been a long day.
It's been a long day. Did I make a Backstreet Boys reference?
Yeah. No matter what.
I didn't even know I was doing it. It's been a long series.
It has. 16 days in. You're allowed to go a bit crazy, especially on a bubble like this. It's looking likely that it's going to be Patrick, but crazier things have happened. Let's not forget, about an hour and a half ago, so Watts was down to 6 bigs.
I want bad cards. I want bad cards. No one's calling me. I mean, it's pretty sweet. Nice little run of...
Player has requested bad cards.
So
Because he always gets to play the good ones, Henry, but it's fun to be able to raise these nonsense hands with the chip lead.
Out the table.
Next feature table.
So this is really interesting. So Artur's about to be in the big, so he has to put 2 of his bigs in. So he's going to be down to 6. So he's going to be folding 100% of range because he can outlast Antonius, who will be practically forced all in just a few hands' time.
And when we do switch and that table becomes our feature table, blinds will also be up to 25 and 50. So Antonius is already short stack, will feel even shorter. Kuhn is having a ball. He's getting to do what Richard Grieco was able to do for so long. And it's credit to his own bluff with the 10-8. Forcing Grieco off of a full house. Kuhn more than earned this right. Antonius all in now. And we can see he has the ace-king tray deuce. And is getting called by Martirosian, who's actually an equity favorite with the 9 high against the ace high. Antonius has a great high-low hand. He's actually a small dog with ace-king high. Crazy the way these PLO equities can work.
We have an all-in and call on table 2. Patrick is our all-in player and has been called by Artur.
This could be it. This could be it.
Patrick has the ace of clubs, king of clubs, 3 of hearts,
Danny
deuce
on the
of
rail
spades,
with
and has been called
Bunat
by
and
9 of
Wai
clubs,
Leong
ace of
Chan.
diamonds, 7 of hearts, 6 of diamonds.
How many all-in calls have we had now at this point?
Oh God, this has got to be 5 or 6.
Just crazy how long this has gone on for. I'm loving it.
The flop is 4 of
Ace,
diamonds,
10,
ace
4.
of spades, 10 of hearts.
That's pretty damn clean, although the 9-8-7-6 wrapped around that 10 of hearts.
Plenty of back doors.
Oh,
baby.
Is the ace
Wow.
of spades.
How is that the turn?
5, 6, 7, 9 jack, or the 8 for trips.
Flipping, going to the river.
And the river is the queen of hearts.
He holds.
And Patrick has doubled up.
What are you saying? That's,
well,
number 6? Number 7?
5 or 6 by my guess, maybe 7 even. Yeah, there's been a lot. And that was a sweaty turn card there for Antonius, but he manages to hold.
Looks like best turn card in the deck for Artur.
And at this point, it's been nearly 3 hours of play. Both players and commentators have not had time to use the restroom.
We've managed.
We've managed.
We're doing the old Antonio Esfandiari.
Oh, God. But maybe one more hand to be played here before the players go on break. So who will be the bubble boy? It's Martirosian, who is now last in chips. But Antonius and Wai Leong Chan far from out of the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Danger zone. And it's a walk for our chip leader, Kuhn.
Well, he's up to 3.4 million. We are going on break, as that was a, stand corrected, 3-hour frame.
Okay. Break confirmed.
Hang on. B-Tech's in the big blind.
There
He's
we go.
going to get out of there. All right. So blind's going up to 25K, 50K when we get back from break. The average stack has dropped down to 21 bigs with 11 players, a byproduct of just how long this bubble has gone on for. Jason Kuhn with the chip lead, 67 bigs. Second closest to him is Michael Watson, who, if you recall, had less than 200K at big blind 30K. He was the shortest stack. All in, he had to fade that massive, what was it, open ender and a flush draw for Jason Kuhn on the Jack 10 deuce. And yeah, so what's his second in chips?
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, it was basically a dead coin flip. I think Kuhn actually was the equity favorite
That's right.
there on the flop. So what a wild bubble this has been. And Kuhn's at the top and he stands alone, but it's really unclear who's going to bubble and when this bubble is going to burst. And, you know, Kuhn just wants it to keep going as long as possible.
He does indeed. He's on the hunt for title number 13. We've got so many storylines. Michael Watson looking for number 8 and looking to become the first player ever to win 3 titles in a series. We'll be back in about 10-15 minutes time. We'll be working our way down to the final table. We'll see you shortly.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September.
call.
Triton.
Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
Rare pass from Richard. Does that open the door for Sir Watts? 6 bigs, ace, king, 10-8. Doesn't love the fact that he's got 4 of the same suit.
Yeah, I think this just goes in.
On the strength of ace, king, 10-8 alone. He will try and run this.
I suspect Martirosian will just lay this down out of the small blind. He would have probably gambled out of the big. Looking like a nice deuce to 7 triple draw hand. Just fill it in with a 4 or a 5. Not going to work here.
Right, you need to start giving me a little bit of coaching. So deuce to 7 triple draw. Why would this be a good hand?
So you would actually get dealt 5 cards, but let's say
okay.
those were the first 4 you looked at. You'd be on your way to a monster because the nuts in that game is deuce 3, 4, 5, 7.
Deuce 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay.
So the second nuts is deuce 3, 4, 6, 7. So like, let's say you started with those and you caught a 4. Or was dealt the 4 as your 5th card. You have the second nuts, and it's really hard to make the second nuts in that game. In any event, it's a very, very poor pot limit Omaha hand, but he is going to defend because he knows that Watson has just 70K back.
This is really out there. And look at the equities, by the way.
Yeah, and I confess I expected the fold, but he is competitive in equity. This one's all Watson, though. And Wai Longchen cannot fold having flopped a pair.
Drawing to runners.
This would be a dirty, dirty way for Michael Watson to go out. As you can see, he has 97%.
But this is the problem now, because Wai Longchen is going to lose this majority of the time.
Pop the flush.
He's got 3%, and now he's going to become the shortest stack.
10 of hearts, 8 of hearts. And has been called by Wai Leong with 7 of diamonds, 6 of clubs, 3 of spades, 2 of clubs. We do have a flop. The flop reads 9 of spades, jack of hearts, 7 of spades.
Seven, 6, 3, or a deuce for a sweat.
The turn is the queen of diamonds. And the river is a 4 of diamonds. And Mike doubles up with a straight.
It's a really silky voice.
Yeah.
On the mic.
Nice little bonus to have some commentary that we don't need to provide.
Before the final card was dealt.
I'm remembering this too. It was against, was it against Ibinger?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. It was against Ibinger.
I think it was.
We got Nightwish in the chat saying parents got offered to withdraw, chose not to, asked how to play, got a quick lesson 15 minutes before the start, and basically went wire to wire. That's
unbelievable.
That's an incredible story.
Martirosian stepping out of line a bit here with the ace-9, 8-6 non-nut suit. Does Grieco want to attack, or does he give credit to Martirosian's range being too strong here? He lets it go.
Oh, well,
Wow.
Surely this is going in.
Might just go in for Punsri. He's now the shortest stack in the entire tournament.
Good luck, lads. There's no guarantee that Artur calls this off, by the way. But there we go.
He's calling. He likes his price too much.
Nah, you have an ace. You have an ace, right? Maybe, yeah, but I have good one. But I should maybe flat, maybe.
Always love it when they start talking strat, because you learn so many things from these elite players. I'm not
Punat
saying
shows
that
the
maybe you
King of
should flat.
Diamonds, King of Hearts.
Why
Ten
would
of
that be,
Hearts,
Alex?
ten of
What's the
spades.
idea?
Just because he probably has no fold equity on a shove, so then he can get away on ace-high boards. I think that's the idea.
It's been called by Artur with ace of clubs, 9 of spades.
There might have been
eight
a touch of
hearts,
fold
6
equity.
of hearts.
Good luck, lads. Lucky tie money against the reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year, Artur Martirosian.
The flop
King
is the 10 of
10-5.
diamonds, Queen of Hearts, 5 of diamonds.
Middle set for Punsri, just needs to fade the jack. Some kill cards on the turn. That's not one of them.
Turn is the 3 of clubs.
Artur's drawing live.
And the
Doesn't get
river is the 8 of diamonds, and Punat will double up.
Now Artur's the short stack.
How quickly it changes. Now for chips, Artur absolutely had to call the shove, and I think he's deciding whether to snow, which is basically to bluff with a weak hand. A lot of it's based on how many blockers you've seen. So for instance, if you started with 2-2, 3-3, 5, and then you keep just catching, 2s and 3s and 5s, it can be a good spot to snow because you block your opponent from having very strong hands. And you also want to start bluffing with your weakest draws, ones that are going to make straights more often. For instance, 4, 5, 6 is a very weak hand. So if you defended the big blind with that, against small blind open, and you saw lots of pair blockers, maybe you start forming some bluffs from there. So it's all about the cards you've seen, the drawing and betting decisions of your opponent, the pot odds, all that stuff.
We've got a spot here. Artur's all in on the button. Ace, queen, queen, deuce. Wai Leong Chan's going to flat out the small. Jack 10, 9, 7. I'm somewhat surprised that Rich just folded there.
Again, maybe it's a function of him wanting the bubble to go on.
Yeah.
Right.
Straight announced.
Artur is our all-in player and has been called by Wai Leong. Wai Leong has Jack of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, 9 of clubs, 7 of hearts. And Artur has ace of spades, queen of hearts, queen of clubs, deuce of hearts.
Love the facial gestures of the masseuse. She's like, Jack 10, 9, set. It's like she's judging some of the hands being played. It's like, really? You put it in with that? 8 of clubs
The flop
is
is
a terrible
5 of
window
clubs,
card
king of
for
spades,
Artur.
8 of clubs.
Just knows that Wai Leong's going to be wrapped around it a lot of the time. He's drawing live.
Still a big favorite is the Russian. 6 would end it.
Queen's a fun card.
The turn is the deuce of spades.
Just a 6 now.
And the river is the jack of hearts.
It's a nasty door card.
Artur has doubled up.
Richard had king 6, 6. So what says aces? He says run it.
Isn't it 320 or
Kuhn does not have exactly the type of hand you would want to have against an aces heavy range. But does find call.
Wow. This is huge. 700k out there. So what's with just 400 back? Jason's looking for hearts or a queen. Oh my word.
Wow.
Good luck, lads.
It's going to be a flip for Mike Watson's life once again.
If Watson holds, he's going to play at 1.5 million. Looks like he's going to leave one chip back. Jason snap jams. Good luck, lads.
Watson did not want to get snapped with this hand. Overpair and gut shot, but hearts loom.
On table 2. Mike is our all-in player and has been called by Jason. We do have a flop. The flop is 10 of hearts, jack of spades, 2 of hearts.
Wow, this
Mike
is
showing ace of diamonds, ace of hearts, 10 of spades, queen of clubs.
This is massive.
And Jason has king of diamonds, queen of spades, queen of hearts, 5 of hearts.
Watson could move up to third. If he holds it, up to 1.5 million. If he holds. You can see, as it stands, he's actually an equity dog.
The turn is the 3 of spades.
Now he's a big favorite.
God, look at how many people are watching this river card dealt. What a hold.
The river is the 7 of diamonds.
What a hold, Michael Watson.
You can see.
And it's the last day of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here. My name is Randy Liu. Alongside me is Alex Livingston. And it's been about a 3-hour bubble so far. We've got Jason Koon with a massive chip lead. And sometimes I want to say the stars are aligned for him right now, but he really did earn it. He made that massive bluff and got the full house to fold.
Yeah, exactly right. Jason's been having a lot of fun over the last hour or so, basically raising every pot as a chip leader does on a PLO bubble, but it's because he got that impressive bluff through the at-the-time chip leader, Richard Grieco, turning 10s and 8s, which was a board pair blocker on a paired board, into a bluff, and getting Grieco to actually lay down a full house, 4s full of 10s.
Yeah, it's super sick, too. So Grieco no longer the chip leader. He's out of position against Jason Koon. Pretty bad spot for him on the Stone Cold bubble. You know, it's been going on for so many hours. I guess at the bottom, we can see Archer only has 3 big blinds. He's trying to get in there. There's multiple players with 7 big blinds. I guess the question is, who's going to be the bubble boy?
And we've seen this in a couple other tournaments where the short stack, it seems, just keeps winning every all-in. That's been the case here so far. It's Martirosian who has the most immediate danger, but Antonius and Wylong Chan, they cannot feel safe.
Because they don't feel safe, I'm expecting to play extremely tight until Archer gets it in.
There you can see it, 11 out of 59 remaining, 10 will pay. So much tension in the air right now as this bubble's just been going on for what seems like an eternity.
$115,000 is the min pay for top 10, and someone is going to be very sad. Like the skies outside, it started to drizzle on my way over here.
Did it really?
Yeah, a little bit.
I haven't even thought about taking the umbrella out in quite some time. I know we had a bit of rain early in the series, but it's been blue skies throughout.
I know, it's the last day. Getting a little sad, but we should be excited. It's the possibility of having Jason Koon be a 13 Triton title champion, and we're also going to pick up more coverage after this event ends in the 25K Bounty Quattro.
That's right. Was taking a look at the structure of that one. 20-minute levels to start. Once registration closes, it goes to 15 minutes. So pretty much a super turbo, but a last chance at romance for the players who were knocked out of this one. You can see at this point 13 entries to start there. Isaac Haxton on top.
So this is a 6-max tournament. The final table should be 7 players. First, let's see who is going to be the bubble boy. Pretty annoying for Patrick because he's under the gun, and if Archer doesn't get in his chip soon, he's going to post a big blind next hand.
This is true, but Artur has so much less than him that he is looking to stay out of harm's way.
Okay, Ben Tollerine. E2 is quite short. I wonder if he presses on. Oh, it's not Patrick in the big, sorry. It's Watson in the big. He's got to be very careful.
So Watson gets a walk. He'll be very happy to see that, as he is the big stack on this table. Second in chips overall.
Just seems like lately I've seen Watson at the end of every single tournament here. He's got a 5th, a 4th, and a 1st, and another 1st.
Yeah, it's been a really strong series for Watson. Bricked the first 3 events, then found a 5th, one more brick, then a 1st. And in his last 4 events, there's been a 1st, a 4th, and a 5th, and the 5th was in that 100K PLO main event.
So whenever he cashes, he makes the final table.
Yeah, you're
Pretty
right. So
good.
this is, he's already got 5 final tables. This would be his 6th. I believe that's also true for Antonius. But Antonius yet to pick up a title, and Watson has picked up 2 on this stop.
2.5 bigs for Archer. He's got King 997 in the cutoff. He still has some free hands if he wants to wait.
It's a pretty weak hand, but you know, he's feeling the pressure of the blind sneaking up on him.
A high pressure spot. He knows he has literally no fold equity. He's going to pass on this one. That means all the other short stacks will pass. I imagine Watson raises because Patrick is so short.
I think so too. He can just attack so wide here, knowing that Patrick has to respect Artur's shorter stack.
I feel like Watson could even raise quad deuces.
Probably,
small blind.
probably close to any 4, if not any 4. Maybe even just quad deuces. The
hands
the
worse than a
blockers are so
drupal.
bad, but still. We need a new term for how bad that hand is. It's not even just a drugal.
Pretty sure this is the longest bubble we've ever had in Triton history.
Is it the longest in Triton history?
I don't know. 3 hours plus? It just
Yeah.
has to be, right?
I mean, if it's not, it's got to be close, and I could see it definitely being the record. Feels more likely you get a scenario like this in PLO than in No Limit.
You're right.
And you've been around for most, if not all, of the PLO tournaments over the past few years, so you would know better than I.
I mean, usually someone randomly collides, but right now we are blinding down for short stacks. We even have chip leaders making moves. Pot for Martin Dam.
And it's not like Watson can just mess around super wide on the button here. Yes, he covers Dam, but Dam could put a big dent in Watson's stack.
We fold.
Let's keep it 15.
Martin says, leave my big blind ante out there.
It's funny, I always like getting the pot scooped in and then re-putting the
Me
ante
too.
out there. You're the same as me. I want to collect my chips, feel my newfound wealth, and then post what I owe.
I earned it. Okay, Grieco versus Jason Kuhn. You know what happened last time.
So Kuhn's getting funky here. He's flatting the open with King, Queen, Trey Deuce. He doesn't want Grieco to feel like he can start opening too many hands.
Yeah, he's just being really annoying and in position. That's what you want to do if you're the chip leader. And he knows that Grieco is probably auto-checking all flops out of position.
Especially this board, which should rate to hit Kuhn's range hard. His hand strikes me as a difficult one to start bluffing with, even given the ICM pressure, just because he has no interaction at all with this board.
He literally don't care. He's going to bet 110,000. Jason just leveraging the situation.
Yeah, this is 100% about his stack and the situation. But if Grieco lays down, so Grieco folded top pair in an open-ended straight draw. That to me suggests that Kuhn's bet is great because he's getting Grieco to fold a hand that in other situations he would never even consider folding. He had backdoor diamonds as well.
And Jason only had a bet quarter pot. Wow. I actually thought Grieco was going to at least check call one.
I thought Grieco would peel that one.
He can contain the pot with check
Both
calls.
of you bust, same hand, you cash.
Yeah, I understand.
Archer's like, oh, I don't want to hear that news. So if two players bust at the same table, it's going to be whoever had the larger stack that makes the money. But if it's separate tables, then they'll chop the bubble.
And we are, of course, hand for hand here.
Archer is under the gun. He's got 9973.
We saw him pass on King 997. Of course, here he's in an earlier position. The
I think I'm passing here.
I would pass as well. The problem is now you have to just hope you get something decent in the big blind, but still, chances are you can get something slightly better than that.
And there's an off chance that someone just busts on the other tables. You never know. Good thing you folded because 2 9s are gone as well. And Garcia had aces.
Garcia with the medicine.
There he goes with a limp. He's trying to put in the limp re-raise against Martin.
Yeah, he is. He knows that his range wants to do a lot of limping when he's the covered stack. He knows that Martin is aggressive enough to attack this pretty wide. And attack Martin does. And this is going to work out well for Garcia, who can expect to have some immediate fold equity with the limp 3-bet, particularly where their stacks are so close.
Yeah, because it'd be very threatening to Martin if he was to speculate. Well played from Garcia. Got the max. Knows his opponent.
Yeah, these spots, these blind battles are getting really interesting at the highest levels now as these players are incorporating a lot of ideas from No Limit Hold'em. You start to see more polarized raises out of the big blind than you used to see. Players have some limp folds out of the small blind.
Yeah, I feel like it's so relevant right now on bubble time. Like, Garcia doesn't have much incentive to limp call with similar stacks out of position.
Exactly right.
You want to make the money. $100,000. So here we go. Archer is in the big blind. He's put in the big blind ante. He only has 4 or 5 blues back. Who's going to give him a spin? Or maybe they'll just walk him. One can dream. Antonius of Ace King 3-2. He's like, all right, I'm going to sit out.
He needs Martirosian to get all in and lose, and Cesar Garcia is going to give it a try.
Raise 175,000.
Martin Dam's got King, Queen, Jack, 6.
Covered now by Garcia, which is concerning. He's going to get out of the way.
And Archer has the 3-card rundown. Diamonds and a deuce.
3-card rundown with a lemon, but Garcia's hand dominating his.
Hopefully that lemon is not sour. Okay, so Archer, all in. Stone cold bubble.
7 of diamonds, 2 of clubs. And it's being called by Ace of clubs. 8 of clubs.
I don't know if you get a one-time for all the different variants, but maybe Archer should use it for PLO this one time. Although he's got 35%, not the end of the world. Good spirits.
And
we must
the
take a
is
flop.
4 of hearts, 6 of diamonds, 10 of hearts.
I mean,
Garcia has a ton, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got a wrap and a flush draw. Martirosian has a wrap as well. They could chop the pot.
Heart would be immediate death for Martirosian, and now
is the Jack of
so many outs.
He picks up diamonds. A queen would now work as well.
Try naming them all.
4.
Ace of spades is the funniest river. Like that's gotta happen.
Don't give ideas, please.
So don't root for anyone specifically. 10
And
of
the river is the 10 of
clubs.
clubs. We lose one player.
We lost
All players
Artur
are now removed.
Martirosian.
Congratulations. We're no longer
Ace
hand
8
for
high
hand.
wins it for Cesar
Fast
Garcia.
action will now be in play again.
So Artur gonna go home empty-handed in this tournament. He's got one last chance in the last event, the 25K Bounty Quattro. But we're in the money. I feel like I've got that death touch because the second I came into the booth, someone busted.
Yeah, well, we were stalled out for so long, it felt like it was only a matter of time. But finally, the bubble bursts, and now we might expect to see a flurry of all-ins, as there are a number of sub-15 big blind stacks by virtue of the bubble dragging out for so long, these stacks getting whittled down. It's great news for Antonius.
So players obviously want to chip up. But you know, with every elimination, there's a pay jump, even from 10th to 9th. So 115,000 locked up, 136K for 9th. Let's see how they play.
It's a good point, Randy. There's still always that ICM pressure with each jump, but it's subdued now. The 115 locked up, just a 21K jump.
Yeah, it's almost like winning the tournament when you go from 0 to 115, and then you're back to little pay jumps.
Exactly right.
I suppose a mini satellite almost. Let's watch Michael Watson open up suited kings. That hand looks all right. 10, 10, 9, 8.
Yeah, I'd be getting in there with Dam's hand for a flat call.
Yeah, please clarify that. Wait for him to go aggro. All right, let's roll out here. Let's see, Wailong Chan up against Jason Kuhn. Oh, Wailong Chan is a huge favorite pre-flop.
He's got a big hand, the red king, king, 10, 9. Double suited version. 3-1 favorite.
Yeah, 10 of hearts is bad for Wailong Chan. That it's in Jason Kuhn's holding. And
How
the
about
flop
Broadway?
is that. You feel good about that, Wailong Chan?
Give that man a set. Chop it up. Use.
3 of spades. Nothing. Guess Jason looking for a chop.
Full house. Again. Just kidding.
Wailong Chan froze for a second. Did I overlook something? Yep. Am I out?
Alright. No more of that.
Alright, so Wailong Chan plays a 12 big blind stack. He's happy.
So he doubles up, meaning that Antonius is the shortest stack off just 4 big blinds.
So on the Stone Cold Bubble, you were watching for 3 hours. Obviously, Jason Kuhn benefited the most, but is there someone else that did all right that I should be aware of?
Well, Mike Watson, he's in second place. He definitely chipped up. He actually chipped down quite a bit as Grieco was battling him and getting the better of him, but he still ended up net positive on the bubble. Martin Dam held his own. Cesar Garcia picked up some chips, I believe.
Cool. All right, looks like Patrick's ready to go, and he's up against Ace, King, Queen, Jack. The top 4 Broadway cards, and it's a suit.
Garcia probably will just elect to repot here. He does
take out other players.
Yeah, he is covered by Watson in the big blind, but it's one of those things where it's not that frequent that Watson's going to wake up with something he can play. And this hand just blocking a lot of the strongest hands.
Does Watson have anything? No, he does not.
He's got a pair of 10s.
Come on, man. Even I know that's a bad hand. All right, Garcia versus Patrick Antonius. Patrick's actually in decent shape, 44% with 4 unders.
Yeah, the 10s are interesting because on the one hand, Patrick would want to use them to make a pair or 2 pair, but on the other hand, they're kind of a pivot card for Garcia's straights.
So roughly a coin flip, pre-flop that is. Both players with a single suit. Diamonds for Garcia, clubs for Antonius.
Wow, case 10.
Okay. It'll be very hard to win, Patrick. You're up against Broadway.
Almost impossible. A 10 would be a good start.
He needs a running full house, I assume.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Not going to do it.
So another one down. I really do have the deft touch as we lose 2 players immediately once I come into the booth.
So Patrick at least acquiring that cash, outlasting Artur Martirosyan, but downed in 10th.
Yeah, sure, it's sad to bust the tournament, but when you realize you were very short-stacked as well, and you know, you got into the right side of the money bubble, it's okay.
Yeah, there's definitely a silver lining there when you were potentially one of the players who could have been the bubble boy.
Definitely worse ways. That one could have played out. So we're down to 9.
We're down to 9. We've still got 3 stacks at 10 big blinds and less. That's Wai Long Chan, Ben Tollerine, and Espen Mirmo.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
I'm going to walk for Cesar Garcia.
Mm-hmm. Let me think of a new way to make poker fun. Okay, every time you get a walk, you have to take a lap. What do you think?
You have to take a lap.
Yeah, you got to walk around the table.
I mean, it's how about 20 push-ups or something? A lap around the table? I mean,
All
it's
right.
not very difficult.
20 might not. 20 push-ups might not be difficult for some, like Jason Kuhn.
Yeah.
But for me, you know, I'll be like, never walk me then. Let's just play.
Stand-up game tournament would be fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It's endurance.
Or a Squid
test.
Game.
Just standing up for 10 hours.
Yeah, I like the original stand-up game. It turned into Squid Game because people were lazy and didn't want to stand.
Why don't they just make the table higher then? 2x the height, like a bar
I think
table.
Jason Kuhn has talked about wanting to use a standing table.
Oh. I guess I wasn't the first one to think of that.
Or maybe it was just a meme, but... Tollerine, for some reason, is pondering a very weak hand in the cutoff, but...
Homage to the dirty diaper.
Yeah.
Pay the respects.
Meanwhile, Watson likely going to open this one up. You could also limp it, but he covers Dam in the big blind. Okay, plays limp, doesn't want to face 3-bet, reasonable.
Garcia. He
think we
gets a
just
better
call.
price.
Yeah, I would think we would just call. He might be considering raising, but I think he'd want to be at least having an ace-high suit. Certainly double suited would come in for the raise.
Martin checks so fast. I guess he checks his cards once he gets them dealt.
Save some time that way.
Yeah, I like to do that as well. Queen 8-4, 2 diamonds.
Check. Check. Check.
Checked 6 times in the way he did that. All right, it's checked over to Watson. He's got jacks with a gut shot.
He has the type of hand that can consider betting because he could put those jacks to work. For instance, on a 10, he makes a straight. But on a 9, he makes a pretend straight.
Sorry, I don't have any cash.
He's also got a pair blocker, a diamond in hand. He just has a lot of interaction with the board. He denies equity. Like he basically has cards that his opponents would need to continue in the hand. So it makes it less likely he faces resistance.
Wai Long Chan up against Jason Kuhn again. Are they just getting it in? Jason doesn't really have anything. He can't call. That's a nice pickup for Wai Long Chan.
Could you beat ace high? Like a good ace high? Yeah. No, pre-flop? No. Pre-flop you couldn't? Damn it.
Flop definitely couldn't. Flop the pair.
Did you have a queen in your hand? Okay. I would have got it in really bad on the
Garcia on the button. 2 hold'em hands. He's out. Over to Martin Dam. That doesn't look very good, does it?
That'll be a walk for Tolerine. Always feels nice when you're at 10 bigs and you get a walk.
Of course.
So now you want him to do a lap around the table?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like a punishment for being... I mean, it's not really a punishment. I mean, getting up and moving your body is probably actually a good thing.
You got to work for it.
Got to work for it? All right. A walk for the walk.
Thank you for entertaining me there, Alex.
Always, Randy. I always have time for your antics, however insane they might be. I've been known to dive down some delirious roads myself.
Look, I'm giving you ideas for the Halifax home game, all right?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe Drugal will like it.
Drugal.
Or
Drugal is here.
Doodle Drugal.
We've seen some Drugals being played as Grieco and Kuhn both at various points with those massive chip leads were just able to relentlessly open Drugals. Even Rainbow Drugals.
I feel like by the time I get to your game, I'm going to know all of the characters there.
I hope you do.
Like, hey, I know you. You're Drugal, right? Queen Jack 4-4 double into the muck. Early position. Watson, it's your turn to take a walk. A lap around the table, I think. Or is this hand worthy of calling?
I suspect it's going to be walked.
All right, Watson, get up. Get around. Oh, he had ace, king, 10-10. Okay, Bunap Punsri versus Wailong Chan. And they are practically flipping on the flop. 8 of spades. Did the equities not change? Barely.
They should, I would think. Oh, I see. He's still got all these 2-pair outs, the diamond draw. There's diamonds. Punsri is out.
Another one down. We're down to 8. Just like that. So we lost Arthur. Then we lost Patrick Antonius. Now we lose Punap Punsri, Thailand's finest. Wailong Chan once again. Okay, so we've got 2 tables of 4 remaining, 8 players, so we're on the final table bubble now.
Yeah, that's right. They combined to 7 because they don't want to play a table of 4 and a table of 3, which makes
fair.
sense. So once one more player is out, we'll have our final table.
So, naturally, I look at the bottom of the chip counts. Espen's on 7 big blinds and Ben Tollerine's on 9 big blinds.
Bit of separation between them and Martin Dam, who's on 21. Still Kuhn at the top with an overwhelming chip lead, over double average. Ben's got a very playable hand here. I would expect he just pots this one with the nut suit.
At least that deuce is doing something. It's suited to the ace and also gives you a little bit of wheel action possibilities.
Exactly right. Ah, is Garcia going to give him a spin? He would love to have a suit, would Garcia, but 7-6-5-4 Rainbow still pretty live against the raising range.
A little discount from the big. I think I'm calling here. I've got too much gamble.
I think so too. With a suit, it would be a clear call.
Just want to see if you flop a wrap.
I think he's still going to call this one.
Yeah, he's just making sure he's not overlooking something. No problem with that. If he does call, it's 125 more. And there's 290 back. He's not forced to commit to 290. You can just see a flop and see if he wants to run it.
Yeah, fairly easy to figure out which boards you need to put the rest in on. There's a few tricky ones.
What do you think about that board?
That would be one of them, as he has the bottom end of a wrap. And he's probably just going to like to lead out himself to apply as much pressure as possible to some sort of ace-king high type hand. Tolerine has a very clear call with the nut gut shot and the pair.
There it is.
Oh, sorry.
Turn back those cards. We gotta wait until the other table finishes their hand before we reveal.
Well, Ben might have got a little look at that. He's not going to hate seeing it.
Yeah, he's ahead, 60-40. Wait, there's another all-in? Wylon Chan's got aces up against Espen Mermo, so the two short stacks are all in on different tables.
So if those short stacks were both to bust, they would split the pay positions of 7th and 8th. Because they're on separate tables. Yeah.
You're right, Alex. Onto a flop, top set for Wylon Chan.
Mermo is all but out.
Okay.
Picks up some equity. He's got a combo draw now.
Yep, the diamonds are
diamonds
covered.
no good.
Jack of Hearts ends it for Espen Mermo. Wylon Chan continues to win lots of pots on the outer table. So we're down to a final table of 7 and possibly even 6, depending on how this hand plays out. Ace of spades. Good for Tolerine.
Couple of more outs.
True. The wheel can be made with the 3.
No, but you don't have the 4 anymore.
The 5 of clubs is a straight for Cesar Garcia, and we just got a double elimination on 2 separate tables. They're going to chop up that prize because they're eliminated on different tables.
That's right. Yeah,
All
so
right, final
they'll
table
split the
time.
difference.
Almost. 2 in a row for you. I know, yeah. 2 in a row. Yeah. Must be good.
So Ben Tolerine officially 7th place. You see the payday there? But he won't be joining the final table of the $75,000 buy-in. Take the plate of fruit with him. Hey, he still has one more tournament to play.
Yeah, the 25K Turbo is still going on, and would expect that Ben jumps right into that one.
Gotta eat the fruit first. Okay, so we are at the final table. 6 players remaining in our 6 max tournament, just like how it was scripted. Jason Kuhn is the tournament chip leader looking for title number 13. He's got a big lead on Cesar Garcia, who has 46 bigs. See that Martin's the short stack, 21 big blinds. Still plenty of room to play. Good to see him at another pot limit Omaha final table.
Yeah, absolutely. And with those 2 short stacks gone, you know, kind of feels like anybody's game. There's a bit more wiggle room now. The average stack got very short for a while as that bubble dragged on for so long. And then we had 5 eliminations in the span of, what has it been, 45 minutes or so?
It was very fast. The second I got into the booth, Archer went down, Patrick went down, just every single person. And even when we got to the final table, we had a double elimination. So we have 6 players remaining. So we're going to set up that final table. Just going to take us about a couple minutes, and then we'll resume to see who's the winner.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
Triton.
5 years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
Welcome back to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. This is the very last day of the festival, and we have the final table of the $75,000 buy-in, and it's Jason Koon at the top. He's got a massive chip leader. He's hunting title number 13, and it's been his story. If you look at that table draw over there, what do you see, Alex?
Well, what I see is a mountain of chips for Jason Koon, and looking at the positioning, you wouldn't want to be Mike Watson. He's got Koon on his direct left, and Weilong Chan has him 2 to his left. So Grieco has the best seat in the house with position on Koon, but anything can change. There's no major short stack now, as Dam has 21 bigs and he's the shortest. But to me, the two storylines here are Jason Koon chasing title number 13, and of course Mike Watson. He's looking for number 8 to be second in Triton. He's already second, but to extend that and also to pick up 3-in-1 series, something that nobody's done before here at Triton.
These are some huge storylines, and I want to talk about Watson, right? He was the first one or second player to get the Trident. Even Jason Koon's got the Trident. Man, they've got these big storylines that are a bit clashing right now. But Watson, I've been watching him play poker for so long at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Amazing at Omaha Hold'em, amazing at Short Deck, and in Pot Lim Omaha as well. I would love to see how he maneuvers. He does have a little bit of a problem with Jason Koon to his direct left, but he currently sits in 4th. But Jason, there are times when I see Jason struggle a bit where he's not doing so well throughout the series, and all of a sudden he just skyrockets and pick up a title, and hell, this might be the one for him.
Yeah, I was talking about that with Henry, and Jason's just one of those players who maintains his composure throughout the series, whether or not things are going well. And that's so important over the course of a long series. Some people get beaten down, their self-confidence starts to, fade a little bit, but Jason always holds strong.
So we do have some Pot Limit Omaha specialists, as you would expect in a tournament of this caliber, $75,000 buy-in. We've got Martin Dam, Richard Grieco, Cesar Garcia. These guys came out to play exclusively Pot Lim Omaha. 2 of them are the shortest stacks, so we'll kind of see how they work. But Weilong Chan, also one of those guys. He doesn't play that much Pot Lim Omaha. He has his own unique style, but from what I've seen, he kind of reminds me of Wang Ye, where he just relentlessly bets.
Yeah, and it was in Jeju. We saw him pick up that first title, right? And now here he is, just one stop later, looking for another one. So Weilong Chan, he's fun to watch and really good-natured guy, and he's playing tough as well. He plays his own style.
Yes, so final table, we have an average of 39 big blinds. Normally, we do have that rollback, but I guess given how fast we got to the final table, we'll play a 40 big blind average, so plenty of room to play. I guess we might be here for a little bit.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, it was looking like a very shallow average stack, but then things just went crazy once that bubble finally burst.
So I guess we are ready to find out if Jason Koon is going to pick up title number 13 or if one of the other 5 competitors is ready to stop him as the final table is set.
As the curtain is about to fall here in Montenegro for this Triton series, please allow me 1 minute to first and foremost thank all the players that support us. Thank you so much. This means the world to us. It was an incredible 16 days. Also, thank you so much for Maestral Resort and Casino. Your hospitality is second to none. Thank you to the massage team, the waiting staff, F&B, everyone here at Maestral. Thank you so much. Also, the Triton team, the Triton family. You're doing an incredible job behind the scene. The production team, as they pointing at themselves. And also the voices behind these. Alex, Kevin, Randy, and Andy. Sorry, I remember only Alex at the beginning. Sorry, guys. Thank you so much. You've been the voices accompanying us throughout this whole event. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now, the 75K PLO is down to a final table of 7. We're going to find out who's going to take home this beautiful trophy, glory, the title, and more than $1.2 million. He's been waiting here for a while. Thank you so much, Richard. In seat number 1 from the UK with 1.3 million. Please welcome Richard Grieco.
Well, the most successful British PLO player in history at Triton is chasing title number 2.
And in seat number 2 from Denmark with 1.1 million. Please put your hand together for Martin. Damn.
Martin has made so many final tables at Triton. He's got the most earnings from Denmark.
In seat number 2 with 2.3 million from Spain. Please welcome Cesar Garcia.
It's a 4th Triton final table for the Spaniard, who continues to impress in the pot limit Omaha streets.
In seat number 5 from Malaysia with 1.9 million. Please welcome Chan Wei Long.
A true Triton OG, took him a decade to win his first title.
Seat number 6 from Canada with 1.8 million. Please welcome Mike Watson.
With a win here today, Watson would become the first player to ever take down 3 in one series. Can he do it?
And last but not least, we have our chip leader closing his final table in seat number 7 from the USA, 3.4 million. Jason Kuhn.
It's time to find out, will Jason Kuhn pick up the 13th Triton title?
Apologize to Harry in the boot, as I call him Andy. For some reason, we're ready. We're gonna start this final table with the button on Martin. We still have 7 hands remaining. 25K, 50K, 50K. Wish all the very best of luck. Andy shuffle.
All right. Cannot wait to get Andy in the Triton commentary booth.
You heard Luca there apologizing to Henry at the end as he was thanking the commentary team of Alex, Kevin, Randy, and Andy. Randy, who's Andy? I mean, we know Andy, our CEO. Is there another Andy I don't know about? Yeah, it's an innocent mistake, and Luca's had to do so much announcing all series long. But shout out to Henry as well, of course. Look at what they're playing for. 1.24 up top, 274 for 6th. Everything in the balance here. Particularly, you feel like this means so much to Mike Watson and Jason Kuhn, given those records that are on the line.
Everyone else is not going to make it easy for them. Watson under the gun. Pocket kings, not looking to play it with Jason to his direct left. And a suited ace for Jason. Enough of a hand for him to choose to open. He makes it 2.5x.
I like this because he's got the chip lead and he feels like probably there's not going to be that much flatting that goes on from the players behind him, so he can leverage quite a bit with just this 2.5x. Maybe gets some slightly wider defense out of the big blind, but he'll have position in those cases. So Wai Long Chan defending the Queen Jack 7-6 suited, single suited. Reasonable flop for Kuhn to just take a stab at because he's not going to have to fold that much equity. If he bets and gets raised, it's no big deal. He has a single spade in hand and a deuce, so he blocks some of the continues with straight and flush draw blockers.
He's got that little gut shot, helpful.
And then not to mention the obvious, which is that he's the chip leader and that all of his opponents are going to need to play more carefully and passively against him, especially out of position.
So Wai Long Chan just has that gut shot and backdoor clubs. He is quite the fighter. This looks a little ambitious. If he was continuing, he's coming in. He really is just going to go for the W.
Yeah, this looks quite ambitious with just the naked gut shot. He does have backdoor clubs and some overcards There are some ways in which he could run out a straight, but this still feels adventurous, shall we say, from Wai Long Chan.
But you know, maybe there's a way for him to win the pot. It's quite difficult for Jason to bet again, isn't it, with his hand?
He could just go for a small bet and try to target all sorts of 1- and 2-pair hands, but he does check back, and might this open the door for Wai Long Chan, as you were alluding to steal this pot.
Jason actually makes trip deuces, which is a bit interesting.
It's an interesting catch for Jason, because if Wai Long Chan bets, Jason has not really pulled ahead of any of the value betting range. But maybe he'll feel like he has a slightly better bluff catcher now, of course, because now he can beat hands that were bluffing with the best hand. Random 3, random 4.
Yeah, let's see what Wai Long Chan does. He just gives it up. He's not expecting to win. Jason snap checks it back. He knows that it could have been a straight. I did want to bet with a flush out there and a paired board.
Yeah, well, once he faces check, I think Jason realizes he's got showdown value, but not enough of a hand to value bet.
Seems like a pretty good time for me to ask the chat on who they think is going to take down this $75,000 buy-in tournament.
It's probably hard to bet against the 12-time champion with the chip lead, isn't it?
It's pretty hard to bet against
What
them,
do you
but
think?
What do they think?
We see some, I see at least one Caesar fan, Cesar fan in the chat from the Canary Islands.
Yep.
And hit us with your BLTs as well, chat. Let us know where you're tuning in from, your beverage of choice at the moment, what time it is where you are.
Carbon's saying 2 different names. I don't think that's allowed. You got to pick one person. You can't pick Jason and Watson.
Some Watson love in the chat. Some Jason love as well.
Richard Grieco. Guess in terms of seat draw, he's happy that he doesn't have Jason to his direct left anymore.
Very true.
What?
175.
So Garcia with the Badugi ace, potting it on the button. And here we got Badugi kings.
Where's Badugi Dan when we need him?
Yeah, where is he?
Oh, hello.
Aces and queens double suited. As good as it gets in this game.
As dreamy as it gets, and facing a raise and a flat call. What a nice spot for Watson. Very clear repot. Garcia will get out of the way. And what is Wai Long Chan going to do with these somewhat marginal kings, given he doesn't have a suit? It's unclear to me.
All right, let's
may
make
just
it
let them go.
700K.
Yeah. The 3-bet is in. We know Garcia's going to fold. He's got pretty much the bottom of his opening range with this Badugi Ace-Jack 9-6.
Yeah, it seems like with no suit, Long Chan's hand is not that great. Opponent's saying he's got aces, and these are very good ones. Double suited. Even ace queen could make it straight. He likes to play pots. Is this going to be one he enters?
He's going to go for it. And he moved in.
Wow, he back jammed all in.
Yeah, he felt that his kings were just strong enough versus the Watson squeeze. This is an enormous pot.
I know, it's 3.3 million chips. Watson's got the hand you dream of being dealt in Pot Lim Omaha. Double suited aces. Double paired. It's a big favorite for Watson. And if he can hold here, Wai Long Chan, he's gone from the tournament. Well, it's looking pretty bad for Wai Long Chan. You know why? Because some of his outs are in Watson's hand.
It is bleak indeed.
Tunnel is flickering.
Drawing to just one of the 2 remaining queens to make Broadway.
That's the end of Wylong Chan. A very short final table for him. He did not believe Michael Watson pays the price and sees the next one eliminated. And now we really do have a match at the top of the leaderboards. Jason Kuhn versus Michael Watson.
Seems concerning.
Yeah, this is now a completely different tournament as Watson is pulled even with Kuhn. And those 2 main storylines we talked about, Title 13 potentially for Kuhn, Title 8 and the 3rd of the series for Watson. Might we see them play heads up? There's a lot of poker left to be played.
I know. Almost seems like destiny. I almost want to ask the chat again, who do you think is going to win this tournament, given the stacks are now level? But I do want to give a little more love to Wylong Chan, the Triton OG, making the final table here in the $75,000 buy-in, and he even played buy-ins of $1 million once upon a time back in London when we held that Triton Million, so I'm happy to see him still rocking on in the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series.
And some love for the song choice as well, Randy. I don't think we've heard that one before. Sorry to cut you off, but the song just really had me going.
A little solemn there.
It's kind of weird, though, to be in a hand and be like...
It displays it as well.
Yeah.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, enjoy.
Not bad.
Enjoy. It's like online poker.
Does it show my stack too? Oh, it does.
You just got to trust that it's right.
5 remaining, by the way. We're speed running it. Trying to break this final table in record time.
So I think they're watching a version of the stream that has no hole cards in real time. That's what
most likely
Kuhn
yes.
was referencing.
I've seen this screen before. Their feed is on no delay, but they can't see the cards, of course. Otherwise, that would make no sense.
So Watson limping in. Kuhn attacking with a very strong hand. Watson the double suited king 10 5-4. Kuhn the double suited king king 5 deuce.
Everyone's double suited these days. Don't go home without being double suited. And I see a king.
Oh.
My goodness.
And I'm not going to say it's big trouble for Watson, but he has flopped middle pair, a nut gut shot, and a club shot against the middle set and nut flush draw of Kuhn. Kuhn's hand is so strong that might he ever consider checking it back, as he has just such overkill on the board. But no, he's deep enough. He wants to build a pot and just hope that Watson has some type of ace jack 10, ace queen jack, a hand like the one he has perhaps.
Did you call it a club shot? Because I like that.
I did.
That was good.
Sometimes I call flush draws flush shots. It's just a thing I've been doing.
No, but it's pretty good because he's got a gut shot and a club draw.
Yeah, okay,
Perfect.
fair enough. It works even better.
Oh, I thought you
It wasn't intentional
oh.
for the gut shot. It was just a...
Now I'm a little sad. All right, 250 apiece. Watson covered in so many ways, but he doesn't even realize. Queen of spades.
And Watson does have a 10 in hand, so worlds in which he could represent this card, but they are so deep. Feels to me like he wants to continue checking out of position. And for Kuhn, you really wouldn't want to face a check raise here, but you do have additional equity with that nut flush draw, so it wouldn't be as bad as if you just had naked aces or naked kings. He can definitely play some checks here. Betting would also be all right.
450.
Just goes with small bet, where if he even faced check pot, he could still just call and play rivers. Going smaller, also keeping in more hands like ace queen that could make a hero fold versus pot.
Right. Because he's got the club back up as well.
Even this hand for Watson probably would have folded to pot, I would think, and now double gutter, flush draw, king blocker. Do we stay interested?
Yeah, you can make excuses that you're outs are alive. Looks like he thinks he has got the potential to spike his hand. Still an important pot. This will create some separation here between the top 2 chip counts. 7 of spades is nothing.
It's a brick, and how confident does Kuhn feel about his hand?
King 10.
I hear Jason check back the set of kings.
He did, so he felt that he wasn't going to get called across 3 streets by enough worse hands. And that Watson could definitely play some broadways like that, and he really didn't want to face check-shove. He also blocks ace-king, which would be one of the primary calling hands.
Yeah, probably figures if Watson had a hand worse than set of kings, it might call 1 or 2 streets, but not 3.
I was actually hoping for a brick just to see what Jason did there, as it wasn't immediately clear to me whether or not he'd want to go for value reopening the action.
Yeah, it's weird because you know that the kings are usually good, but there's that off chance that you're up against a slow played set. Not set, sorry, Jack 10.
Yeah.
And then you're just, wow, why did I just waste some chips?
Jack 10 can absolutely just call the turn in a spot where the opponent might be tripling off some bluffs on a board like that that's supposed to hit them pretty hard. It's a fun hand of poker there, as Kuhn is reasserting himself as dominant chip leader, taking a bit of a dent out of the stack of the Canadian.
That was a pretty big pot, that one. So Kuhn has almost a 2 million chip lead on Watson at the moment, which is what he wants because he has direct position on Watson. Makes Watson play a little bit more passively, but not when he's holding ace, king, queen, 8. Suited to the king. I'm going to take my crack at that t-shirt. It's the New York Blue Jays. Am I close?
Are you kidding?
I know it's the Blue Jays. I just don't know what city
it is the Blue Jays, but I hope you're kidding. What is that flat? What is that?
Canada?
Shape
That's
that you
Toronto.
see?
Toronto Blue Jays.
There you go,
Okay.
Randy.
I forgot that team.
I think you were trolling.
No, I forgot that Major League Baseball teams can be from Canada.
Well, first of all, where's Watson from? He's from Toronto. Well, he's actually from
No, but he
Newfoundland,
can
but he's
wear like
Canadian.
a LA Lakers t-shirt if he wants.
Yeah, you don't see that many Canadians rocking an American baseball team. It's possible, but
I mean, I see people wearing like Duke University hoodies all the time, but they don't go there.
I mean, that's a maple leaf there, you know.
I feel like I offended you.
Well, you got the Blue Jays part. I'm glad you could identify the bird. The Toronto Blue Jays, of course, who came oh so close to a title a couple years ago. Maybe last year even, I should know that, but very recently they were up against it in the World Series against the Dodgers. And
They're
it was a
from LA,
great
by the way.
series, but Dodgers just barely eked that one out.
All right, Greco. Let's put in a quarter. And hope that Martin with the shorter stack just checks it back. Which he does.
I've actually watched a lot of PLO training videos over the course of my career made by these two men,
Oh,
Richard
yeah?
Grieco and Martin Imbajimba Dam.
So did a real deal.
They are, and they have slightly different styles, but they've both made a lot of good content over the years. They would be familiar with each other's games for sure.
So they certainly watch each other's videos, you think? At
I
one
would
time?
think so, because it's always just nice to know how the other player is thinking and playing. Maybe they don't watch all of them, but Grieco has made a lot of tournament-specific videos over the course of his time with Run It Once.
Yeah, that's very cool. We've got the flop straight with the 8 of spades betting against the bottom 2 pair of Grieco. Bottom 2 pair is kind of weird on this board.
Yeah, so Dam, you know, you don't always bet straights on flush boards, but I think one of the reasons that Martin wants to bet this hand is to deny equity from those bigger straight draws, like the Queen Jacks and the King Jacks and the King Queens. And even just getting 2 pair to fold is a pretty good result.
Yeah, pretty nice. Only a min bet needed. Obviously, with his hand, he unblocks the 2-pair combos, which is what was lurking over there. And given that Grieco didn't check call to flop, I'm guessing he's not calling any bet, so might as well just deny that 20% equity or whatever it was.
That's right.
Hope chat's doing all right. I really am sad that this is the end of the festival, but you know, all good things. Have to take a little break here and there.
Yeah, there's always the next one. But Montenegro is going to always have a special place in my heart, and obviously hoping to be back next year. Such a fun place to be, the tennis courts.
I can tell you love it.
I do.
That restaurant loves you too.
The view.
The avocado restaurant.
Yeah, you're not a big fan of the breakfast place we
It's
ate
all
at.
right.
Yeah.
It's just a little far from here.
I was there again today. Far. It's a 20-minute walk.
I know.
All right. You're not a big walker?
I mean,
you get all your exercise at the pickleball courts, and you're just tilted that we have paddle and tennis here, but no pickle.
And everyone wants to play those 2 games.
You're feeling slighted by the lack of pickleball at the racket sport area here.
A little bit. Monotone for a dam. And out of position.
Lodar saying, where are all the Finnish poker players? Well,
Patrick, we saw
Antonius
got
was
eliminated.
at this final table. Elis is on his way back to, I think he's actually going to Frankfurt for a golf tournament, Jonas Kronwitter was telling me. And I do think those were the only 2 Finns who came this time.
For this time. But you know some other strong ones, right? Joni? I
Yeah,
believe?
we've seen Joni Jokamainen over the years. We've seen Samuli Sipila.
Maybe at the next festival.
Where was Ilias Telvite was in the Invitational tournament. Carben saying, I thought paddle and pickle were the same thing. Not quite.
Wow.
Well, we've got a dealer change here, which gives us a chance to thank one of our partners here at Triton. That would be GTO Wizard, and GTO Wizard has just added Pot Limit Omaha to their repertoire. So for all you PLO fans, make sure you have that component of the Wizard, as you can do so much with the program. You can set your own sizings that you would want to use. You can node lock opponents to have different tendencies, so you could see how you would play against an aggressive check raiser, how you would play against a passive player. All these custom solutions and more are available at GTO Wizard. Carben shouting out the 5 toasts. You know,
Did you ever figure it out?
No. So we never figured out exactly why Laszlo Bojtas didn't receive, or perhaps did receive, the 5 pieces of toast that he ordered. Chat was pretty interested in that and mostly entertained by it, but there was always 1 or 2 sticklers who were like, guys, can you just stick to the poker, please? Enough talk about the toast. I would say overwhelmingly most of our audience enjoyed the toast segues.
Yeah, but I really want to know the results of that one. Maybe if we ever see Laszlo.
Yeah, shout out Henry's Dam asking about the 5 toasts.
You the man. Okay, let's play a limp pot.
Grieco has the type of hand that wouldn't want to raise and face 3-bet. That's why he's limping. Wants to, realize his equity with this hand, see a flop, and maneuver accordingly.
Both players with the wheel draw. Top pair for Watson to go along with it.
Questions about the toast in chat are lingering. We'll get to the toast after this hand, although I don't expect this one to be much more than a barn burner, as neither player has a spade in hand.
Yeah, Watson doesn't have much reason to bet his hand with top pair, top kicker.
Maybe Grieco bluffs at some point with just ace-9 high. Going to be close to bottom of range, but for now he knuckles back.
So trip kings with the ace kicker.
And Watson can definitely consider a small value bet here, targeting hands like queens and jacks.
You don't got to be worried about the 4 flush like no limit hold'em.
Exactly right. So Grieco would need 2 spades to make a flush. A single spade wouldn't do it, and we'd expect some of those flushes to bet at a previous juncture. So a block makes some sense to me. Just checking, intending to call also makes some sense.
All right, Zen's going to be over.
Does go just about half pot.
Henry's damn in the chat says, I don't understand the game, but I understand toast.
Amazing. And Daniil Miller's asking the story with the toasts. I think Chad is mostly filling Daniil in, but basically Laszlo Bojtach very specifically and very audibly requested exactly 5 pieces of toast. And just the way he ordered it, it was kind of comical to the ears of both Randy and I, and also to some of our chat.
Even the waitress was confused as well. Like,
right.
What?
And it's unclear if he ended up receiving the toast or not, but there was speculation as the camera was panning around to his tray that perhaps a banana arrived instead. Nothing has been confirmed on our end, and I'll do my best to see if we can get more answers before the end of the broadcast. As
I
we're
never
just
saw
wrapping
him take a
things
bite.
up.
I never saw him take a bite of a piece of toast.
No, nor did I. And did he want? He didn't want anything specific with the toast? No butter, no jam, just
No
five
Vegemite, no
pieces
nothing.
of toast.
No.
It was the fact that he was requesting such a specific number that seemed to have us most amused.
Yeah, 6 too many, 4 too few. It's like, I don't want to order it in. Just 5.
Tomato Salt says, Randy, I watched your video about 40 tabling poker stars last night. Where can I find this video? Is it on YouTube?
Most likely. I'm not sure exactly if he's exaggerated or not, but yeah.
Well, you were 24 tabling.
You ever see my old video from way back when?
No, is it a video of you actually 24 tabling or talking
yeah,
about
it? Was about 15 years ago or something.
Oh, I got to
like
go
that.
back and watch this.
Oh, I should check it out. Learn a little bit about my life.
Is it like a documentary style thing?
Yeah, it's like a 5-minute thing or a 7
All right.
minute if you're bored.
Oh, I'm into it. I'll be there.
All right, Watson versus Jason. 420 in the pot, 953.
Tremendous flop for Jason. He's got a double gut shot, a pair, and ace-high clubs. Watson has an overpair, but it's accompanied by no real backup except for the fact that he's got those backdoor diamonds. He could also run out some straights.
Comes Jason.
This is just a really nice flop, and overpairs feel immediate pressure in spots like this. Now, Watson perhaps just has enough additional equity with those components I talked about to peel one off here, but it's never fun out of position against a tough player like Jason.
That's weird. All of that backdoor potential, but you're out of position. We'll say that one of his set outs is actually the 10 of clubs, so he will just stay away.
Makes the tidy fold.
He doesn't seem too sure about it based on his facial expression.
And while we have a bit of dead air, just want to let you guys know that CoinPoker is giving away 10 $55 World Poker Masters main event satellite tickets, but we need the stream to hit 1,000 likes. So please smash that like button and make sure you subscribe while you're at it. Prober's in chat. I wonder if it's the Hungarian Tournament Pro Bears. I know that screen name, but
Andres Nemeth?
Yeah, and he's saying Laszlo had food poisoning while playing the main. That's why he ordered the toast. So that makes sense. He couldn't have the stomach to eat something more hearty, and he wanted the toast to sort of line his stomach.
It probably is him, right? Because they're both Hungarian, so it seems like a fact that only someone,
think
you know
so.
what I mean? Like
Yeah.
your buddy would know.
I buy it.
But we gotta ask why 5. You know, he didn't really answer that question.
Right.
Just why he's getting toast.
But Prober's, do you know if he got the toast? That's
Yeah,
sort of what we're
yeah,
trying to
but
get
yeah.
to the bottom of.
If we don't need to know about the food poisoning, we need to know if he got the toast. But he might be our inside man.
So guys, we have questions like who is the chip leader? You can always follow along all the action on the Triton Poker Plus app. Of course, it is Jason Kuhn who is the chip leader by a good margin right now over Michael Watson and Cesar Garcia. Ryan Poon asking when the next Triton series is. That will be in Jeju. September 4th, I believe, is where that will kick off. Probably a 25K event to kick that one off. And then in November, we head to Cyprus, where we will have both the Triton 1 preliminary events and then the Triton Super High Roller Series following that.
Going to be pretty big events, especially the Cyprus one, I think. It's been a while since we've been back in Europe. Jason going to raise on the button, expecting players to play snug.
Five seconds.
So Grieco here, if he feels that Kuhn is opening really wide, yeah, he comes with this. King, Jack, Jack 9 is just going to be ahead of a chip leader opening range, and he's taking his stand. And I think this just gets through, as Kuhn does not have a nut suit and has a very raggedy hand.
It's a nice play from Grieco. Tri-suited jacks.
And Probers is confirming, by the way, that Laszlo did, in fact, receive the toast. So we are happy to end Toastgate.
We're done with it.
The toast was received, all 5 pieces, we think, and Probers says, amazing job, guys. Thanks for the last 2 weeks. We appreciate that.
So Henry's Dam says that he can now go to sleep because he knows what happened
now
to
I hope we don't
Toastgate.
just all of a sudden lose 30% of our audience because they
we
were just
lost
waiting
one
for
viewer.
Toastgate.
One viewer's gone.
Yeah. He was here just to find out what happened with the toast. Doesn't even understand Pot Limit Omaha.
That's right.
Nonetheless, we fight on here. And that's an important pickup just psychologically even for Richard Grieco. You can't let the chip leader feel like they can just open relentlessly, and getting that first big shove through where you're risking your stack always feels good.
Jason's going to raise again, suited ace. He's going with that 2.5x still.
Love the size. It makes it more difficult for the out-of-position player. For instance, in this case, Garcia, he would have a wider 3-betting range, I would think, versus a pot open than he would versus 2.5x, because there's just going to be deeper stacks to play for if he goes with 3-bet here. This hand, of course, would not be a candidate in either situation.
Thank you.
Jack 5-4. We've got Jason with deuces and ace deuce for the wheel.
Yeah, so Kuhn's got a reasonable candidate to bet here because, again, it's not like he's going to be bet folding a ton of equity if he gets check raised. And all of his cards in some ways block continues, as they all would be part of straight draws that Garcia might have.
Like the 6?
The 6 in particular, but even the deuces blocking some deuce tray. He does just play check back.
He picks up the nut flush draw with ace 6 of diamonds.
Yeah, it's an interesting card because he improves to the nut flush draw. And for Garcia with the 5-6 in hand, he may feel that Kuhn has a lot of one-pair hands or even no-pair hands that just can't handle the heat of a bet here. It does check it over. Kuhn has options. Wouldn't want to face check raise, but can definitely shed some better hands right away.
Yeah, I feel like check raise is a little bit less likely, of course, when you're holding 6 of diamonds and your opponent can bet the turn. So happy to bet, and if he gets called, he can still hit his hand.
I like it, and I think Garcia just needs to lay down. You always want to think about how the cards in your hand impact your opponent's range. And for Garcia, the 5 and the 6 were really positive hand cards, but the King of Hearts and the Queen of Spades were really negative cards, because those are the type of hands he would be targeting to fold if he had let out on the turn. Ace King 6-3 rainbow for Garcia, but he's covered by Watson in the big blind. How does he want to play this one?
Garcia does play a 35 big blind stack. Maybe he tries a limp in there. He gets out.
Yeah, I was thinking he might just play limp fold, but ends up just playing open fold.
Watson got a walk. I like this comment from Sigma. He spent 2 hours procrastinating work so he can watch the bubble pop and decided to go do 30 minutes of work and came back and now there's 5 players.
Yeah, it happened quick, didn't it? The bubble itself did not. You were not here for that, Randy, but I can attest it was a long, tense affair.
But pretty fun.
Ever since you got in the booth, they're just dropping like flies. We might be down to a winner before Henry even gets back.
I wish I got to see that epic bluff that Jason Kuhn did on Richard Grieco.
Well, you can always replay it if you didn't watch it yet.
Yeah, I'll go back.
There was also a really big fold from Cesar Garcia early on where he had the third nuts. It was a 10-7-4 two-tone board and an offsuit queen turn. And he faced a check pot from Kuhn with 7-7-4 deuce, so he had third set. Kuhn had second set, and Garcia was correctly able to get away when he was just trying to one out.
That is very nice and hard to do. This one, we've got Garcia with the flush draw and the pocket queens. That's the blocker you want to have, right?
Yeah, he's got great interaction with this board with the 2 queens and the 2 spades, and it feels like a very natural hand to start betting.
Bluffed me for sure.
Why? I folded 3 10s and an ace.
Total bluff.
That's a fair point, Martin. You've got some good blockers.
What do you think I can have that makes sense?
I guess. Got you off a hand that probably wasn't good enough to continue and hold on, huh?
I was so happy I looked down. 8, 10, 10. Oh, 10.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Gary Nola requesting a signed Triton hat.
He can just win the
I was gonna say,
fantasy.
Yeah, you gotta
play that.
You gotta win those through fantasy. I'm sure there'll be more opportunities to do so when we return to Korea.
In my opinion, the fantasy was a huge success. We'll just probably tweak the way the points work, but I think it's a lot of fun.
Maybe make a few changes to the scoring system, but it was definitely an overwhelming success.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be back.
Would have to think so. So as the chip leader, Kuhn correctly believes that he can limp wider than normal. Unlikely to get punished by as weak of a hand. Bottom 2 pair for Grieco. Kuhn can consider representing something here. He's got the open ender, the 10 being such a critical card.
Yeah, he has a weak open ender though, the bottom end.
Yeah, he does, where if the king hit, he'd make a pretty bad straight.
Oh, that one?
There it is, but a straight is a straight nonetheless.
Straight's a straight.
That'll beat the 2 pair of Grieco.
It's not one he's trying to get all of the chips in, of course.
He's also got a flush draw to boot.
No, just noticed. Well, let's just try to spike that full house. If you're Grieco, that's what I think. Maybe value could be had now, or is it too thin with 10-9?
No, after it goes check, check on the turn, I think we can definitely go for something like a min bet and just try to target 2 pair. Grieco may check back some Broadway hands, but not all of them necessarily, and we can have plenty of bluffs here. I like the small size, though. He goes a bit bigger. I think it starts to get hard to get called on a 4-liner like this if you go too big.
Hey, that's around 2 big blinds.
But, you know, Grieco is still considering it with queens and jacks. It's one of those things where by sizing up a bit now you start to look quite polar, of course. Though kind of hard not to be polar on this board. You basically have a straight or you have some nonsense.
Yeah. Let's see if Grieco levels himself.
Oh,
He does.
So
And
credit to Jason for getting
max.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
More
the
than
max.
I would have gotten there for sure. And that can be a thing too where it depends a bit on your image against a certain player, your dynamic with that player. Keep in mind, Jason ran that big bluff against Richard Grieco. And, you know, these subtle things, you might not think they matter at this level, but there is still a little bit of that subconscious metagame at play. And maybe Kuhn thought he could get just a little bit greedier against Grieco in this situation.
We got an extra big blind. The master at work. Jason Kuhn, Mr. Triton. 12 titles, getting closer to number 13.
So not a ton of major movement. It's still Kuhn with a big lead over Watson and Garcia. Grieco and Dam bringing up the rear.
Jason with the button limp.
Just playing a little small ball into these two short stacks. Wouldn't want to have to raise call this hand versus a 3-bet, but can happily limp call it.
Grieco's gonna stay away. Martin Dam gets a free flop. I think he's happy about that with his hand.
Absolutely, and you know, Grieco had kind of a close one there, but a little more incentive to stay away when it's your fellow short stack in the big blind. That whole collision effect we've talked about before.
So Martin's got clubs with an open-ended straight draw. However, it is a paired board.
And Jason is just playing big stack bully, firing with nothing. Dam will be forced to at least call.
He's playing it like it's no limit hold'em.
Interestingly enough, Jason still has 33% equity because King Queen High, if it were left unimproved, would be the best hand.
Yeah, that's surprising. So the price for Martin to see a turn card. Ace of spades.
Dead flip now in equities, meaning about half the deck is bricks.
Jason has absolutely nothing. He'll check it back.
It looks a lot like Jason might have an ace the way this hand was played out. Now, interestingly enough, they both have sevens and deuces with a king. So it will be a chop unless somebody finds a way to wrangle the other out of the pot.
I mean, both players do not expect the deuce to be good.
No, but ironically, there is a little bit of showdown value just against all the missed draws. Still, I agree they don't expect it to be good. I think that Dam figures Jason has an ace a decent chunk of the time. Does Jason want to try to represent that he has ace, king, ace, queen?
Deuce.
No, they both just take their showdown.
Not deuce also.
Get out of here.
The nut deuce.
Chop it up.
Jason's going to be thrilled to chop that one. As will Dam.
Years to hear deuce. Thought I had 100% of the pot.
Yeah, Jason thought for sure he gets it all when he hears deuce. Not too many king
Be happy
deuces.
to get half.
Oh my god,
Damn,
I'm happy
we'll
to get 20%.
You got more.
Kuhn to 5 million now.
This hand is connected enough. One suit.
Yeah, definitely going to play it. Is a question of, does he play limp or raise? Just going to raise this one.
He's making it min raise now
Yeah.
instead of 2.5x.
And it's something I've seen a lot more in PLO tournaments than you see in No Limit, is the players experimenting with different raise sizes, trying to use different sizes based off of what their opponent's stacks are. He doesn't mind if Garcia comes into the pot, given the ICM pressure Garcia faces. Feels that he'll be able to over-realize his equity, will get under check raised, and so on.
How much is it now?
330 in the middle.
So Garcia has a pretty decent piece here. He's got the pair flush draw. Jason's got top pair. There's some kickers.
5 seconds. That's 200,000.
Oh no, shootout 200,000. Kind of interesting to me because his hand doesn't look like it warrants a bigger bet.
Yeah,
Or
I
maybe he's
think
trying to dissuade some calls.
maybe Jason just feels like on this board, with all the draws available, when he does bet, he wants to use a bigger sizing. And he has the 7 and the 10 of diamonds are both, and the jack, of course, are all hands, or all cards, components that block continues. So he felt like it was enough to fire out a bet. Now, neither player really likes this 7, even though Jason improved to jacks and 7s.
Yeah,
Many
it's weird
straight
for
draws
Jason
come in.
because he improves to Jackson 7, so he beats some of the weaker 2 pairs. But then some of the hands are willing to check call are straight draws.
Definitely. I think this will go check, check, and we'll see if Garcia turns his hand into a bluff on the turn, on the river, rather.
Well, he's hoping to hit the diamond first.
Yeah, that's plan A.
All right, plan B? Is this the card for plan B?
It could be, for sure, because Jason can definitely have some queen, queen, jack type hands. You can definitely represent straights here. He's pretty far down in his own range. Jason's going to have one of those combos that's facing bet can do all 3 options. You see this in PLO, where sometimes you can bluff raise and represent big full houses. Sometimes you call because you can beat hands like this, and sometimes you actually fold. But Garcia's not going to leave him with that option. And now, I think facing check, Jason just has enough showdown.
What is it? 6?
They are not willing to bluff Jason Kuhn out of the pot. Not right now.
Yeah, so I think that Garcia not going for it there was just a function of the tournament situation more than anything else, as he probably had a hand that would have at least considered bluffing in a lot of other situations.
I'm starting to think that having the chip lead in Pot Limit Omaha is even better than No Limit Hold'em at this stage. It just seems like the players defending are unwilling to bluff as much in this game.
Yeah.
Whereas in No Limit Hold'em, we people still stab like quarter pot or whatever, third pots.
Yeah, I think it's just a function of in PLO, you really need the right type of properties with your cards to run those bluffs. And that can be true sometimes in Hold'em too, but in Hold'em, there's a lot more justification for bluffing just because you're at the bottom of your range. Whereas in PLO, if you're both at the bottom of your range and have cards that have no interaction with the board, it becomes difficult to bluff because your opponent's just going to have a lot of those cards.
Yeah,
when you
I
don't
also
have them.
feel like in Pot Limit Omaha, the bluffs are a little bit larger than normal, right? If you're trying to make someone fold some small flushes or whatever.
Yeah, you definitely still see block bets, though, both for bluff and value.
125,000.
There's a lot of block or pot kind of stuff going on rivers.
It's a very fun game to watch. Very different.
Greco choosing a small open size here.
They have pocket pair badoogies. I don't know if that's a term, but I'm calling it that.
So Watson likes his price. He would have folded this hand to a larger open.
Yeah, that's one of the downsides of making it smaller pre.
Exactly.
Still though, Grieco's got a big lead at the moment. Ace, Jack, Deuce. Watson's got a gut shot with bottom pair.
I would expect Grieco just bets this hand because he's going to have a big range advantage here, especially where he raised so small pre. It means that Watson's going to defend even wider. And it's a weird spot for Watson. He's got the immediate gut shot. He's got the deuce pair blocker. He's got the single diamond. Maybe he just lets this one go, but you could see arguments for continuing. I think it's just going to be a little too weak in the end, if I had to guess.
Grieco raised it pre-flop. He's
5 seconds.
kind of short. Pretty. Kind of hits the flop quite hard. It makes sense that you got to give it up. 2 pair outs might not even be good. So Grieco kind of maintaining that 20 big blind stack. He's doing all right, I would say.
Meanwhile, in our other tournament, the 25K PLO Bounty Quattro, we are up to 23 entries. 17 remain there in level 6, and those are 20-minute levels that will eventually become 15-minute levels. So would expect that tournament to... I still think this 75K will end before that one, but it might be closer than we think, given how fast that tournament's going to get.
I mean, we sped run to get down to the final 5, but right now it's slowing down a little bit. Although, of course, the blinds go up with hands and short stacks are going to get more shallow. Watson continuously has to play out of position against Jason Koon.
Yeah, not a fun seat to draw, especially where he's the second biggest stack. And just a very easy ISO from Koon, who would be ISOing much wider than this.
A beautiful hand. Ace, king, king, queen, suited to the ace.
Raise 180,000.
Top set for Jason Koon as Watson limp calls.
Not much going for Watson, so should just be bet and take it. Don't see any reason for Koon to slow play this hand. Too many draws out there.
That's 250,000 fold.
Snapfold.
Why are you shaking your head, Jason? You wanted more action? I guess you did.
Heard the unmistakable voice of Danny Tang in the background playing that PLO tournament, that turbo.
Well, let's take a look at the chip counts all together at once. Final table of 6 down to 5. Martin Dam is the shortest stack, 14 bigs, but Jason Koon has got such a huge lead on the field. Almost have the same amount of chips as the rest of the players in the tournament.
Yeah, up to 5.5 million now. He's just playing that chip lead perfectly. The critical pot was the one against Richard Grieco, where he ran that bluff.
But good time. Seemed a little ambitious, you know.
Just insane. I mean, that's like literal free bet against every open.
So $354,000 guaranteed. $448 for next payout. Jason looking to get a free flop.
Grieco has to be a little bit concerned because Martin Dam is the shortest stack, so he won't get quite as out of line, and this allows Koon to just realize his equity well with these weak holdings.
Yeah, so Richard checks it back. I feel like Richard really can't mess around given Martin's clear short stack at the moment. clubs for Grico. The wheel draw for Jason, dare I say.
What does Grico want to do with this weak flush draw and just queen high? He could consider stabbing, but plays check.
Yeah, it kind of feels like his game plan is to kind of, I don't know, not get too splashy at the moment, I suppose.
Interesting turn as Grico now has a wrap to go with that flush draw. Kuhn has picked up a pair of tens to go with his wheel draw.
I mean, it's not much of Grico's chips. He's got position. Looks like a fine call to see a river card.
Yeah, it's going to be a clear call for Grico.
So Jason makes the nuts.
A very disguised wheel coming home for Kuhn, who stabbed the turn with what could have been many different hands. How does he want to play this? Does he just go big bet, targeting 2 pair?
Did you not see the outs that Grico had? And then Jason
Yeah.
gets
And if he could see Richard's hand, of course he would play check, but betting makes more sense against range. He's going small, so he's actually trying to induce a value raise or a bluff and then spring the trap.
All right, Alex, I'll let you take a little breather as Henry Kilbane joins me in the booth for the very first time this festival.
What's happening for the very first time? Oh, you and Henry together?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, you didn't get, and we never got the me and Bear Wire combination, but yes, I will be back in a little bit. Henry's coming in to fill me in and fill in for me.
And I'll see you
We're gonna
later.
Get some food, yeah.
I'll see you later,
soon.
buddy. I hope you order 5 toasts, 5 pieces of toast. Garcia, pocket kings, Jack 9. Are you back? You're back, Henry? How are you, buddy? You good?
What's up, Randy Lou?
It's been multiple weeks for us to do some commentary. On the very last day, we're reunited.
We are indeed. I can't believe we're down to 5 already, by the way.
I know you were watching the Stone Cold Bubble and it took hours, and I came in, I had the Death's Touch, and everyone busted, and now we're down to 5.
Yeah, it was, I think, longest bubble of the series. 3 hours.
It might even be life of all Triton, potentially, or very close to it.
The man that's currently chip leading ran one of the sickest bluffs, maybe the bluff of the series. I mean, it was up there with Leon Sturm's 7 high against Kiat Lee's Trip Queens. That was the final table of the main event. That was insane. But yeah, this one from Jason was something else.
He got a full house to fold. That's the sick part about it.
Martin could run this, by the way, Randy. I mean, we've got, what, 7, 4, 5 back. There's 2, 10 out there. Could see chips go in.
Martin's the shortest stack. He's got 14 bigs.
Maybe a spot where you just want to lead out. Lead out for pot. Just get aces to commit. He actually comes with half.
Mm-hmm. Caesar's hand is not bad. It's got the overpair of the backdoor diamond draw. He blocks some 2 pairs with the 9.
Yeah, he blocks top set, top 2. I think pushing makes a lot of sense here. Martin's going to have so many, like, 1 pair wrapped around the 4-3. Let's see what Garcia does. Also could just call in position and then just, you know, happy to stack off on
clean
all
turns.
bricked. Yeah, or anything that doesn't contain like a 5, 6, or
7, but not surprised by this decision either. Just making his life a lot easier.
Here it is.
Yeah, good luck, lads.
Oh, yeah. It's been a while since we have the potential to knock someone out.
So now you're calling me the boogeyman. Hand 1, I come in and there's an all-in.
So you're saying Martin's not going to hold with his 2 pair?
No, but it doesn't matter, right? There's an all-in, regardless of who wins this hand. The moment I jump in the booth, there's a collision.
Spooky.
Is it cool if I hit the washroom real quick?
How much is it? You can see.
I think you have 43.
43? That's a lot.
The lads
Perfect.
just looking at the clock, you can see the equities, 57%, 43.
Okay.
Now, how about more outs now? 10, 4, Jack, Queen, King for the Spaniard. What do you think, Nano?
I think Martin wants to hold here.
Nearly 2/3 of the time he will. He'll be back up to 1.7 million. Oh.
The Jack of Clubs seals it for Martin Dam. He's out in 5th.
GG's, Martin. Another incredible run, fresh off that 3rd place in the main event. He max late regged that main, spun up to nearly $1 million. Max late regged this one. How much did he get, Randy?
For this payday, he should get about 450K. No, 354K, 450K is for 4th place. Apologize for that, but he has a 100% cash rate here in Montenegro.
Widely regarded as one of the best of his generation, the young Danish talent. So many crossbar finishes. You know, he's got the title, couple of 2nd place finishes, 3rd in the main, now 5th here. He's clearly got the minerals, as we like to call it, back in the UK.
The minerals?
The minerals.
Nice. Actually, back in Montenegro last year, Martin played 3 events, had 2 2nd place finishes. So, you know, he does pretty good over here.
So then there were 4. Jason Kuhn, the runaway train, 96 bigs. Spaniard Garcia 2nd. Now overtaking Mike Watson, courtesy of that Jack River. Now, I'm not going to put Randy on blast, given that it's our first time in the booth. But he's drawing dead.
We can make straights. Okay.
He's drawing dead on fantasy.
You know, my team didn't even make it to the final table, not a single player.
When will it end?
What we do is we're going to play, after this hand, we're going to play 2 more hands at this level.
Bearwire's got 2 left.
Did you happen to hear Luca Vivaldi introduce the final table? He called you Andy.
He called me Andy
instead of Henry.
So I'm the boss now.
No, he just forgot your name. He wasn't talking about CEO.
I mean, easy mistake to make, Randy. Andy and Henry, you know, they share letters.
He went Alex. He knew Alex like very firmly, and then he said Kevin, and he said Randy, and he was like,
Andy?
Andy.
Yeah, but listen, we both share a Y as the last letter of our name. We both got an N. Easy mistake to make in Luca's shoes. Plus, he's 16 days in.
I mean, if you think aces look like 7 deuce, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. You know, sometimes these things happen. No, it's all right. We'll take him out in the car park after the tournament's done. I'll let you handle that. Jason with the 10-9-8-4 double. And well, he's just flopped at wrap. He's flopped to wrap. He's got 52% equity, no pair, 6 through 10. Would do it for him. Very difficult for Watson to continue against a large size if Jason does bet big. That's if he bets big. He may decide to come with something more, like half pot.
Looks like half pot to me. 220.
Problem with the king, queen deuce is one, you're blocking your own backdoor flush draw, which may not seem like much, but in terms of... There we go. So what's saying I have to fold over pairs to you?
Straight 3 cards.
All right, let's see.
Shows him the 10-9-8.
I guess I was ahead. Those are nice cards.
I did have another spade as well. Some backup.
Maybe I'm not. 66. You have 2 backdoors. You're probably ahead of me.
I think the fold is absolutely fine.
And we have to remember it's the pay jumps that are at hand. We're close to the top 3. One player is clearly short. That's Richard Grieco.
All main players in the table boundary quattro when they start retaking their seats. Just under 3 minutes remain with it.
So what's going to limp in from the small? See if Jason allows it. 6-3. These hands could collide on certain board textures. It's going to be tough, but could see both players flopping enough of a piece. 6 of spades window. That's exactly what I was talking about, but this is all so what's. Bottom 2, open-ender. 180k in the middle. Has options here. I think right now, with the current stack distribution, it just makes a lot of sense out of position for So wants to be playing very defensively against Jason. Now, what does that mean? That means a lot of checking, a lot of keeping the pot small. And this is a hand that qualifies for that. You don't want to be inflating the pot out of position with bottom 2, weak draw.
Yeah, he's pretty comfy third in chips, so not really looking to force it in.
Yeah, and he's not far behind Garcia, right? You know, like one single raise pot goes his way and all of a sudden he moves up. Well, hello, 9 of hearts. How's your day going, Jason?
Pretty good for Jason Kuhn, hasn't it?
It all started off with that massive gamble spot against Wang Ye. That was a fun one. Jason even said, okay, let's play for all the chips. And he rivered trip 9s. Then there was a situation for Jason to have, I want to say, a third of the chips in play with 11 left. And Garcia spiked the river.
I don't have to think about it too hard.
60, I bet 60.
You just heard so what's saying, if you're betting that big, I don't have to think about it too hard. Jason wants to change his bet size to 60k. Got David in the chat saying I've got Watson and Kuhn left on my team. Nice. And yeah, I see someone pointing out that it's maximum 2 left. I believe that's because at the start of the day, Cesar, Richard, and Jason were top 3, so you could only pick one of the 3 chip leaders. That's why, now that we're down to 4, the maximum that you see on the Triton Fantasy is that people have 2 players left on their team. So many storylines developing here. Right, Jason, of course. Unlucky number for some, but not for him if he can make it. Make it title number 13. Got Michael Watson seeking to become the first player to win 3 titles in a single stop. And he could overtake Danny Tang and Daniel Dvoris in the Player of the Festival race. Richard short. Jason's not going to get involved. Out position.
80, right? 80.
I feel like Richard's done a good job of maintaining this 20 big blindish stack. Pick and choosing his spots against Jason.
13 hands a level, but because we played 2 extra hands at the last level, we're playing 11 hands at this level. And then thereafter it will be 13 hands a level.
Okay.
48.
Oh.
Players and dealers in the turbo band and quattro coming back to a new level. 3,000, 5,000, 5,000 big dimensions. Starting, please.
Yeah, 40.
Raise some blinds. Missteal.
Or beat for Caesar.
Well, this has got to be one of the dustiest looking PLO hands you'll see, but this one isn't. On the button, chip lead, ace, king, jack, deuce, with the JK.
Isn't the real JK if he gets kings and jacks double
Yeah.
suited?
Imagine if he wins the tournament with that hand. That'd be something else. Richard gonna get out of there. It's getting, you know, there's this weird dynamic now, right? Richard, the obvious short stack on 13 bigs. So Watts with 26. Garcia with 33. Keeping tabs on that 25K PLO bounty quattro. That's Rob Cowan, who actually took it down in Jeju. If you remember that final table that took all of 40 minutes, I believe. I think it was over in yeah, it was over in 6 hands. I think I saw him wearing his champion cap as well, coming into reg this tournament. Just a bit of a statement being made by the reigning champ. That'll be a fun one. There won't be any fantasy in that. This one, the final tournament with points going towards fantasy. I'm pretty proud. 54th overall, that leaderboard. I'll take it. I could move up a few spots as well. Today's run. Queen 6 deuce. Bottom pair for Garcia. It's enough for him to start betting. Has some natural turn barrels. Having an overcard to the queen is nice as well, you know, when turn is king. Professor Watts. Top pair and backup. Backdoor hearts, couple of backdoor straights. Let's see who turns the lucky card. It's the 9 of clubs, and that should slow Garcia down as Sir Watts turns top 2. I think Garcia was looking for a 5, a diamond, something that he could keep firing on. This just not going to cut it. Salty Ninja saying, my B-Day is on the 13th. My first B-Day was Friday the 13th. 13 is my lucky number. Gary Nola saying Triton Fantasy over NFL Fantasy. Taj is saying Jason Kuhn has won 3 before. He won 3 in London of 2023. Let me have a look. I was there. Let me have a look. If you've called this, that would be something else. So he took down the 60K. No, he won 2. He won 2 in London. 60K, 7 max. And then he took down the 60K short deck. Now you got me tripping. Am I missing something? No, it doesn't look like it. Had me scared for a moment. Check yourself before you wreck yourself, okay? Round to the small blind again. So Watts once more going to continue with this limping strategy. Out of position against Jason. Jason's got a double suited hand that could potentially activate here. Battle of the King Queens. Spades and clubs for Jakun. Diamonds or the 7-6 for Watson. And that's all JK. Sigma saying it's a new age of poker commentary when one of them says you got me tripping. Well, because, you know, we got producer Lee here, okay? He gives us all of the stats and we're always looking for some of the potential storylines. And I know that he is a very diligent man and he checks these things. So when someone comes in saying, no, Jason won 3, it catches me off guard a bit, you know? Had me second guessing whether we had our facts right. Yeah, it had me tripping a bit. But no, Jason won 2 in London. He won 2 here last year. 150K and the 50K?
You're talking about Jason in Montenegro?
Yeah.
He won the 150K against Ben Tollerine, right?
That's right. And then he beat Seth in some like PLO.
PLO Turbo Bounty Quattro.
That's right.
The very last event.
That is right. At the moment, it feels like everyone's at the mercy of the chip leader. And until Richard either doubles up or is eliminated, then it's going to be Kuhn running the show. Continuing to run the show, I should say.
All right, he's got suited ace, try, limps, out of position against Greco.
Yes, I think the idea here is that Jason has a hand that can limp call, but he doesn't want to pot and then get 3-bet and be put in a really awkward spot. So I like the limp. 240 out there. Richard checking his option with the King Jack 6-5.
And no surprise, there's no hearts on the flop. It's
No
blockers.
hearts.
Does have open-ended, and he does have the chance to free turn card if he wants.
Deuce of clubs now, giving Jason the nut flush draw. It's an awkward one, Randy, I'll be honest with you. It's like, I think if we don't have the third club ourselves in our hand, then maybe we just, you know, do the betting ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he's going to do that anyways. But it would be really, really grim to get jammed on.
I guess he's not really expecting to get jammed on with a flop check back on that card too often. He also blocks a lot of hands that are willing to smash it in, like some huge combo draw with the ace of clubs. He's just happy to take that one down.
Thank you.
Looks like we got a little dealer swap happening.
Hello.
That's the tables welcome the new dealer. So I'm going to take this moment to recognize Jacob & Co., the official timekeeping partner of the Triton Poker Series, renowned for pushing the boundaries of high complication watchmaking, as Jacob & Co. continues to create remarkable timepieces inspired by innovation, craftsmanship, and bold design philosophy. He's got the Jason Kuhn Jason 5. Limp.
Limpin' is pimpin', Randy. Limpin' be pimpin'.
Completing be pimpin' from the small.
All right,
anyone's
let's
ever
see
said
three.
that before. All right, Garcia gets a free flop with the double suited. Pretty good proposition for him, and he flops a gut shot straight flush draw. But however, it's impossible because Rico's got the 3 of hearts.
Wow. This is hearts for everyone.
Somehow all 3 players have a heart draw. One would think it's impossible.
Jason with the overpair, pair of 5s. Which is nice, you know, you're blocking set of 5s, you're blocking 10-5. Hands that could play aggressively.
There's only 4 hearts left in the deck. I mean, there might even be less, given that Watson might even have some hearts. Don't remember his hand. Here's the pot from Richard Greco.
Good luck, lads.
Here we go. We might be down to 3 if Jason can find a way to win this pot. 37% equity. Feels like no one has been able to beat Jason Kuhn in any significant pot so far.
What is it, like 60? 63. Pretty good.
I've noticed that the lads have been enjoying the screen showing their equities this trip. I don't think they've had that before.
Yeah, helps them learn a little more. Ace of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, that's a huge one. Jason looking for a queen or a jack now.
It's already paying out. Almost a 2 million chip pot. And it's the ace of diamonds. Sit down, Greco. You've got a full house.
795, I think.
And no pay jump for everyone else. So Richard's got a decent stack now. He's still the shortest stack, I believe, or very close to it.
Now, Randy, there was a suggestion by producer Lee, as our host Stanley Ma isn't here for the interviews.
Okay.
It's got to leave town early. Is for me and you to play rock paper scissors to decide who goes and does the interview.
You don't want to do it?
But you already know that I made the national semi-finals in rock paper scissors.
Right.
So
yes,
that wouldn't really be fair.
We should still run it. I like my chances.
I like your chances.
Oh, every time I win, you just go 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 7.
I have an old friend, dude. We used to play cards when we were very young, like 15 years old. And we would play heads up, no limit against each other on the kitchen table for like €2, right?
Sure.
And then he would win and be like, double or nothing. And then he would win again. Then he would win again. He would win like 4 or 5 times, but eventually I would get him and I would, we'd always break even.
The good old martingale.
Garcia's got aces.
He's got a great hand, especially if you were playing high-low.
Yeah, it really likes the fact that Greco's opened here. Allows him to get 620K in pre.
Some additional chips. You've got chat confused. National rock, paper, scissors champion, eh?
No, hang on. Not the champ. I reached the semis.
Oh, the semis, so top 4.
Top 4. Thank you.
It's pretty good.
Thank you.
May I ask how many entries? Is it like 4 people?
No, I told you this. It was like 600 or so. It's pretty crazy.
Looks like a main event.
I think it was just one of those kind of like community events to just get a bunch of people in town. Like
I forget though, your strategy, was it random or was it?
Completely random.
Completely random. Your randomizer, you didn't ever re-roll if you didn't like what you got?
I don't know, maybe there was some cognitive bias towards like a certain roll, but what a beautiful looking hand, by the way. King 10, 9-8. He did raise, so apologies for the graphics. Or maybe not.
No, he
You
did
know, I
just
thought
win.
the dealer said 180,000, but
It must be because he just doesn't want to play a huge pot against Jason Kuhn, who's got that huge stack. Doesn't really benefit him that much to play big pots against him. So cheap flops is the way we're going at the moment. 9-7-4 rainbow. Garcia has open-ended with top pair.
yeah, look at the equities. Even though Watson has bottom 2, and at the moment the best hand, Garcia actually has the lion's share of the equity 3 ways. He's going to check, play defense. He's going to turn top 2, and that is a trouble card for Watson, who's now got 3 pair, kings, 7s, and 4.
Garcia with the better 2 pair, still has open-ended straight draw. Let's see if he wants to start some betting now. It's a rainbow board, so no flushes will ever show up. The conclusion at this hand. Start to build. He's got 3 pair, but he doesn't have the top 2 pair. The most important kind of pair.
Watson probably a bit worried about having Jason behind, but once Jason's checked twice, big river. Okay, that...
It's weird because 5-6 got there.
Yeah, but I don't know if it slows it down. I think Garcia can still go for value here. It's close. It is close because you have to ask yourself, would Watson... It wouldn't just be the naked 5-6, right? Because when we do river the 8 high straight, or sorry, like when an 8 rolls off and we river the 9 high straight, there's a lot of reverse implied stuff, right? We lose to Jack 10, 10-6. So I don't know if 5-6 is in there unless it is like literally 5-6, 8-10. In which case it very well could be, or it would be.
We block some combos with that with 10-8.
Yeah. Maybe we see a nitty check back. Yeah. I think he's just recognizing that, you know, it's tough to get called by worse, and it's obviously unfortunate to see the one hand that maybe would call us. I had to mute myself, Randy. I was laughing. We got Gary in the chat saying, my buddy won a BMW in a rock, paper, scissors competition in Vail, Colorado. True story. He sold it to buy a condo, and then he followed up with his pick was on the front page of the local paper, and his fly was open. Salty Ninja saying, I took down my 2nd grade spelling bee, so I know the feeling. Exactly. I knew you guys could relate.
How far do you think I would get in that rock, paper, scissors tournament? Because my strategy is to only throw rock, and I never change. Do you think they would figure it out? Would I get to the semis?
I think you could. I reckon you could win it.
I just don't like the idea of using the energy to move my fingers after I'm going rock, paper, scissors. I'm already in formation.
That is tilting.
Not suited to the ace is Jason, but he's got the big stack.
Pot.
He says pot. He says, good luck, Richard. You can't do nothing about that.
Someone just joining the stream asking for the payouts. Everyone's guaranteed 448,000. Champion will be going home with $1,243,000. This one's going to be a bit of a battle. Jason's got half the chips in play. But if he doubles anyone up, he's right back in the thick of things.
They also get the Triton title, by the way. Just the prize money.
That's true.
It means so much to a man like this. Jason Kuhn. He's got the double suited ace queen with 3 deuce. He's been using various pre-flop raise sizes. This time he's actually going to limp. Richard gets a discount if he wants to come along.
Wow, there's a lot of queens and threes out there. Richard's got clubs. Jason's got diamonds. 7-7-6. As Garcia somehow dominated in both spots, finds a way to win this one. Richard's drawing live to backdoor clubs in the 4.
So it looks like Garcia's very happy with his hand. He will start betting out despite one player covering him in this one, and just one bet to take it down, min bet. I like this comment from Dan in the chat.
Tell me.
There should be a poker tournament where when you have 50% equity flip, you do rock, paper, scissors instead.
I wonder how many runners.
Aces versus ace, king versus queens. Yeah, where's Rochambeau?
Not as much as, you know, not as much of an adrenaline rush though, if you just rock, paper, scissors for it.
Yeah.
But at least, you know, you've got the queens and it just comes 9 high. But there's 2 to come. Could still find a king or an ace, you know? There's always that sweat.
Yeah, that's true. It's not like we can do the rock, paper, scissors in slow motion. Like, is he slowly transitioning from the rock to scissors? Or All 5 fingers were paper.
Whoa.
Greco's out.
Huh.
He didn't want to play against Jason that one.
That was interesting.
Here comes Michael Watson from the big.
He's dropped down quite a bit. He's tied in third now. Greco would have flopped trip kings.
Even though Watson has the best hand, if he faces a bet, he's probably just gone, I would think. Like, what would that hand be hoping for if a bet comes in?
In so what's his shoes?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's just you can't continue.
It's not like Nolan Hold'em where, oh, you flop a 7, you literally never fold to a flop bet.
It feels tough. Pavel saying, Randy, Henry, if you could have a Triton tournament in any other poker variant, which one would you choose? Saying he would love to see stud or Raz. I do 7 triple draw. Sounds like the funnest
game?
one. Yeah.
I know nothing about that game.
I had Livingston teaching me some basic strat.
I think I would choose Go Fish.
Okay.
Yeah, Go Fish is a good one.
Go Fish. I like it.
Uno.
Uno's
a good one.
That'd be massive.
We get a lot of runners in that.
Like a 25K buy in Uno.
Just reverse see them. Draw 4.
I think the problem with that is you would just have a bunch of guys that can memorize the whole deck.
That's true.
That's the problem.
Yeah. We've got card counting Uno players.
Yeah. Exactly. That's the problem.
I know for Livingston, he would take any game because he loves the mixed games, right? This is a pretty solid hand for Jason. Double paired.
5 seconds.
They can make it straight sometimes. They've got some spades. Does check it back though. Doesn't want to get limp potted by Watson.
Yeah. So Watts has the worst seat at the table right now. Gary Noah saying Cards Against Humanity. That'd be brilliant. Or Mafia, that would be a good one. Deuce of Spades turn. Watson now picking up an open-ender. Could see him fire out here, although I guess betting doesn't really achieve much out of position.
Yeah, it's weird because he's got some properties to bet, but he's the shortest stack, and he really wouldn't want to bleed out. Looks like he is going to choose a bet, though. I mean, he can just down the Jackson 9s.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a big win. He was only 30% this hand. No future prospects for Jackson 9s.
Nothing Jason can do.
That wasn't supposed to happen either. I was supposed to raise, I think. I'm not 100% sure. I would hate if you went re-raise me, that's for sure.
I wasn't folded.
Sorry, guys. Randy and I are sharing the booth, and we're both like, you? It's like the Spider-Man meme. Are you the play-by-play? Am I the... Who's doing color play-by-play? Randy, please. Please, my friend.
Welcome back to the booth with 4 players remaining in the $75,000 pot limit Omaha bet. I mean, it's just so good to be back in the booth with you, Henry.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. You know, the last couple of trips, we've only been able to dabble a bit together at the end of the series, and yeah, you're great energy, and it's been a lot of fun. It's been a great series. Just going to put you on the spot before we throw it on break. What's been your highlight of the trip? Like, what one hand or moment? What stood out for you?
There's too many right now. I can't think on the spot.
When we get back.
Maybe let me get some time to think about it.
All right, we'll take 12 minutes and then we'll see you guys very shortly.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
Tree time.
Five years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
Greco. Guess in terms of seat draw, he's happy that he doesn't have Jason to his direct left anymore.
Very true.
What?
175.
So Garcia with the Badugi ace, potting it on the button. And here we got Badugi kings.
Where's Badugi Dan when we need him?
Yeah, where is he?
Oh, hello.
Aces and queens double suited. As good as it gets in this game.
As dreamy as it gets, and facing a raise and a flat call. What a nice spot for Watson. Very clear repot. Garcia will get out of the way. And what is Wai Long Chan going to do with these somewhat marginal kings, given he doesn't have a suit? It's unclear to me.
All right, let's
may
make
just
it
let them go.
700K.
Yeah. The 3-bet is in. We know Garcia's going to fold. He's got pretty much the bottom of his opening range with this Badugi Ace-Jack 9-6.
Yeah, it seems like with no suit, Lon Chan's hand is not that great. Opponent's saying he's got aces, and these are very good ones. Double suited. Even ace queen could make it straight. He likes to play pots. Is this Gonna be one he enters.
He's
He
going to
is
go
gonna
for
enter
it. And he moved in.
Wow, he back jammed all in.
Yeah, he felt that his kings were just strong enough versus the Watson squeeze. This is an enormous pot.
I know, it's 3.3 million chips. Watson's got the hand you dream of being dealt in pot lim Omaha, double suited aces, double paired. It's a big favorite for Watson. And if he can hold here, Wailon Chan, he's gone from the tournament. Well, it's looking pretty bad for Wailon Chan. You know why? Because some of his outs are in Watson's hand.
It is bleak indeed.
Tunnel is flickering.
Trying to just one of the two remaining queens to make Broadway.
That's the end of Wailon Chan. A very short final table for him. He did not believe Michael Watson pays the price and sees the next one eliminated. And now we really do have a match at the top of the leaderboards. Jason Kuhn versus Michael Watson.
Yeah, seems concerning.
Yeah, this is now a completely different tournament as Watson is pulled even with Kuhn. And those two main storylines we talked about, Title 13 potentially for Kuhn, Title 8 and the third of the series for Watson. Might we see them play heads up? There's a lot of poker left to be played.
I know. Almost seems like destiny. I almost want to ask the chat again, who do you think is going to win this tournament, given the stacks are now level? But I do want to give a little more love to Wailon Chan, the Triton OG, making the final table here in the $75,000 buy-in, and he even played buy-ins of $1 million once upon a time back in London when we held that Triton Million. So I'm happy to see him still rocking on in the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series.
And
See you next time.
For the you just got to trust that it's right.
5 remaining, by the way. We're speed running it. Trying to break this final table in record time.
So I think they're watching a version of the stream that has no hole cards in real time. That's what
most likely
Kuhn was referencing.
I've seen this stream before. Their feed is on no delay, but they can't see the cards, of course. Otherwise, that would make no sense.
So Watson limping in. Kuhn attacking with a very strong hand. Watson the double suited King 10 5-4. Kuhn the double suited King King 5 deuce.
Everyone's double suited these days. Don't go home without being double suited. And I see a king.
Oh.
My goodness.
And I'm not going to say it's big trouble for Watson, but he has flopped middle pair, a nut gut shot, and a club shot against the middle set and nut flush draw of Kuhn. Kuhn's hand is so strong that might he ever consider checking it back, as he has just such overkill on the board. But no, he's deep enough. He wants to build a pot and just hope that Watson has some type of ace jack 10, ace queen jack, a hand like the one he has perhaps.
Did you call it a club shot? Because I like that.
I did.
That was good.
Sometimes I call flush draws flush shots. It's just a thing I've been doing.
No, but it's pretty good because he's got a gut shot and a club draw.
Yeah, okay,
Perfect.
fair enough. It works even better.
Oh, I thought you
It wasn't intentional for the gut shot. It was just a...
No, I'm a little sad. All right, $250 apiece. Watson covered in so many ways, but he doesn't even realize. Queen of spades.
And Watson does have a 10 in hand, so worlds in which he could represent this card, but they are so deep. Feels to me like he wants to continue checking out of position. And for Kuhn, you really wouldn't want to face a check raise here, but you do have additional equity with that nut flush draw, so it wouldn't be as bad as if you just had naked aces or naked kings. He can definitely play some checks here. Betting would also be all right.
450.
Just goes with small bet, where if he even faced check pot, he could still just call and play rivers. Going smaller, also keeping in more hands like ace-queen that could make a hero fold versus pot.
Right. Because he's got the club back up as well.
Even this hand for Watson probably would have folded to pot, I would think, and now double gutter, flush draw, king blocker. Do we stay interested?
Yeah, you can make excuses that your outs are alive. Looks like he thinks he is got the potential to spike his hand. Still an important pot. This will create some separation here between the top two chip counts. 7 of spades is nothing.
It's a brick, and how confident does Kuhn feel about his hand?
King 10.
I win by...
You hear Jason check back the set of kings.
He did, so he felt that he wasn't going to get called across 3 streets by enough worse hands. And that Watson could definitely play some broadways like that, and he really didn't want to face check shove. He also blocks ace-king, which would be one of the primary calling hands.
Yeah, it probably figures if Watson had a hand worse than set of kings, he might call 1 or 2 streets, but not 3.
I was actually hoping for a brick just to see what Jason did there, as it wasn't immediately clear to me whether or not he'd want to go for value reopening the action.
Yeah, it's weird because you know that the kings are usually good, but there's that off chance that you're up against a slow played set. Not set, sorry, Jack 10.
Yeah.
And then you're just, wow, why did I just waste some chips?
Jack 10 can absolutely just call the turn in a spot where the opponent might be Nola requesting a signed Triton hat.
He can just win the
I was gonna say,
fantasy.
Yeah, you
play
gotta
that.
You gotta win those through fantasy. I'm sure there'll be more opportunities to do so when we return to Korea.
In my opinion, the fantasy was a huge success. We'll just probably tweak the way the points work, but I think it's a lot of fun.
Maybe make a few changes to the scoring system, but it was definitely an overwhelming success.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be back.
Cool.
Would have to think so. So as the chip leader, Kuhn correctly believes that he can limp wider than normal. Unlikely to get punished by as weak of a hand. Bottom 2 pair for Grieco. Kuhn can consider representing something here. He's got the open ender, the 10 being such a critical card.
Yeah, he has a weak open ender though, the bottom end.
Yeah, he does, where if the king hit, he'd make a pretty bad straight.
Oh, that one?
There it is, but a straight is a straight nonetheless.
Straight's a straight.
That'll beat the 2 pair of Grieco.
It's not one he's trying to get all of the chips in, of course.
He's also got a flush draw.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series. I'm Randy Nananoko Lu.
I'm Henry Kilbane.
We will continue coverage of event number 17, the 75K PLO. And there is so much at stake here, Randy, not just money. It's Jason Kuhn on the hunt for title number 13. But Sir Watson, if he can get this done, not only does he make it title number 8, he would become the first player ever to win 3 Triton titles in a single series.
It would be very amazing if he can do just that, but of course he does have to overcome the lead his opponents have at the moment. He is the current shortest stack. He only has 14 big blinds, but you know, he's only half the stack away from Cesar Garcia, but I mean, Jason's got 4x his stack at the moment.
Yeah, I think now looking at the seat draw, I mean, for Watson, it's terrible. Every time he's in the small, you know, he tries limping in and Jason's just pouncing. Opposite side of the table, whenever Richard gets out the way, there's kind of this like Watson and Grieco trying to outlast each other a little bit because of that pay jump, of course. And we know once you reach the podiums and the Triton Series, that's where all of the big ladders are. You know, 448k guaranteed now, 593 for third, 879 for second, and then 1.24 for the champion. So a bit of ICM pressure, I think, for those bottom 2.
And that's why Jason Koon's able to leverage that big stack. You know, players have to play snug, so he gets to c-bet very wide with hands that don't even connect the board at all. So it's very advantageous for Koon at the moment. We've even seen Watson kind of chip up when he knocked out Wai Long Chan. The thing is, though, they had level stacks of Jason Koon, but he's out of position. He just constantly limps, and then there's nothing he can really do. It's just the name of the game.
Now, before we throw it down, highlight of the trip for you?
For me, honestly, it was when JNT was making a deep run in 150K. He was making some sick moves, and everyone was like stunned, you know? Like that man, I can always watch him play poker.
It's been such an incredible series, and we're wrapping it up here with, well, two of the Triton OGs, Jason Koon and Michael Watson, and then two of the PLO snipers, the Spaniard Cesar Garcia, and of course, Richard Grieco. Took down his first Triton title in this card room last time we were here. Yeah, JNT is dynamite. Put him at any feature table. The thing I love about him is that he makes all the super pros squirm.
Of course they do.
They don't know what to do. They think they have a strategy against him, and then he's like, all right, I'm going to 4-bet pre with pocket fours, and then I'm going to 3x pot jam flop.
That's why I like watching him. I do have a question for you, though. Do I get my nameplate back?
You do. You can have it back.
I just want to live the life of a legend, you know? Myself.
You are a legend. Now, it's been a lot of fun. I mean, you and I have spent, what, a week together in Riga doing some post-production together for the first time. But you know, I was reminiscing about, this hand is over and done with. I was reminiscing about the first time I ever discovered Triton. It was 2018, Montenegro, where Bryn got heads up against Danny Tang. And it was you and Lex Veldhaus in the booth.
Mm-hmm.
Lex, an absolute legend, of course. And you guys were just getting so excited at just how many millions of dollars were being exchanged in that one.
I mean, you referenced in that tournament, it was the very first time we ever had the Triton stream, right?
Oh, was it really?
I believe, yes, Montenegro 2018.
Wow, okay.
And then Danny Tang made it heads up in the main event. He lost to Bryn Kenny.
That's right.
And then here, 2026, in Montenegro, he wins the Nolan Hold'em main event.
Just the full circle moment. It's like the passing of the guard. Danny's gone from one of the new up-and-comers to now, like, he is Triton. Danny is Triton.
250.
Massive congrats to him. How about this, man?
Jason Koon. Richard's got the suited ace, and look, he's attacking Jason here.
All in.
And they're just going to get it in. He's had enough of Grieco.
Not much announced, but it's enough.
He's ahead.
Randy, this is huge. We were alluding to how close it is. Yes, Jason's got the chip lead with 55 bigs, but look at this. If Grieco can convert this 45%, he's going to take the chip lead. He's going to be up to 3.8 million. Jason will be down to 3.7.
That would change the landscape of this tournament. But for now, he needs to get there. Guess it is a coin flip. It's onto a flop.
And it's a jack high flop.
Pretty good.
Not a club in sight. Backdoor straights abound for Jason, but this is bleak.
3 queens and 3 kings in a deck needed at the moment.
That changes nothing. 6 ounce once for Jason.
Grieco would love to hold and be the chip leader.
Chip leader is.
Sit down, sir. You're the new table captain.
That really changes things now. So now Jason has pressure on him as Greco is on his direct left.
How much, Joe?
Greco has put in a lot of resistance against Jason Kuhn already at this final table. Imagine when he's got the lead now. Jason might have to gear shift a bit and not open as wide.
Well, now it's game on. It is game on.
Richard Greco. This is the man from Wales, right?
He's from the UK, not from Wales.
Oh, that's the one he got.
That's Rob Cowan.
God dang it.
Randy's just like, yeah, you're all the same to me.
No, I don't mean that at all. I apologize, Greco.
Well, hang on. Maybe he is. I don't know. No, he's not. I don't think so. You would think Producer Lee, being from Wales, would know these things.
All right, pre-flop raise from Jason makes it 3x. And before, actually, he was making it like 2.5x and things like this, but things seem a little bit different now. Watson's in the big, trying to dissuade him from defending. Greco is thinking here, but he will pass.
Badookie.
At least Jason's got the chip lead again, but ever so slightly.
Man on a mission.
Can I use this box? Alright, let's do it.
Oh, there we go.
Why is that box luckier?
Yeah, Watson knows it's time to mix things up.
Reminds me of like old school poker games, 1-2 or something, where like, oh, that's a lucky seat, I'm gonna move over. He changed his box. I didn't even know you could do that. He's got 4 to a wheel. And he is going to press. It's not even suited to the ace.
Jason can't call. Watson's down to 12 bigs. It's going to be on the puck. He needs to make a move soon.
He needs to hit that puck into the goal. This is a beautiful hand. Ace 8 times 2. Is this a dead man's hand? Ace 8?
What happens when a dead man meets a dead man?
Resurrection.
Comes with 3x. Uh-oh. We all know that face.
It's the face of looking to repot it into aces. I think he will.
I knew that face before I even saw the cards. Watson doesn't muck around. Pre-flop. Very unfortunate here to just run into it. Good luck, lads.
Yeah, Garcia's going to ask for the last chip. He's got a lot of incentive to do so. He's not the chip leader. Not a good spot for Watson.
You never sleep on the ace 5, bro.
Well, actually, it's
Very powerful.
the hand that Sir Watts busted the main with.
Ace, king, jack 5.
So Watts saying that this box got him a playable hand, but sometimes you got to be careful What you wish for. I think he actually busts the Manuel Stojanovic, who had exactly Ace King Jack 5, and it came King 5-4.
That's a sign. Is it a good one or a bad one, though?
Well, okay.
It's all right.
It's a good start. Hey, listen, could be a lot worse.
Yeah, never easy.
Give us a deuce or a 4. No clubs. No funny business with the clubs, please.
Deuce or a 4 requested.
It's a very specific request.
Oh.
He's got the best hand with kings and jacks.
Now it's the Spaniard on the ropes. Looking for an ace, 8, 7, or a 3. So what's the 3-1 favorite to be right back in this fight?
9 of spades.
115.
That's got to be disappointing for Garcia.
Wow.
So Watson busted his hand, but he wins with it. So that's the lucky hand, Ace King Jack 5.
That is the lucky hand, and it's the lucky box.
It's a lucky box. That's the real
lucky
talk.
seat change.
If I was Caesar, I'd be saying, can you go back to the other box? Or get a penalty.
Pot limit Omaha.
Pot limit.
That's a good tune.
These runouts are mild.
It's almost upstep for a second. I feel like I've been seeing 4 to a wheel quite often lately.
Jason's got a playable one. Does he want to play in the form of limp? Looks like it.
Even more so now that Grieco's got the bigger stack. We just hate to raise and get repotted. Holding double suited. Some connectiveness. Garcia, he's got the suited ace with the king. Take a free flop. Garcia's the short stack at the moment.
Queen 10-6, top and bottom for Jason. Gut shots for Richard. Garcia.
Not sure how strongly Jason feels about his hand.
There's just no visibility on any turn, right? Other than a queen or a 6.
It's almost like if you bet the flop, you're hoping they fold.
The nice thing, of course, about checking this back is when it does come queen on the turn, 6 on the river. He's got full houses in his check back range, keeps him a little bit more balanced. Richard's actually turned the best hand here.
With 9-7 for the straight. Jason's got another way to make a full house.
Oh, okay, the Spaniard taking the lead on the river. This hand's had everything.
He's not complaining.
The lead has changed on every street.
These 4 big blinds are actually very important to his 1.5 million chip stack. Let's see if he goes for value. It's pretty hard to get called by worse with a flush out there and multiple opponents, but he's got the nut straight. Single club in hand, a little bit helpful, blocking some flushes.
What's that, 150?
Small bet. Trying to get called by worse straight.
Richard's got a genuine decision here.
They might not think that Caesar's going to go after as much, though, off of that stack. It's a good fold.
These guys make it look so easy, don't they? They don't second guess their judgment. They know what the theory says, and they make some of these look. They make everything look so simple.
No.
It's discipline. You know, having the discipline to just fold.
Yeah, you don't really want to pay off if you're never ahead. 1.5 BBs. It seems like a small amount, but you know, if you let your opponent pick up those extra big blinds and they keep doubling up, it does add up.
Behind your line level, super bounty quarter tournament, 5,000 small blind, 10,000 big blind, 10,000 big blind 90. And players, please do your last level for late registration.
Watson's double suited in the big with some connectivity with Jack 9-8.
Cold.
He just flopped a straight, didn't he?
Just flopped the joint, Randy. He's also got a backdoor straight flush draw, just in case.
And he locks some outs in case his opponent has two pair. Okay, so Jason makes aces and tens.
750 out there.
Oh, he's going to check once more. He's getting sneaky.
So the plan is to go for check jam. Get
Seems
all
like
the
it.
money in, yeah. How does Jason feel about top two? I believe he checked as well.
All right, so diamonds show up, which is bad. Full house shows up. Watson has a straight, but he doesn't block flushes, but he does block full houses with the 8.
Check.
Straight.
Jason was ready to table his ace-10 as the winner. He's like, all right, turn him back down. Enjoy. We'll say, though, for Jason, at least he got a full board run out. Had a chance at cracking the straight.
Who's it going to be, chat? Feels like it's anyone's game. 38 bigs, plays 33, plays 29, plays 19.
It's actually really close. Maybe the closest it has been all final table.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Caesar to short stacks, not that far behind other players, and has a healthy 19 bigs.
Jack 10, 9, 7, rainbow.
Cold.
It's going to limp in. Plans to limp call. I'd be curious, actually, versus pot, whether he would limp call with this.
Jack 10, 9, 7?
Yeah, rainbow.
Not sure. Here, he's got nothing but backdoor wrap draws.
Maybe not the worst board. Start firing out on. The old backdoor wrap. Pick up a straight draw on any 5 through queen. 5 through king, sorry, I do apologize.
Let's see. That's a 6, so he's got pretty good hand.
Yeah, 5 through 10 now. Any 5, 7, 9, 10 would give him a straight.
I would think he might want to bet this hand now. His opponent looks pretty weak to check back the flop. There we go. Win with the unpaired hand. It seems inevitable on this board.
Jason hasn't folded yet.
With a pair of 8s, mind you. Now he will.
Does Sawatz take the chip lead? Sorry, not the chip lead. He overtakes Jason with that hand.
And by a little bit.
By a slim margin.
Hey Dave, can you grab me like a couple paper towels?
Ace of hearts with nothing else, really. Walton's on the button. It's not suited to the ace. He's got 2 healthy stacks in the blind, so he will step aside as we look at Jason's hand. 3-card rundown.
Small blind invested. That's showing Sawatz as third still. Richard gonna check his option.
Thank you.
Jason takes the lead as he is rolling a piece of paper towel. Oh, he wants some earplugs. Self-made earplugs.
Sounds like, what's that? Zlotnikov in the 25K, making a lot of noise.
It's a very important moment for Jason. Trying to pick up title number 13. Really doesn't want to be distracted. It's a pretty cool hack.
Learn something new every day. So, Richard turning an open-ender. Jason's got top pair and a gut shot. This one's going to check down to 4 diamonds river. Jason with the best hand.
With top pair. Richard is literally unpaired.
Queen 9.
Good. Queen 9 is good.
I would think these handmade earplugs would be a little uncomfortable, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm on an airplane, I don't think they're giving me paper towels if I need to get some Z's. Have you ever tried it?
I've never tried it.
Okay. I respect the fact, though. And Jason wants to be as focused as he can.
Yeah, rather than just, you know, kicking up a fuss, he knows it's the last day of the series. People are splashing around in that bounty quattro.
Yeah, he created his own solution. I like that. As we look at the double suited kings for Greco. This is a beautiful hand.
See Danny Tang practicing his tennis swing in the background.
Yeah, he does a little shuffle turn.
That's brilliant.
Anytime you got time to practice, I suppose. In between hands. Well, guys, if you ever dreamed of playing a Triton Super High Roller Series event, you have a chance to win a $25,000 buy-in. You get business class flights. You get the 5-star luxury hotel. And you get to do all that over in Triton Super High Roller Series Jeju if you enter the Triton Free Roll at tritonfreeroll.com and use the code Triton, all caps that you see there. An extra bonus? Maybe say hello to me and Henry Kilbane.
Yeah, I remember when I first joined Triton and I was saying how much I would love someone to come up to me in the hallway of Triton and say, hey dude, started off by watching the Twitch streams and the YouTube streams and now here I am. How cool would it be to have someone come up to us and say, hey, was watching the stream, entered that free roll, and now here I am playing a 25K. It's just great. It's really great. Best of luck to all of you.
Just some raisin takes at the moment. Hey, Greco doesn't put his chips in 20 stacks. This guy.
Bad Boy Comics saying, can we expect another $1 million buy-in tournament in the future? Anything's possible at Triton. Tell you that much. Sigma saying it'd be cool to see a post-series sit-and-go tournament between all the commentators and have some of the vet players commentate on the action and judge their play. That'd be great. Joey saying, if you guys ever visit Colorado, I'd love to host you guys. Great poker here. I would love to visit Colorado, and if I visit Colorado, it's not going to be for the poker. I'll tell you that much.
But a Rocky Mountains.
That's it. One of the most beautiful places in the world. So what's with double suited aces? Gonna limp in from the small.
He's been limping so much into Jason.
Oh my
and he's
word.
induced the pot from Jason Kuhn, who has double suited ace 10, 7, 5. There's gaps there.
This is going to be a chip lead pot, Randy.
Potentially.
It's going to go limp pot 900K. Jason's going to call.
And then we see the flop and see what happens.
There's going to be 1.9 million in the middle. Jason's going to be looking for some spades or some hearts.
So what'd you do, Watson? You really limp re-raise here? Amazing spot for Watson right now.
I tell you who's loving this the most, Garcia. Garcia on 16 bigs. He's like, okay, guys, second and third.
All in.
Oh, no.
He's moving in. Just pre-flop.
Yeah, I'm all in. No. I got the bluff.
Double suited aces
No,
announced.
that's what I was supposed to do in theory with his hand, but I don't know if it was a good play.
He doesn't know, but he's still got 40% to crack the aces of Watson.
I think you're supposed to limp raise a bunch of ace king off and fold to a jam.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
Well, let's see if I can get lucky in theory.
All suits are covered.
All suits covered as the two just enjoying the fruits of their labor. Now the rest is just up to the poker gods. It's the 7 of diamonds in the window. Jason's flop top 2.
Both my flush draws at least.
Watson still has the flush draws, the backdoor once.
10 or 7 leaves Watts drawing to just 1 out. Case ace would be needed. 6 changes nothing, but he does now pick up more counterfeit outs. He was looking for a club or a diamond to make it extra sweaty. Randy's got 7 outs.
Yes, he does. And he's out of the tournament, just like that. 6 million chip pot going to Jason Kuhn. Thought that Watson would limp raise and fold some hands like ace king.
That's right. Yeah, you heard the two exchange those words exactly. Jason's saying, I think you're going to have a bunch of like offsuit, ace king, low card that just limp raises and then folds to the jam.
All skill.
So Watts, one of the greatest of all time. 2 titles here in Montenegro. Close to being the chip leader for title number 3, but the poker gods smiling down on Jason Kuhn in this one as Watson goes home with 448,000.
He's not going to be winning that 3rd title here in one single stop. But if he had won that pot, he was going to have a very good chance of doing that. But for now, that means that Jason Kuhn is once again the chip leader, and now there's only 3 remaining. Garcia just got a page up. He's a short stack. He's got 16 bigs. Grieco in second has 40 big blinds, and Jason Kuhn has 62. Garcia going to start things off with a limp on the button. First stack will always be on the button now, with 3 players remaining. Pot from Grieco, double suited with the ace.
Here we go. Million in the middle. Kind of a dusty looking one for everyone. Garcia top pair and a gut shot.
Grieco was the one to isolate from the big blind. He missed it. He checks. I guess Garcia's happy to take a free card, or is there just too much in there? Because there's $1 million in the middle, and he's got 1.2 back. Maybe he expects Grieco to just pot the flop a lot if he had something that could call. It feels like if Grieco had a queen himself, he probably would just pot it. Yeah, this is very nice from Garcia. Expects to just win it now. Good stuff.
All right, blinds going up. 50K, 125K. What a series. Dan Devoris, 2 titles. Danny Tang taking down the main. Watson, 2 titles.
Did you tell me what your key moment was from the series yet?
That
or one that really stands out for you?
Yeah, that Leon Sturm mystery hand on the final table, where he just ran a triple barrel bluff against Kiat Lee with 7 high on a queen, queen, jack, ace, 10 board, and he got trip queens to fold. That was really fun. Adrian Mateos, I mean, how could he not? That was incredible. What about you, chat? Let us know. What's been the highlight of this Montenegro stop?
Very cheap. Very cheap. Affordable. You always want me in affordable.
Giving Garcia a cheap price. No set for Garcia.
You know what they say.
No set, no bet.
There we go.
What about Jason? No good hand bet?
He's just going to play his range. Continue to lean
Earlier
on the
I
Spaniard.
did not want you in the hand. Promise you that. There were other reasons.
Yeah, I know.
Never want you in the hand. You can fold every time.
Gary saying, how about quads over quads?
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
Where was that?
It was on our outer table, but I believe it was Wang Ye. He eliminated someone, and he had quads over quads in Palo Moha.
Wow.
It was like 4 7s versus 4 4s. I think it actually might have been Greco on the... I forget which tournament specifically, or if it was
Actually,
like a
you
rebuy.
make me very
It's this one.
uncomfortable with my size stack without those.
Yeah.
Grow the fruit.
Yeah, I know.
Saying Jason Kuhn bluff a few hours ago. I agree. That was, I mean, look, he's here because of that bluff. That was something else.
And he's capitalizing at the moment. Kings for Garcia.
What?
P-O-T.
Almost for Jason. If that Queen of Hearts was Queen of Diamonds, maybe we tango.
Looks like he's still coming along here. Suited to the 7. Covered in that aspect. Has ace queen. So we're going to play raise pot here.
Oh, Jason's got a very key card in hand.
Not as many chips to play for, though. Inflated already. SPR2.
What?
And the key card doesn't matter now against pot.
Run it. Kent saying the final table of the Invitational was amazing. Yeah, that one, that's going to go down as one of the best final tables.
Was my ace live?
It was.
All right. I feel okay about the peel. Okay. It's like, if I flop an ace, I'm going to hate life. Probably get it in bad.
They got a good hand.
You had a good hand?
Yeah.
I had ace queen. I had a little something.
A good hand for 14 big blinds.
Yeah,
of
for
course,
sure.
you know.
Ooh, what about this? 18 bigs, ace, king, queen, 9.
Not suited at all.
What?
Still enough for him. Guess it does have good blockers to hands that can fight back.
Yeah, that's right.
That becomes a nice win.
Salko saying the match between Danny Tang and Mario Mosbach.
That was a marathon final table.
That was something else.
Raise 375,000.
Jason with the 3x. Richard at the mercy of variance right now.
Not this one.
Turbo Bounty Quarter Tournament continue playing big blinds, 6,000 small blind, 12,000 big blind, 12,000 big blind ante. Dealers, please start to deal. Players, now our levels will be between me and all.
Oh wow. Someone in the chat just pointing out that Watson made it just in time for late reg. Okay, so the dream is still alive for the third title. That would be special. It's like he managed to max late reg that. And he's jumping in with 17 bigs.
That's pretty cool. It's about a silver lining to bust this tournament. Well, I'm sure he'd rather be here. Oh, he had aces. A walk. And he didn't even show. Maybe he didn't look.
Do you look when you get a walk?
Of course.
You're such a fish.
Especially if it's Paulo Omaha. I want to see if I get 4 of a kind.
Jeez.
Oh, the smoke is coming out of
Whoa.
nowhere. We saw 3 players. There's no winner.
Cool, that reminds me of Crash Bandicoot. You ever used to play that game?
I know of the game, but I don't know about these smoke moments.
Yeah, just remember you'd hop over these stones and the lava would like sometimes come up and fry you.
It's almost foreshadowing, it seems. It was the smoke was so close to Jason. Like, yeah, he's probably going to get the heads up.
Whoa. Randy. Yeah, Birdsall saying the highlight of this and many Triton stops for me has been how every event has been played with brilliant spirit and the creativity has been exceptional. Thanks, Ian. That's a pretty awesome thing to read.
Richard going to take a free flop with Ace King 10-2 out of position against the button limp. He's got top pair, top kicker against middle pair with other cards.
Seven of diamonds turn. Garcia takes the lead.
Mm-hmm. 2 pair with 3 diamonds out there.
Nathan in the chat saying, bro, I swear to God, this dude Greco is at every PLO final table.
Probably.
He's pretty damn good at the game. He is pretty damn good.
Caesar's backed into a full house, running 7s. He only had 1 pair on the flop. Richard's the one betting, though.
Yeah, if Richard wins this, Just looking now. Would have cashed for over 4.1 million since Paradise 2025. He is on quite the uptick at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Gonna bet fold his ace king. Felt very confident about that. Thought maybe he'd get called by worse.
Came second in the PLO main in Jeju. Had 2 fourth place finishes in Paradise, 4th in the 100k PLO main, and 4th in the 75k, for a combined haul of 1.6 million.
King Jack 9-5, double suited.
Greco won't be folding to aggression.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play this as a 3-bet pod, so opts a limp call raise if necessary. Guess we're just gonna go to a flop.
Oh, this is trouble for the Spaniard. King 9 deuce, rainbow. He's got top pair with some backdoors. Richard's got top 2 with 2 backdoor flush draws. He's just going to lead out.
150,000.
Top 2 pair up against top pair with some danglers that could make some straight draws. Obviously the problem for him is if he was to make 2 pair, it would not beat kings and 9s. Ace of diamonds on the turn. A little bit complicated now that aces up would put these kings and 9s into some trouble. So let's see how confident he feels about betting his hand now. Yeah, you can see him slowing down at the moment. So Cesar Garcia makes kings and 8s up against king 9. Wonder if Richard thinks he can get value with his medium 2 pair.
That's 225,000.
King 9.
Nice value bet there. 225. Really unlucky river card for Garcia. Cost himself some chips. So Richard going to be on the button this hand. We will pass. Garcia, 3-card rundown. Suited. Doesn't want to play. The deuce literally does nothing for him, and Jason's always happy to get a walk. Got a comment from the chat saying, we need the final table if Sir wants us to make it in the 25K bounty quattro. And look, whether he's at that final table or not, we're definitely going to be taking coverage of that event. The very last event of the festival, and then call it a festival after that one concludes. But for now, of course, we want to see who is going to win this $75,000 pot limit Omaha event. $1.2 million for first place, $593,000 locked up. Second's going to get $879K, so pay jumps are very big at the moment. Queen 10, 9, 8. Trying to get some cheap flops, and Jason's got ace, king, jack 3. Suited to the ace, so he's certainly going to pot it pre.
Pot.
Doesn't want to make it easy for his opponent. Rico's going to pass. Garcia's going to take this one in position. Queen 10 of diamonds with a 3-card rundown. Close to a coin flip going to a flop. King 10, 7. So top pair, top kicker, nut flush draw for Jason, and Garcia's got open-ended with the pair.
All in.
There's the jam. Does Garcia thinks this is enough? Seems like he does, so we're going to show this one down. It's a 4 million chip pot. Jason wins here. We're going to go to heads up, and he's going to have 8.5 million. Garcia would love to have 4 million in chips. Key moment. Plenty of outs for Garcia, but he only has 30%. He could be dead on the spade, and there is the spade. That is it for Cesar Garcia of Spain. Fist bumps all around. And we're down to heads up. Jason Kuhn versus Richard
I guess
Grieco.
we'll set stuff up and we can go like hit the bathroom and all that real quick.
That'll work for me, yeah.
All right.
$593,000 for the Spaniard. Pot limit Omaha specialist. But that's going to be the end for him at this Montenegro festival, because registration is closed in that 25K bounty quattro. Got in most of his chips. Was drawing live, but that's it. And we're down to heads up. 69 big blinds versus 25. Plenty of chips in favor of Jason Kuhn, looking to pick up the 13th title. And it's going to take us about 10 minutes to set up the heads up match. So we'll see you soon.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September.
I'm all in.
call.
Tree time.
Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
Was a huge success. We'll just probably tweak the way
Yep.
the points work, but I think it's a lot of fun.
Maybe make a few changes to the scoring system, but it was definitely an overwhelming success.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be back.
Cool.
Would have to think so. So as the chip leader, Kuhn correctly believes that he can limp wider than normal. Unlikely to get punished by as weak of a hand.
Sure.
Bottom two pair for Grieco. Kuhn can consider representing something here. He's got the open ender, the 10 being such a critical card.
Yeah, he has a weak open ender though, the bottom end.
Yeah, he does, where if the king hit, he'd make a pretty bad straight.
Oh, that one?
There it is, but a straight is a straight nonetheless.
Straight's a straight.
That'll beat the two pair of Grieco.
It's not one he's trying to get all of the chips in, of course.
He's also got a flush draw to boot.
Oh, just noticed. Well, let's just try to spike that full house. If you're Grieco, that's what I think. Maybe value could be had now, or is it too thin with 10-9?
No, after it goes check on the turn, I think we can definitely go for something like a min bet and just try to target two pair. Grieco may check back some Broadway hands, but not all of them necessarily, and we can have plenty of bluffs here. I like the small size, though. He goes a bit bigger. I think it starts to get hard to get called on a four-liner like this if you go too big.
Hey, that's around 2 big blinds.
But, you know, Grieco is still considering it with queens and jacks. It's one of those things where by sizing up a bit now you start to look quite polar, of course. Though kind of hard not to be polar on this board. You basically have a straight or you have some nonsense.
Yeah. Let's see if Grieco levels himself.
Cool.
Oh,
He does.
So
And
credit to Jason for getting
max.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
More than I
max.
would have gotten there for sure. And that can be a thing too where it depends a bit on your image against a certain player, your dynamic with that player. Keep in mind, Jason ran that big bluff against Richard Grieco. And, you know, these subtle things, you might not think they matter at this level, but there is still a little bit of that subconscious metagame at play. And maybe Kuhn thought he could get just a little bit greedier against Grieco in this situation.
We got an extra big blind. Garcia, pocket kings, jack 9. Are you back? You're back, Henry? How are you, buddy? You good?
What's up, Randy Lou?
It's been multiple weeks for us to do some commentary.
How's
On the
it going,
very
dude?
last day, we're reunited.
We are indeed. I can't believe we're down to 5 already, by the way.
I know you were watching the Stone Cold Bubble, and it took hours, and I came in, I had the Death's Touch, and everyone busted, and now we're down to 5.
Yeah, it was, I think, longest bubble of the series. 3 hours.
It might even be life of all Triton, potentially, or very close to it.
The man that's currently chip leading ran one of the sickest bluffs, maybe the bluff of the series. I mean, it was up there with Leon Sturm's 7 high against Kiat Lee's Trip Queens. That was the final table of the main event. That was insane. But yeah, this one from Jason was something else.
He got a full house to fold. That's the sick part about it.
Martin could run this, by the way, Randy. I mean, we've got, what, 7, 4, 5 back. There's 2, 10 out there. Could see chips go in.
Martin's the shortest stack. He's got 14 bigs.
Maybe a spot where you just want to lead out. Lead out for pot. Just get aces to commit. He actually comes with half.
Mm-hmm. Caesar's hand is not bad. It's got the overpair of the backdoor diamond draw. He blocks some 2 pairs with the 9.
Yeah, he blocks top set, top 2. I think pushing makes a lot of sense here. Martin's going to have so many, like, 1 pair wrapped around the 4-3. Let's see what Garcia does. Also could just call in position and then just, you know, happy to stack off on
clean
all
turns.
bricked. Yeah, or anything that doesn't contain like a 5, 6, or a 7, but not surprised by this decision either. Just making his life a lot easier.
Here it is.
Yeah, good luck, lads.
Oh, yeah. It's been a while since we have the potential to knock someone out.
So now you're calling me the boogeyman. Hand 1, I come in and there's an all-in.
So you're saying Martin's not going to hold with his 2 pair?
No, but it doesn't matter, right? There's an all-in, regardless of who wins this hand. The moment I jump in the booth, there's a collision.
Spooky.
Hey, is it cool if I hit the washer real quick? How much is it? You can see.
I think you have 43.
43?
That's a lot.
The lads
Perfect.
just looking at the clock, you can see the equities, 57%, 43.
Okay.
Now, how about more outs now? 10, 4, Jack, Queen, King for the Spaniard. What do you think, Nano?
I think Martin wants to hold here.
Nearly 2/3 of the time he will. He'll be back up to 1.7 million. Oh.
The Jack of Clubs seals it for Martin Dam. He's out in 5th.
GG's, Martin. Another incredible run, fresh off that 3rd place in the main event. He max late regged that main, spun up to nearly $1 million. Max late regged this one. How much did he get, Randy?
For this payday, he should get about 450K. No, 354K, 450K is for 4th place. Apologize for. He's got the Jason Kuhn, Jason 5. Limp.
Limpin' is pimpin', Randy. Limpin' be pimpin'.
Completing be pimpin' from the small.
All right,
anyone's ever said that before. All right, Garcia gets a free flop with the double suited. It's a pretty good proposition for him, and he flops a gut shot straight flush draw. But however, it's impossible because Rico's got the 3 of hearts.
Wow. This is hearts for everyone.
Somehow all 3 players have a heart draw. One would think it's impossible.
Jason with the overpair.
pair of fives. Which is nice, you know, you're blocking set of fives, you're blocking 10-5. Hands that could play aggressively.
There's only 4 hearts left in the deck. I mean, there might even be less, given that Watson might even... And welcome back to the final day of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. My name is Randy Liu, and I got Rum and Chess alongside me for the $75,000 Pot Limit Omaha side event here, where Jason Kuhn is hunting title number 13, but he's up against the PLO specialist, Richard Grieco. I believe you got some stats we can show to the viewers.
I do. So, yeah, we have a head-to-head of Grieco versus Kuhn. This is specifically Triton PLO events. And you can see that Kuhn has played slightly more events than Grieco. Grieco has the edge in terms of dollars won, but Kuhn has the edge in terms of titles with 2 to Richard's 1.
Yeah, you can see that, but also both have a pretty strong conversion in terms of getting the heads up and winning. Jason's got 66% there. Grieco's been a heads up twice, has 1 title. It really can be anyone's game. So for me, I feel like it's advantage, of course, to the guy who has more chips, and that's Jason Kuhn. He has 69 big blinds versus the 25.
Well, I think what we really have here is a battle between a PLO specialist and a tournament specialist, right? So Richard Grieco, he's comfortable in cash game PLO and tournament PLO, and specifically has studied a lot of tournament PLO concepts. But Jason Kuhn, he's just comfortable inside the hallways of any sort of Triton tournament, right? He's played against all the tough top players. He's so comfortable just playing these tournaments. So it's going to come down to a bit of a stylistic battle between those two.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how they're going to approach the heads up in Pot Limit Omaha. Of course, Jason, tournament experience, but it's a little different because, well, there's no more pay jumps. You just got to beat the one guy across from the table from you.
So it's a good point. So some of those sort of tournament considerations are thrown out the window now that you get heads up. Maybe you could argue it becomes a bit more technical. At the same time, Jason's got 12 titles, right? He's gotten heads up so many times. He's so comfortable in these spots. And not to say that Richard isn't, because Richard has tremendous results also in PLO tournaments, but you just get the impression that Jason's going to be really dialed in with that chip lead, chasing title number 13. And let's see if Grieco can stop him.
Jason wants this so very much, to have title number 13 on the very last day of the festival.
There you can see the counts. 25 big blinds for Grieco, covered, of course, by Kuhn.
Almost a 3-1 lead. There is almost 100 big blinds in play. Don't forget, we're playing for a lot of money. $879,000 locked up. It's $1.24 million for first place.
Shout out to all of you tuning in from around the world to catch the end of this heads-up match between these two icons of the game. Anthony Miley saying, one thing I've noticed about Triton is the rarity of blow-ups, derogatory speech play, and angling. Yeah, it's all class for the most part at Triton.
It's the very best players. So it's going to be a $360,000 heads-up match. Of course, for that title right in the middle between them.
So Grieco came in limping. I expect we're going to see a lot of limping from both these players. They may play a strategy that includes raises as well, but with that big blind ante in there, you're just getting such an amazing price to come in for the limp.
And you also get to play the hand in position. So lots of advantages to being the button. 125 on a flop, called as we check through to a river card. Queen of Spades.
This card might just freeze the action. Jason has 2 pair, Grieco aces and queens.
Yeah, they have enough piece to want to try and show it down.
Yeah, I don't think that Grieco can really go for value here, though he does have that ace of spades in hand, but still just so easy for Jason to have a straight that plays this way. And what are you going to get called by?
First blood, Richard Grieco.
So Grieco won his first title in this card room last year. And of course, we know that Jason Kuhn is looking for number 13. And what a way it would be to cap off this series for Kuhn. He's made some final tables, made some deep runs.
It was really deep in the No Limit Hold'em main event. Then once unable to, or maybe the Invitational it was, unable to convert. There's actually only been 4 people who's beaten Kuhn heads up, and that's Daniel DeVos, Chris Brewer, Charlie Carroll, and Jungle Man.
Okay. So he's certainly made the most of the majority of his heads-up appearances, has Kuhn, both in PLO, No Limit, I guess I should say in all 3 disciplines, and short deck as well.
He even beat Ben Tollerine heads up in the $150,000 buy-in.
Turbo Bounty Quarter dealers, upon completion your hand, please send the players on 15-minute break. Also, we have cheap raise of 1,000.
Queen Jack is the best hand.
Jason has a 9 blocker here and a pair, but beyond that, not a ton of interaction. With 2 diamonds on the board, you would want your bluffs to at least contain a diamond typically.
6s and 4s are taking the lead.
They are, and I think this just goes check, check again.
Check. Queen Jack.
I can beat it. 6-4.
So a couple of small ones to start off this heads-up match, just limped pots where both players had some semblance of showdown value.
Do love to ask the chat on who they think will win this title here in the $75,000. Is it going to be Richard Grieco or Jason Kuhn? Let us know.
It's a great point. Feel free to shout out your BLTs as well. David says, Kuhn is the last on my fantasy, so Jason Kuhn for the win. It feels like a Kuhn-heavy crowd, but we do have Daniel Miller saying, I root for Grieco.
There we go.
Peter FI thanking us for coverage of the entire event. Of course, we aim to bring you guys coverage of as many events as we can fit in. Basically, the priority is always going to be a final table. But then when that final table ends, we'll always take you to another event. So in this case, if this match ever ends, which we think it will eventually, we will be picking up action of the 25K Turbo, which got quite a few entries in the end. There were a lot of re-entries I saw.
There was a guy named Michael Watson who joined it.
Ah.
We were watching him not too long ago at this final table.
So he was able to just get in the nick of time.
Just barely.
Yeah, I see 46 entries, 16 remain there. 12 players get bounties, and then 8 are in the money.
Actually, a fun little tidbit I think you would enjoy, Alex, is that when we were four-handed, I believe, in that 25K bounty quattro, it's getting a little rowdy out there. It's in the same room.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe Zlotnikov was doing his thing, and then Jason Kuhn, he requested, I would like a few pieces of paper towels. And I was like, oh, that's weird. And then he rolled it up. I'm like, what is he doing? And he plugged them in his ears.
No way.
Yeah, he really did. He made his own earplugs of paper towels.
That's pretty funny.
Hot.
375.
So Kuhn potting, he's showing he's not just going to play a limp-only strategy on the button. He's got a very strong hand. And I think Grieco needs to defend this one. You just don't fold many hands heads up. And he has enough going on. Oh, he lets it go. That surprises me a little bit, given the big blind ante.
It's actually kind of interesting because even if Grieco has played more heads-up pot limp Omaha, I'm just assuming maybe from cash games or something like this, he wouldn't have played big blind ante in that format, I would assume.
Yeah,
Because
that's
big blind
definitely
ante
possible.
is very different.
Very different. And, you know, he did have a very weak hand, but the type of hand that when you trim the SPR to what it would have been there, you can feel pretty good stacking off any time you flop a 4. So those small pairs they don't feel quite as bad to me off of his stack depth.
Well, blinds are going to go up, so let's shrink the stack sizes a little bit. Both players with a pocket pair.
And guys, we need another 200 likes on this YouTube video to give away those 10 $55 tickets to the CoinPoker main event. So
this is your last day to get some tickets.
Get your friends to like the video. Get your friends to tune in.
Limp pot.
Kuhn is ready to play a big one. And what was Grieco's plan with this ace-10-10 3-nut suit? Does he think that Kuhn is raising wide enough that he can go for the limp re-raise here? Or is he just going to play limp call?
Yes, he is.
Going to go for that re-raise.
Look at this.
And I wonder if Kuhn needs to call this given he's double suited. But he may just feel if he's up against an ace-king-king and ace-queen-queen, he's just in too bad of shape.
Sometimes when it's fringy, it's the double suited that makes you continue,
Yeah,
and we're going to play a big pot right now.
I think he would have folded the single suited version of this hand, but you can see how close those equities run.
There's only 1.9 million back, by the way, with a 2.8 in the middle. It's actually a coin flip going into the flop. And 10-6-4 is top set for Grieco. He's got no problems getting the rest of the chips in.
Yeah, this one is all England. And the only question is, does Grieco ever check back? I think he's just going to put the money in because to me it would look a little suspicious if he checked back, and there's still some equity to deny. But, you know, with the stack to pot ratio so low, you could make a case for doing something other than putting the money in. He might have some hands that need to check back and give up. He could also carve out a small bet range that would consist of monsters and bluffs, so he could throw this hand, which he's going to do.
You like this?
Yeah, I think it's more than reasonable, because the idea is that he might have a hand like, I don't know, ace, king, jack, 7 with the jack of diamonds, for instance, and ace, king of clubs. This hand doesn't really feel like it can just pot get it in. So you could either give up and just check, or you could go with this tiny bet. And the way to balance that tiny bet is to throw your strongest hands in there as well. So your opponent can't just think, oh, small bet, he's never got anything.
Like top set.
So he's going to do that with a set of 10s. He'll probably do that with aces with diamonds some of the time, especially if he has straight draw with it.
So that was a pretty sizable pot. Richard has 4.5 million versus a 7 million. Gap is closing. There's still lead to Jason Kuhn.
Fold.
Rainbow Kings from the big is a interesting hand.
Yeah, this would be reasonable to pot also. I think with a suit, he always pots. But even here, Rainbow, it's reasonable because you can get up to $1 million in the middle with about 4.2 behind. You're setting up the sort of SPR that you can stack off with an overpair some of the time. For instance, if it comes 9-5-3 Rainbow, you can pot get it in with king, king, 10-7 most likely. 9-5 deuce, certainly 10-5 deuce, these sorts of dry boards.
Jason limp called jack 6-3 tri-suit with the deuce, and that flop is 2 pair for Grieco.
Reasonable flop for his hand. Kind of a good flop for Jason's range, probably more than Grieco's range, although both players will hit this at some frequency. Jason has 2 straight blockers and a heart. It wouldn't be crazy for him to start bluffing at this pot, but on such a dynamic board, it's difficult. If you start bluffing combos like this, you may be overdoing it pretty easily.
Well, he is taking a shot at it. 325,000. Now, Grieco's hand is not strong enough to all of a sudden get 4.2 million there. He just has top and bottom.
Yeah, clear call.
Just play it passively.
No other play would make any sense.
Try to boat up.
And will Jason continue, and on which turns will he do so?
Guess we'll find out. Turn card is the deuce, so he makes a pair. I mean, it gives him some outs against some overpairs.
Kind of a reasonable one to continue on, because like you mentioned, he's now picked up equity against overpairs. And the fact that the nuts didn't change, I think actually favors Jason. Grieco will sometimes raise really strong hands on this board, straights and so on. Jason was representing a straight on the flop. He's going to continue to tell that story. Extremely awkward spot for Richard Grieco.
Yeah, what do you do here with 10s and 7s? You don't even beat 10-9.
Honestly, it's a very, very difficult spot, and it really comes down to how you feel about your opponent. If your opponent is somebody like a Wang Ye, who you think is just so aggressive and will always get after it, maybe you just move in here. But there are opponents you fold against as well, because you're in very bad shape against straights, and you're only in okay shape against some sort of combo draw.
This is a pivotal moment for Grieco. He can find a way to get his chips in there, which he does. He is going to take the lead against Jason Koon.
So
huge pot.
Yeah, that was massive from Grieco. He correctly assessed that Jason was aggressive enough and willing enough to fire with hands like that, right? Blocker-oriented hands. And at the end of the day, when the player bets pot, they're a little bit more polarized. So, and there's also more money in there for the taking if you can get that check shove through.
Which he did. He got 1.7 in on the turn, 325 from the flop, and 450 pre-flop. He won 2.5 million chips in that pot alone.
Yeah, that was a huge pot, and the dynamic has just shifted very quickly here.
Jason is seeing that 13th title is slipping away from him. Now he has to overcome the lead of Richard Grieco.
Part of the reason you check call top and bottom pair there is that your equity is not great against draws on the flop, but then it improves a lot on the turn if you can turn a brick. And he got the brickiest of cards and correctly jammed it in there.
Check.
We're going to play a limp pot for this one. 3 big blinds total in there. Monotone flop. We've got some key blocker there for Jason. 6 of diamonds and another 6. He's got 2 pair.
Well, Grieco blocks the steel wheel.
Yeah, right.
Together they make a straight flush.
Exactly. Ace of spades. Jason doesn't relinquish his hand, he will win it.
They should put that Triton ace on the logo of our graphic.
I know, right?
It should mimic the actual card.
You're a technician now.
Well, just an idea for our team if production's listening.
Look at Richard Grieco. He's betting with nothing.
Stabbing on the strength of his duck and his diamond. He's out on a limb here with just queen high. Dead to win the pot unless a second barrel bluff works.
Check.
Don't think that 10 means anything for Grieco.
No, it really doesn't change anything against the range of Jason's hands that play check call on the turn. And does Grieco go for it? I think against Jason's exact hand, it may get it done, even though Jason blocks some of the hands that Grieco would be representing.
Comes the bet from Grieco. He is relentless at the moment.
Jason is a pure bluff catcher, but it is a reasonable one. Straights are a hand that might check back flop and then go for 2 streets, particularly if they contained a diamond. And Koon with those 2 6s blocking the strong straights. The diamond blocking some flushes.
It's a $500,000 chip bet.
He could just raise pot and represent the straight flush.
Good. Maybe not after you scratch your head.
What do 6s do? What does 6, 6, 5, 3, 6 of diamonds too? I guess don't match that many bluffs. Dude just lose the wheel a lot. To a small flush.
Not sure yet. Oh, he's going to fold the best hand. You heard him talking about holding the sixes, perhaps the key cards that Grieco would want to bluff with. But
Yeah.
Grieco just took that hand and went to the streets.
So well done from Grieco getting that one through. Worth mentioning that one of the pots of the entire festival was played between these two.
Yeah, it was. Well, Predict Lab is redefining how fans experience live poker, creating an interactive layer around the action as it happens, and flash poker markets are now live during the stream, adding another dimension to following the reads, the momentum, and the decisions at the table. And the hand that you're referencing was the full house bluff that Jason Kuhn did to Richard Grieco.
Yeah, Grieco had 4s full of 10s on a 4-4-8 queen 10 board. Bet fold at the end, as Jason was representing something to the effect of queens full or 8s full.
It feels like it's destiny for these two to battle here in Heads Up.
Right, so I feel like, you know, there's just this extra layer of tension between the two of them after that pot was played earlier in the tournament, particularly for Grieco, as he was on the losing end of that one.
I know sometimes it's not supposed to feel personal at the poker table, but you can see how if someone makes a big move on you, kind of want to get them back. But right now, Grieco has got a big lead on Jason Kuhn. Chip counts, that is.
That's right. Not in titles.
Not in titles.
It was.
Ace King 9, 2 diamonds. Jason smashes it. He's got top 2 pair with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, this one's all Jason. His hand's so strong that he could even consider checking back, but I don't think I would.
He's already inflated it pre to 450. Wants to keep building.
You'd be more likely to check back maybe with like ace, ace, queen, jack, nut diamonds. Even then, you just want to bet this board pretty often and hope your opponent has some type of piece.
Super long because the tournament continues playing big blind. 10,000 small blind, 10,000 big blind, and big blind 90. Leaders will start the game.
We've seen a fair amount of limping. Kuhn or Grieco going to continue that trend. We saw Kuhn raise out of the big blind with king 9 or king queen deuce deuce double suited. He's going to do the same with king 9 5 4 double suited.
The Rainbow Queens.
They're weak, but Grieco can dream of flopping a queen and ending the tournament.
So no queen there, and it's even an overcard.
Interesting spot for Jason. Pretty good board for his overall range. Has kind of an awkward amount of equity if he bets and gets raised, but I suppose he could just bet fold with just the 5 high spades. Yeah, this is a very reasonable play with this hand. Grieco really struggles to have much interaction on this board. Single spade, but it's the deuce. The 2 queens could be used later, but he can use those in a check line as well, so he can still bluff on a king or a jack.
So now Jason with 2 flush draws.
Yeah, massive turn card for Jason, and now I don't mind just building a pot with so many outs. Against aggressive opponents who bet merged type hands, you could also go for a check raise here.
Oh, he is going to go check.
And you can also play check call. I mean, you really, all your options are on the table with a hand like this. It's going to be more opponent specific which way I lean.
Well, Rico is not going to bet the turn. And Jason does not have the best hand.
Yeah, he has just 4s and he has that straight blocker. And I wonder if it's a little too weak to just check this one down and maybe he goes for a half to 2/3 pot type sizing, tries to represent he has either a hand that was going for a check raise on the turn or something like 5-6 or ace-3.
He's going to bet 325K. It's not a big bet, but Richard only has pocket queens.
I've played a lot of poker with Richard Grieco. It wouldn't shock me if he called here.
That'd be a sick call.
He's got a 6 and a deuce, which blocks straights. He may just feel that this is a cheap bluff attempt from Kuhn. Well, he lets it go.
Good for Jason Kuhn as he plays a 5 million chip stack. Nice cheap bluff.
Of course, very easy for Kuhn just to have plenty of aces up type value bets. Any 2-pair can go for value for that size. By betting small, he indicates he can have a very wide value range. But I've seen Grieco make some pretty sick calls correctly in the past.
That one's going to pass. Can't always try to make a sick call, otherwise you're probably never folding.
Yeah, very true.
Jason's got his initials of deuce 7. 2 ace for Grieco.
Yeah, let's see if he pumps this one up.
Yeah, he's got gaps to straight draws.
He will.
Being aggressive.
Jason's hand is quite weak. Wouldn't be crazy just to limp fold once in a while with a hand like this, but he is going to call. He's got position. You don't want to do too much limp folding given the price you're getting. Just 300 into $1,050,000.
Power of position. Doesn't seem like it's going to do anything on this board. Ace 9-9 rainbow, top pair for Grieco, but not much of a kicker. There we go, 175. Saw a comment in the chat, who is my comrade sitting next to me. It's Alex Livingston, Rum and Chess.
They said, is it Rast? I can never tell if it's a meme at this point or if people actually think I'm Rast. I think it's a meme.
Might be, but Livingston is a pot limit Omaha specialist, mixed game specialist, WSOP bracelet holder, and even the WSOP main event final tableist.
True story.
True story.
7 years ago, that WSOP main event final table.
I forget who won that one.
It was Hossein Ensan.
Ensan against Dario Sammartino,
Yeah,
correct?
you got it. Yep. And some scrawny Canadian kid finished 3rd.
Hey, you got a big payday.
Can't complain.
I assume it's the biggest to date for you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the only...
It's hard to beat that.
Only 7-figure tournament cash on my resume.
Yeah, it's good, though.
Got a bunch of 6-figure ones, but that was the only one that it was over 7.
Pot and fold, and Alex is also a coach, in case you want to learn more about Pot Lim Omaha. Or if you want the free stuff, just listen to the Triton
There
Super
you
High
go.
Roller Series.
But when are we doing short deck again, Randy? That was
I know.
fun.
It was funny because it was last time in Jeju, it was the very first time you did it. And you had heard things that, oh, it could be a slow game from time to time, kind of like our bubble here in the Pot Lim Omaha, but you absolutely loved it. You were like, I want to do more.
I did enjoy it indeed.
One extra mixed game for you to learn.
And maybe we'll have it again in Jeju. Will we?
Probably will.
Yeah.
We probably will. Well, let's continue this heads-up match.
There's a question about who our fantasy picks were and who our captain. I never remember who I picked. Do you?
Look, none of my guys made the money in this one. Let's just say that.
All I know is Henry always tracks it and knows who everybody has and how everybody's doing, and I just pick random players and see what happens at the end. Yeah.
He's grinding.
He's grinding. And Bearwire, you know, I'm sure has the spreadsheets out. And
yeah, but Bearwire can't.
Where is
win
Bearwire?
He can't win a single bet.
Oh, that's right. He's on an overseas flight. He's heading to Vegas.
Single raise pot here. Ace-10 is top 2 pair with the gut shot, and Grieco's got a set of 5s.
This could be it. I mean, top 2 pair for Kuhn against the set for Grieco. Very easily, Jason just bets this flop. Grieco check pots and all the money goes in.
They both have amazing hands, especially when it's a raised pot and you bet 600K. Is Grieco going to play it fast, or does he peel one off and wait till the turn to move in?
So sometimes when the board's this dynamic, you do just wait for the turn. But here, the stack to pot ratio is relatively shallow. So you're not so worried about getting coolered and needing to wait for a safe card. I think he can just go ahead and put this in right now.
Pot.
And Jason cannot get away from this hand, I don't believe. He's got aces and tens with a wheel draw.
Okay.
Backdoor spades, too.
Yeah, it's a good hand, but Grieco's is better. He's got a set of 5s.
A top 2 and a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw.
That's a lot of outs.
Just a load of picture cards needed then.
Yeah.
A load of picture cards. Grieco does not want to make a full house on a 10 or an ace, because Jason would have the bigger full house.
Grieco 2 cards away from the title here.
To knock out Jason Kuhn and deny the 13th title for that man. Grieco looking for his second Pot Limit Omaha title. Turn card. 8 of hearts. So nothing's changed in terms of outs, Alex.
Just an ace, 10, or 4. The backdoor spades no longer.
Jason Kuhn awaits his fate. He wants to continue this heads-up match and keep the dream alive for title number 13. And it's the deuce of diamonds. Jason Kuhn eliminated, and Grieco is the champion.
Yeah, congrats to Richard Grieco. Tournament PLO specialist. Takes down a stacked field. $1.25 million.
And he went into heads up with the chip deficit. He's going to feel very good with a 7-figure payday, a second Triton title. And you know what? He got his vengeance on Jason Kuhn after folding that full house.
Yeah, he did. He had the last laugh, I suppose, but both played magnificent poker. And that was just a cooler in that final hand. But congrats to Grieco, who picks up his second title in the same casino he won his first in. Last year winning the 50K PLO, which was, again, one of the final events of the series. It was also a 6-max event, so he has his specialty.
We saw Jason Kuhn talking to Ben Tollerine and gave him the news that he does not have the title in his $75,000 buy-in. But Richard Grieco is the champ. $1.2 million in the bank. Must be having a very good day, I would suppose, on the very last day of the Triton Montenegro, as I welcome you back to the booth. And he won't be able to play that 25K Bounty Quattro, but what a performance for Richard Grieco.
Absolutely. You know, Grieco, and once he saw the bluff that Jason Kuhn made on him, he could have gotten down on himself and maybe lost a bit of confidence. But great players, they don't lose confidence in moments like that. Sometimes they even use it as inspiration. And ultimately, Grieco was able to enact a bit of revenge against Jason Kuhn with that cooler at the end where he flopped bottom set against the top 2 in the wheel draw.
Well, we do have more coverage. This time it's going to be the 25,000 Pot Limit Omaha Bounty Quattro. Literally the last event we can run, and we're going to give you coverage of that. But before we do that, let's hear from our champion and down to Henry Kilbane to do the interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the second time on this stage in the span of 1 year, I have the absolute pleasure of introducing a Triton champion in Mr. Richard Grieco. Richard, before we get into the title, the money and everything, I want to ask you how you're feeling right now, because that wasn't a plain sailing day. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly around the money bubble. Run us through a little bit about some of those hands that you were involved in, because it looked like everything was going your way, and then all of a sudden, it was an absolute battle.
Yeah, I mean, I was having the time of my life until Jason got moved to my direct left, and then, well, you saw what happened from that point on.
Now, I was looking at your Triton track record just before coming out here. You've had a pretty good 6 months on the Triton Tour. In Paradise, 2 fourth-place finishes for over 1.5 million. Recently in Jeju, second in the main event, and now here, another 7-figure trip for you. What is it about high stakes that keeps you showing up? And especially when you're making the runs that you're making, I feel like confidence right now must be at a pretty all-time high.
Confidence is high. I mean, what keeps me coming back? It's just so much fun. Apart from anything else, like you try and make money, obviously, but it's just so much fun to be in these rooms with these people and play this game.
Something I really like asking players such as yourself is the trophies, the money, of course, that is very important, as you just mentioned. But what about competing against the best players in the world? Is there definitely, you know, some of that for you where it's like, okay, if I want to be known and regarded as one of the best, I need to come to these stops and battle against the other best players?
The thrill of competition for me is like, you know, I would make very different choices if I was just trying to make as much money as I could. But yeah, can't turn down the opportunity to compete at this level, or try to at least.
Well, we have an absolute pleasure of having you here. Give me a quick highlight moment from this FT. Is there one thing that comes to mind where you kind of felt like, okay, this is a turning point, things are starting to go my way? Because you're coming heads up against the man we call Mr. Triton himself. He's got 12 titles.
I wouldn't say there was a highlight moment. I just sort of ducked and weaved and had some good fortune until heads up, and then heads up I just kind of got hit in the face by the deck, and then it was over quite quickly. So I'm still sort of absorbing that part of it, because I guess like an hour ago it was very much still a 3 or 4 way battle.
Well, to my left, if you look over to our senior director of live events, we've got Mr. Luca Vivaldi holding a very special Triton 10th anniversary trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your 75K 6-max champion for the second time, it's Richard Grieco.
And once again, a huge congratulations to Richard Grieco picking up his second Triton title and battling the very best out there. So now let's talk about the 25K Potlema Omaha Bounty Quattro. It's our very last event. We have 46 entries in this one. Registration is closed. 13 players do remain. And of course, they have the opportunity to pick up some bounties in this one.
Yeah, I believe you get, what is it, 4x bounty on the buy-in, something like? No,
I don't think it's that much. That
no,
sounds
it
pretty.
Be.
The Quattro, I believe, refers to 25% of the field is when you maybe
Right.
start collecting the bounties. But in terms of regular prize pool, I can tell you that $255,000 for the eventual champion. It is top 8 that will pay $34K. So we're not actually in the money yet. So the opportunity to collect bounties, I'll get the details on that shortly, should be very soon or maybe already. Current chip leader is Lautera Guetta, and we've got, of course, a feature table as we always do on our live streams. And this one does have some pretty big names, and one that's very loud, Anatoly Zlotnikov.
Ah, yes, Zlotnikov. He's been a staple at these final tables. We saw him at the final table of the Invitational. Also, he took down a Triton trophy earlier in the series as well. And, you know, I was talking to Zlotnikov the other day downstairs, having a drink, and he's an interesting character. He's got a lot of energy and a lot of charisma, and I think he maybe rubs a few people the wrong way, but I think a lot of other people find him entertaining. And
I think he's pretty
one of those
entertaining.
like polarizing, harmless, pretty funny characters, you know?
Yeah, he's always having fun at the table, but it actually looks like he got moved off to our feature table. We got a big name, though. It's Daniel Divorce, because we were talking about who is going to be the first one to win 3 titles at a single festival. That dream is very alive for him because he sits on second on the leaderboard.
But I tell you what, looking all the way down to 12th of 12, Mike Watson is also still alive. He could also still claim 3 titles in one series. So it's a storyline we've been pushing, but it's because these two guys just keep making runs. And now that we're down to 12, does that mean that those bounties are in play?
It should be 12 or 11. I don't know the
Okay.
exact number. We'll confirm that in a second. But those two players are looking for 3 titles in one festival. Is going to be at our featured table. But unfortunately for Watson, he's not able to run up a stack just yet because he got in at the very last second.
And I guess the bounty is probably worth something like the buy-in, more or less. So 25K. We will get those details finalized.
But I have been told they can collect bounties now with 12 remaining.
Okay.
The exact number on how much they get paid, unclear. It might be 2x the buy-in, but I'll find out shortly for you.
And I see it's Lautaro Guerra, the PLO specialist, with a big chip lead. He's a dangerous player.
So it's actually $25,000 for each elimination. So
Okay.
you get your buy-in back if you knock out one opponent. And,
That
of
makes
course,
a lot more sense than the 4X I was talking about.
I know.
If it was 4X, you'd only have 3 spots getting bounties.
First place would be nothing.
Yeah.
So Geta here has got almost 100 big blinds. These are the final 2 tables.
This is a turbo, and blinds were 20-minute levels at the beginning of the tournament, and then after registration closed, they actually turned into 15-minute levels. So it's just a bit of a fast fun for these guys at the end. Of course, it's a $25,000 buy-in.
I know, it's a big buy-in to play a Super Turbo. But here we are as Watson shovels in his aces off of a short stack. His hand is as easy as it gets to play.
And Devoris will be happy to have a chance to go bounty hunting.
It's actually a good thing for him because if he busts Watson, he gets $25,000 in the pocket.
Yeah, but I think Patrick might come chasing that bounty as well. Let's see. Now, they're not in the money yet, so that weighs into their mind a little bit. There's like 2 different kinds of bubbles. There was the bubble in getting to the bounty phase, and then there's the actual cashing bubble.
They're almost happening at the same time.
Yeah, so 34K is the min cash, but a bounty is worth a quarter.
Because
25K.
normally Patrick would never consider to spot with the action, but with
Correct.
the bounty on the line, here comes the call.
And notice he just calls because he doesn't want to put all the chips in. He's willing to call, and maybe Devoris will call some hands, and then he can navigate post-flop.
What about Stojanovic? He's still double suited. Is he going to get in there too?
Very tempting spot because he could try to claim multiple bounties.
I think the problem for him is that Divorce is too deep, so he would hate to just blow up 800,000 in chips.
Yeah, maybe if he covered Devoris and was eligible for 3. And I guess Dan just calls here.
Why not?
300 back.
He wants to know, should I put Patrick in now and make sure he gets in his chips?
He does want to make sure he gets Watson's last 30K.
Yeah.
In the middle.
Let's see what he thinks. Force Patrick to gamble all the chips, collect his bounty, or maybe just call. You want to embrace the variance, Divorce? Divorce, it's a turbo. You can't take too long. It's a big spot, though. I'll give him a break. All right, here's the call.
And I'm sure those Triton tempo clocks are in play. Hopefully they gave them less time in this one than some of the other tournaments.
Should give them half.
Yeah.
That's what I think, at least.
I think they got the full 5 minutes, though, based on what I'm seeing from the clocks. Top 2 for Devoris. Patrick sticks the rest in. Devoris in nice shape to potentially claim 2 eliminations, but Watson's got aces, a gut shot, and a nut flush draw.
Straight.
It's going to be tough for Antonius.
The 3-way all-in. This is Bounty Quattro time.
Ace is good.
What do I need? It's hard to figure out.
He needs a 6 or a jack, and it can't be a heart. And that's it.
Watson's hand is so good on this flop. Got shot. Not flush draw. Aces.
Yeah, you can see Watson in pretty sizable equity favorite against Devoris, even though Devoris has 2 pair and a gut shot.
Right. Jack of spades.
That's Patrick Antonius's card. He actually pulls into the lead.
He does. 8-9 for the straight. Patrick doesn't even know what card to root for now. He's just going to hold his breath. And the river card's the 9 of clubs.
That's actually a chop.
It is?
Between Antonius and Dvoris.
Oh my goodness.
They both make queen high straights. Who gets Watson's bounty?
Yeah. So we chop the bounty?
Yeah, but we split the bounty, right?
They split the bounty. Chop.
No, you have to break it in half.
You gotta break it in half.
I should get it because I'm out of position.
Yeah,
everyone's
how
having
does
a
it
good
work
time.
with Who gets the? It's just split in half.
The out of position player.
No, I think it's the player with the
Yes,
more.
one extra chip.
No, I think it's the player with more chips gets the bounty. I think
should be
that's,
chopped, I think.
That's the rule if you read the fine print.
The player from Europe? The player from North America? It should be chopped. Maybe Watson's like, well, if you guys don't know who gets the bounty, I'll take it then.
Yeah.
We might just add it to the next pot.
Good one, Chidwick.
That's fair for everyone, right?
Hmm?
That's fair for everyone. No one won it yet. Put it in the pot.
Divorce, not sure how to answer.
I would say I won it. I eliminated.
You won half of it. Well, guys, thank you guys for all playing the Triton Fantasy throughout this Montenegro festival. Huge congratulations to Nesta13, who was third out of 4,324 teams. Second was Arnek, and first was Mexica on the overall leaderboard out of all those teams. And even me, Livingston, Rabichow, and Kilbane was playing there. So huge congratulations, and actually,
Well, no, I just
two of the
maybe
teams
like every hand we could.
from the Sharehand crew.
That's right, yeah. So congrats to our guys, keeping it in the crew. Representing Riga.
Mm-hmm. I hope you guys download the app so you can play at our next festival in Jeju. Gonna be a lot of fun, and now you understand how the scoring works. Then again, we might tweak it a bit.
And did they figure out how to chop that chip in half?
What?
They need a sledgehammer.
Yeah. But that might just break into more than 2 pieces. And then everyone gets a little piece. Assuming they chop it as they should, that means that Dvoris and Patrick get 12.5K each.
That's right. Beats a slap in the face.
When you said slap in the face, have you ever seen that thing where they take a tortilla and slap each other?
I've heard of it, I think. But
it's such like the dumbest thing that got viral.
I can't watch stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's just too silly.
That's my algorithm.
Yeah. Oh, boy. You watch a lot of TikTok videos, Randy?
I don't, but I mean, look, it's the same on every platform, short form content. Just simple laughs. Waste a lot of time. Unless it's the Triton Poker Plus version on Instagram. Those are good highlight reels.
Fantastic.
Limpy.
Shout out to our social media team.
So here, the shortest stack is Chidwick with 21 bigs. So no micro stacks.
Chidwick looks like a man with a good hand. Chidwick is a man with a good hand. However, he doesn't have any suits, okay?
He's got the dead man hand times 2.
If we're going to pick flaws about his hand, interesting that Stoyanovich just folds. I thought he might have limp called there given the bounties in play.
Especially because Chidwick's on 20 blinds and he raised it up so the SPR is a lot shallower.
Yeah, I guess he's just worried about Dvoris. Dvoris surely will make the call here, trying to pick that bounty up.
Would speculate with worse. What if he's like, oh, I'm not sure if the last bounty token's in play to spot, so I have to go after it. If he goes after, he can get 2.
This is not the first battle of the day for these two as Dvorak flops queens full.
As good as it gets, and it almost seems like a lock that he's going to take Chidwick's bounty on this flop.
It sure looks like it, and I don't know who got the better of who, but they were playing each other on the tennis court earlier today as well.
I'd rather have the win in the poker tournament if I had to choose.
A little more on the line here.
A lot more on the line.
And Chidwick is not going to be too concerned about the deuce. Of course, it could occasionally exist as a dangler in Dvorak's hand, but would guess he just comes small bet here.
I like small bet here because a Queen X actually doesn't have that many outs, but he actually checks it back for a trap.
Yeah, he checks it back, almost maybe hoping that Dvorak attacks with a weak hand. Dvorak has quite the opposite of a weak hand.
Yeah, because Chidwick is usually only worried about some pocket pair making a full house. Deuce is rare, of course. But he's drawing so slim. So I guess Dvorak needs to bet in order to create a pot that he can take the opponent's token.
Yeah, so I think, you know, you could just go 100, 125 here and try to move in on the river. He goes a bit bigger, so perhaps representing that he can have some draws.
Yeah, because if he just checks to trap Chidwick, as you might want to do with top full house, if Chidwick checks it back, he can't get the bounty because you can't bet more than the pot.
Exactly right. So I think he feels compelled to bet here. He really doesn't want it to go check. And he's just going to bet turn, shove all rivers. And it's hard to imagine that Chidwick folds his hand at any point. Would think he just calls here. There's a little bit of merit just to jamming to try to deny equity if you think Dvorak is betting some mergey pair plus draw type hands. But I would probably just call because a lot of Dvorak's bluffs will be drawing dead or near dead. Maybe they have a gut shot.
It's actually Chidwick who's almost dead.
Just
Jesus Christ, that's a great river card for Chidwick, isn't it?
It's just been an unfortunate series for Chidwick. He's just run poorly all series long, and this just kind of is the epitome of that. As the river looks so clean.
3 deuces and 2 aces.
Just less chance that Dvorak has a deuce now.
And he doesn't have a deuce, but he's got pocket queens. Enjoy another $25,000, Dvorak. You earned it. Take all of the chips and take that green one. The green one is the bounty token, so Chidwick, it's been a rough one for him. Just feels like he always has potential for a deep run, and it just falls.
Yeah, it was definitely not his series, but again, he just shows up and plays every event. He's able to reset mentally. A lot of respect for his ability to just continue to show up even when things aren't going well. And I'm sure a big series just around the corner, but how about this man, Dan Dvorak? He's comfortably in second place by a good margin, actually closing in on Lautaro Guerra and chasing that 3rd title of the series.
That is live, aren't we? 3 titles in 1 series for Dvorak.
And he's got 5 titles overall, so he'd love to get to 6.
Even though he doesn't have the chip lead, he's got more bounties collected than Lautaro Guerra.
That's a good point. He has somewhere between 1 and 2, depending on how you do the math. We think 1.5. But I don't know that it was ever confirmed. I didn't hear a floor talking to them about it. I assume they do just chop the bounty.
It has to be chop.
It's never that it goes to the bigger stack? I think it's always a chop.
It has to be, yeah. They both technically eliminated.
Right.
As long as the players have a covering stack of the person who got eliminated. Dvorak, can he flop any better? I mean, just look at this.
My goodness.
I mean, give him a club, I suppose.
And Wang Ye has blockers to the nuts with a pair.
And Wang Ye likes to use those blockers and really go explosive with it. Flop the straight with top set. What a life. I mean, even he can't believe what he flopped. Of
course, hand still vulnerable against flush draws, but against so many other hands, just crushing. And will Wang Ye put these 10 blockers into action with a double guard to go with it and a single club in hand? I don't know if he can help himself with this combination.
He can't help himself.
It's just
I just know it.
It's a bit too attractive.
Yeah,
of a
you know
combo.
it. It's always in his play. He loves to be aggressive.
And it's a very reasonable hand to do this with, of course. He's just run into it. Dvorak should probably just call here with position.
So why not re-raise here?
I just think you want to keep in bluffs like this. You want to keep in the lowest equity hands. And basically, even if a club hits, Dvorak still will have outs against that flush, and he can just basically call off on every turn. So I would just keep Wang Ye's range a bit wider.
Pot.
Oh, he goes for it.
Well, he thinks Wang Yi's got a big hand to check
if
raise his flop.
If you're pretty sure your opponent has no raise folds, then this also makes sense because then you prevent the situation where they're able to get away from their hand on a scary turn.
Maybe a little more merit in this format just because
True.
you want to get the stack in while you can to collect the bounty.
True. And I think in general, probably players don't find that many bluffs on a board like that, so Dvorak probably assumed the money was just going to go in. And also against 10-9, he just gets a free roll right away before the scary board pair turn hits.
Still, very sizable pot. Hey, Robert Cowan.
Wait, shouldn't he take that seat?
No, it's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. We don't have a seat here.
What do you think of his cap?
It's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. We don't have 6.
Sorry, what? 1, 2. Oh, 1, 2, 3.
Robert actually
so
brought
this
that
is
cap
the next bit. Oh, gotcha.
from Jeju.
Did he?
Yeah, that's the cap you only get when you win a Triton title. He's actually the defending champion of this very event.
Right. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
So can he do it again?
He can get matching caps.
Dvorak has a pile of chips now and a strong hand. We're down to 10, by the way, and we'll be paying 8 spots. That's in addition to those bounties. So there is a bubble of sorts around the corner.
4-card rundown, double suited for the defending champ.
5 seconds.
No fold equity. That's the problem. Is like this is a great hand to 3-bet in a cash game when you're deep stacked. But here, what's he gonna do? Will he play it as a flat? Will he just fold it ever? I wonder.
It's like so pretty.
It's painful.
He's like, folding doesn't seem right.
It feels like folding Jack 9 suited or Jack 10 suited in Hold'em, but there are spots where you fold those hands to a single open.
That's true.
What will Cowan do?
I feel like he's almost thrown in the chips multiple times already.
He has. There they come.
Okay. Wang Yi's like, wait, hold on, this guy just
Yeah.
called and I can cover him? Oh, like my hand sucks.
It's an attractive proposition to get in there. Patrick will get in there, but he's quite dominated by Cowan's hand.
His hand almost looks the same. But a big difference. The 6 is not a 10. At least Patrick does cover Robert.
Look at
She's
the equity.
happy about.
The Dvorak has 3 ways. Wow, look at the flop too.
10, 7, 5 rainbow. And it's a beautiful flop for 2 players.
Yeah, so Cowan's got top 2 pair with an open ender, and Antonius has middle pair and a full wrap.
Antonius pots it.
Dvorak just has to get away here. He's just only got ace high. Yes, he has 2 backdoor flush draws, and yes, there's a lot of bounties up for grabs, but not enough hand.
Robert's not folding, don't worry. He's calling.
That's very big. Big flop here.
And you too. Touche. All right. Zlatnikov versus Zhao Samel. Samal's got a set with the nut flush draw.
He's actually a big favorite against the Broadway of Zlatnikov. Not anymore. But on the flop, you saw he was 63% with all those outs.
Samal still wins 42% of the time.
Oh, no. Spades.
He just made spades. Zlatnikov gone.
Anatoly out. What's going to happen on the other table? Is the bubble going to burst?
So that means we're down to 9.
That's right, which means we're on the stone bubble with Cowan at risk.
King of spades, and Cowan's got a flush draw. That's nice.
It's a good card for him.
Kill some outs. 6 of spades is a flush for Robert Cowan.
Spade, of course. That's spade. 225.
Antonius has been unlucky at our feature tables.
Yeah, and he made a comment about that too. He said that never wins on this table.
Yeah, you hear it.
Yeah.
How much?
I almost think he said I'm like 1 for 17 or something like that. Stone cold bubble time. Patrick's results actually have been decently solid actually this festival.
Many final tables, he's just kind of bemoaning the fact that he hasn't closed the deal, hasn't got that podium finish.
Yes, a 4th, a 5th, and 3 7th place finishes.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if and dies after time on fast action.
Only when it's fast action you have 40 seconds.
Double suited for divorce. He's going to raise. Of course, he covers the table.
So how long will this bubble go? I can tell you what, it's not going to be as long as the bubble was in the 75K event. That was almost 3 hours, maybe a full 3 hours. Given 15-minute blind levels here, that would be insane.
Yeah, and also we throw in the bounty aspect. I would take the under.
Yeah.
I would bet my life savings on it.
I would too.
Patrick folds his hand. He doesn't cover the blinds.
Tavares is working on a beautiful deuce to 7 triple draw hand.
Only you would see that, Livingston.
Shout out mixed games. Any mixed games enthusiasts in the chat? Triple draw players?
You gonna pat?
Make yourselves known, as he's flopped bottom 2, has Dvoris, but again, in PLO, naked bottom 2, not a very strong hand.
Something you often check it back.
Yes, but here, perhaps given that we're on the stone bubble, and given the bounty nature, maybe he builds a pot and just tries to, just thinks he's not going to get check raised as often, but no, he still plays check.
Oh, he's got a full house. I think he wants to build a pot now.
It's one of the reasons you check back this hand on the flop is that you want to be able to have some full houses in your check back range. So best to check back the weakest 2-pair combinations.
Sounds like we're raising those blinds.
Up they go. There's a question for us in chat. What our favorite event has been this series? Randy, any thoughts?
For me, I really love the $150,000 anniversary edition because JNT was doing some gangsta things at the table.
It's really a great pick. I love watching JNT play, and Panakov's also is one of my favorite players of the newer generation. He just plays with... He plays a very exploitative style, which I like, but he's also very theoretically sound.
How about you?
So that would be a contender, that 150. I would say the 30K, just because we had that epic heads-up match between Mosbach and Danny Tang. And then hard to pass on the Invitational as a candidate as well, because we just had such a great list of names in that one. And Mateos, who's been on, I don't want to say a cold run, but I think it had been quite some time since his last 7-figure score. And he was able to do it in style with his parents watching. So maybe those, somewhat one of those three. I know
they're
that's
all
a bit of
good,
a
right?
cop-out. They were all great, yeah.
Just relive it all.
And this 75K PLO was quite a doozy as well. I was enjoying covering that for much of today. Missed some of the final table as you and Henry were in the booth.
So we got a small blind raise from Divorce. Ace-high board. Doesn't love that.
Yeah, Stojanovic limped the button. Called the raise from Divorce. This is not Divorce's type of flop. He could still apply pressure on the stone bubble. He's going to have some ace-ace holdings, and there are plenty of hands that Stojanovic will just have to fold immediately, but I don't think this is one of them with the nut gut shot, 2 backdoor flush draws, and facing such a small bet from Divorce. He can even consider raising, but perhaps we'll take the more passive option. I don't mind just making it 190, 210. Calling also fine.
So he's going to make the call. He's got position. Love to hit the 4. 10 on the turn. Actually gut shot for Divorce.
Yeah, definitely makes Divorce like his hand a little bit more. Could hit a 10 to make trip 10s, could hit a jack for Broadway. He still doesn't love it, of course. I mean, you could consider just potting and thinking that your opponent might even have to fold a decent chunk of ace-x hands on the stone bubble. But he checks over.
Because we are on the stone bubble, so players are supposed to play a little tighter. The stone bubble, if you can get into the money, it's worth 34,000. That's worth more than the bounty token at the moment.
Hard not to want to bluff Stoyanovic's hand. We have just jack high. It's a rainbow board, so we have to be less worried about, you know, on a flush draw board, there's more hands that Divorce will play check call with, but he checks back in flow. And who's gonna win this one? Divorce now maybe will just check and think he has some showdown value with the 2 queens.
It's weird to have showdown value when you bet the flop on an ace-high board with
It is.
3 deuce out there.
But he did bet 20% pot.
Mm-hmm.
It's just whoever bluffs wins this one. I think if Divorce wanted to bluff, he would have wanted to keep betting on the turn.
Now Stojanovic is just wondering, does Divorce have some random ace that's not folding?
Yeah, but I think you just have to go for it here. We have jack high. You would rather have some type of board pair blocker. But Divorce just has so many of these kings, queens, just random give-ups.
He's gonna bet 150,000, and it's so difficult to call with queens.
Stojanovic is repping aces up, and what are the bluffs here? That's the real question. Yes, he has a bluff, but it's hard to have hands exactly like this because a lot of 6-5 hands might just fold flop without those backdoor flush draws.
I mean, usually he's actually up against a made hand. That's why he can't call with the queens. Well played from Stojanovic. For me, he really has stood out here in this Montenegro festival. It's not his first Triton stop, but I like how he plays Pala Momha.
Yeah, I would agree. And he's had a lot of results online as well. Very experienced PLO tournament player.
I like this comment from the chat. Not what's your favorite event of the festival, it's what's your favorite J&T hat? The police, the FBI, the security?
I like the CIA.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I just like anything involving J&T.
Anything about J&T.
Sounds like there's going to be a 8-game mix ring event in Tallinn, Estonia at the WSOP circuit. Don't know when that is, but that sounds kind of fun.
Sounds like your territory.
D Stern asking where I play mix outside of WSOP. I play a lot of online app games, and I play a little bit in Vegas in live games as well, but get a lot of volume in at WSOP. Bit on Phenom as well. It's one of those sites that has mix.
All right, Divorce opened. He did look at his hand, we just don't know what they are. Sean Raphael's in this pot up against Joel Samau. Oh, Lautaro Guedes here. 3 ways. And Guedes got the straight draw and the flush draw. Raphael with a wrap to Broadway with aces. And Samau's got a pair and a flush draw.
A little bit of something for everyone. Of course, Samau's flush draw is covered. The 9 would also be no good for him.
So his hand sucks.
His hand sucks, yeah. But he could still be ahead on a 6, a 7, or an 8.
185.
Raphael is the short stack by a good margin, so he could be a bubble boy if one of these other two is able to defeat him. Particularly Guerra has the best chance.
You can see Raphael checking, mainly because he wouldn't mind chips not going in if he doesn't make it, because Stone Cold Bubble. You want to conserve some chips, and Samau with the worst equity. He thinks his alts could be good. They're not. So he's trying to raise and leave one back. He can, right?
Yeah, because he's got 185, so he's making it 180.
No, I almost wonder if Samau did that on purpose. That's weird.
I think so. But ironically, usually when you do this on purpose, it's because you want to isolate the other hand.
No, 180. It's 75.
But now the question is, if he does go for it here, trying to get rid of Guerra, does Guerra go anywhere with the open ender and the queen high flush draw?
Yeah, it's pretty weird. Magetta does have 1 spade, extra spade, I mean.
So Samau just calls, so perhaps that wasn't his plan all along.
Yeah, he was just stabbing and didn't realize that Rafael could check raise min and not be all in. He's almost punishing them by leaving the 5K back. Yes, now look at this. Geta with their all-in play.
And Samao's hand is just mega dominated by this range.
Okay, so we got rid of Samao.
Gara looking for a 9, an ace, or a spade.
You're dead? I feel like I'm pretty alive.
No, 6. Win 6. Use the spade.
Feel good about this. I think I'm gonna win.
I think it's about 50.
No. I think I win.
How much?
185.
No side pot?
I would win the river.
No side pot.
I had 8.
That's brutal. Do you have a gutter?
The bet for the 9.
It's like Samao was pointing out that he would have won a side pot against Geta, but he can't continue with his hand, of course.
Shoot pot.
Back over to our feature. By the way, if you look at the counts, it shows you where all the bounties land. It doesn't show a bounty by Patrick Antonius' name. It just shows one by Devoris. I think you're right that it gets chopped, but...
The app hasn't taken account the half bounties, okay?
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
I'm pretty sure at least.
I think you're right.
But we do adjust the payouts in it, maybe after the festival's over or something like that.
All right. As long as Patrick gets his 12.5.
You're making sure?
Well, I'm
You're
his
looking
agent.
out for him?
I get 12.50 of it if he gets his 12.5.
Maybe your cut is one of his dinners that he's ordering at the table, where he gets like 5 plates of food.
It's 6 meals a day. Callan, I expect, will limp this if he wants to play it. No, he's opening. But it's because he covers the other 2 stacks. So I was thinking he was raising into covered stacks or limping into them, and instead he covers the other 2.
Yeah, he really wants to reduce the stack to pot ratio against Antonius, who's only playing 10 big blinds. And just flop it in piece and get it in.
And it's Devoris at the top now by a slim margin over Guerra. Joao Samao in third. And a bit of a drop off to the rest of the pack. Ding Biao shortest off just 6 bigs.
Gonna look over here, Rafael versus Geta. Rafael with the best hand. He's got the flush draw with the king.
Well, best hand no longer, though. He does still have the highest equity, but Guerra now ahead for the moment with 8s and 6s.
And they both have the 3 deuce in their hands as well.
Check.
4, though, would give Rafael the higher straight.
Yeah, I see it out of the 7-3.
He can also hit a spade, a king, a 7, plenty of cards.
Jack changes nothing. Eights and 6s looks a bit weak to go for value, or is that wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could go really small here. You could go min bet or something like that. He also is just not going to expect to face a ton of raises from Rafael, who is the covered stack and would have to fear that limp 3-bet.
Maybe a block bet.
Block 3-bet, yeah. I think you could block min, or you could just check.
Set your own price. Maybe get called by worse.
Check. Check.
Does just check, and Getter will take that one.
Just one bet?
Yeah.
So one pair for the win, or for the lose, I mean. Yes, the green chip resembles the bounty token. Everyone has one in front of them, and if they lose, they put it in the pot and give it to the winner.
So who knows? Maybe this bubble will go as long as that 75K. It's been at least, what, 20 minutes?
If it goes 3 hours, they'll all have one big blind. Every hour, 4 levels go by.
Yeah,
that means it'll be
this
12 levels later.
You've already volunteered your net worth on the line. Or at least you described it as your life savings.
Yeah, life savings.
Are those two things synonymous?
Yeah, maybe.
Would life savings include property and belongings, or would it just include
when I said it, I meant
cash
it.
and stocks?
I did meant all of it. All right, let's take a looky here. Ding Biao is actually really short. He only has 150K back as he makes the call. Looks like Lautaro has ISO'd from the button. And now, we're going to go all in. Pure coin flip. Double suited king, queen, 10 deuce.
Good luck to Ding Biao. He'll need to double up to stay alive on the bubble. Guerra is bounty hunting.
So Jack 8-5 board. And still the equities are close.
Yeah, no pair for either player. It's a straight for Guerra, though. Ding
6-4.
Yeah, Ding Biao will need a 9 and a 9 only.
9 for the gut shot. Make a queen high straight. And slain like that. $25,000 sent over to Lautaro Guerra. That green token. And actually, even more, because everyone has made the money. $34,000 in the bank for everyone else.
Yeah, that hand was worth $59,000 for Guerra.
And $0 for Ding Biao.
So Antonius with yet another final table, although perhaps we combine at 7.
Final table is 7.
Yeah, so I shouldn't prematurely award him another final table.
So now the pay jumps are actually quite small, from 34 to 43.5. You can get to the final table. That means there's a little bit more value in going after those bounties. It's worth 25K a piece.
Very true.
Should be hand for hand now, and the 3 big stacks are actually on the outer table.
All on the same table, okay.
So that doesn't feel good for them, but it does feel pretty good for our featured table. If you're the big stack at least.
See those payouts, 255K for first prize, but probably if you win this tournament, you will have collected a few of those bounties along the way.
Should be worth more. I mean, if you win the tournament, you always get your opponent's bounty and your own, so
Right.
it's actually worth at least 305,000.
Right, so that's the stone minimum you could win, is if somehow you knocked out nobody else, then you got heads up as the short stack, perhaps.
Yeah, so the bounty format makes the heads-up matches worth even more.
So Wang Ye has picked up ace, queen, jack, 4, tri-suited to the ace.
So Stojanovic is the table chip leader, this one with 23 big blinds.
Wonder if they'll play a huge one on the other table. Are they the types? Guerra, Dvoris, and Samao. I could see it.
With those characters, I could see it as well.
I could see bloodshed over there.
Wang Ye has the nut flush draw, but is up against sevens and deuces.
This is going to go in. Both players have flopped enough of a piece that at this stack to pot ratio, the money will just go in.
He's got one big blind more than pot. I mean, I think Cowan just moves in, hoping to stack Wang Ye.
I think so too. He's got a hand that is likely to be ahead, but somewhat vulnerable.
He's got the covering stack. That's the most important part for him.
He's going to be happy to see that Wang Ye has just naked nut flush draw. So he is the equity favorite. Against something like kings with a flush draw, he'd be in bad shape. Just a king, I mean.
Wang Ye would love to get there, and he does like that. He's got the flush, so Cowan now needs the 7 or the deuce. The worst hand in Hold'em.
It's looking a bit grim for Cowan.
So Wang Ye moves up to $1 million in chips. Cowan down to 4 big blinds. Defending champs in trouble.
Yeah, just 170K now for Cowan. Antonius is the second shortest stack in the room. Dan Dvoris has 2 bounties, but is second in chips with Guerra at the top. But Dvoris is still live to do something that nobody has ever done before in the history of Triton and win 3 tournaments in one festival.
So given that Cowan's so short in chips now, aren't they all just going to splash and go for it?
Yeah,
it's worth so much.
Sometimes you see something where everyone just limps and wants to just have a chance to get a piece of the pie.
Even for Antonius, it's a pretty big spot because he only plays 7 big blinds, but he covers Cowan. So he might be looking for an opportunity to get him. He's got ace, jack, jack, deuce, rainbow. Pre-flop raise. There it is.
Cowan's not going to give the fans what they wanted. By the fans, I mean Wang Ye and Manuel Stojanovic, the 2 players remaining in the pot.
You know, Manuel was actually really mad that he
Yeah.
folded.
Although Wang Ye may not have gotten involved anyway.
All right, collect those chippies. Even though he would have preferred a little gamble against Cowan. Well, Taro's got cards. So does Sean Raphael. I can't tell if Divorce has cards. Are they behind the stack at all?
I'm not sure.
His posture is too good.
50,000?
I think he does have a hand.
He looks like he does, right? But we're not 100% sure.
He looks like a man with a hand.
He looks around, he's observing. Okay, he's got a hand. Does he have a hand on this board? He's the only one with the flush draw. Divorce has a real hand. He's got open-ended with a flush draw, 40%.
5 seconds.
It's even a little bit more than an open-ender because he's got that 6 as well. It's one of those weird PLO things.
Pot and win. This man has got 2.3 million. The dream is possible for him. Fellow Canadian.
The dream is very much alive, and it was 2 Canadians who had the chance going into these last couple PLO events. Himself and Mike Watson. Watson was downed, but Divorce could still do it.
Stoyanovich opens again, and Cowan folds. So he might have to settle for trying to get Antonius's big blind. And bounty. Long A sees that Antonius is short. He calls. Antonius has got Ace King 9-9 Rainbow. Maybe he's thinking about calling or re-raising to allow Stoyanovich to ISO it and get a heads up.
Yeah, I think he is thinking that, because if he can put all the chips in and have one of them ISO, then there's a lot of dead money in there, and he's got a reasonable hand.
That's a very interesting choice for him.
But he can also just take a flop here and get away on the bad ones.
I know, you can see the benefits to both.
Yeah, exactly right. We can actually see he's the equity favorite here with the Ace King 9-9, even without a suit. It's a bit unusual.
He's going to go the path to maybe get away route. Oh, he's got top set. Antonius just did a backflip. He's back in his seat already.
It's almost overkill for Antonius, but of course on a board like this, he's definitely concerned about straight and flush draws. Put the chips in, and interesting now because you can make an argument for Stoyanovich just to shove here to try to go bounty chasing. He will, and this should eliminate Wang Ye's hand.
Because there's so many chips to Wang Ye, but Wang Ye's annoyed because he wanted to call and try to knock out Antonius for the bounty.
And Wang Ye actually does cover Stoyanovich just by 5K, which is relevant. If he thinks it's close, that could be the tiebreaker. He could get 2 bounties here, but it's really tough with just Queen, Queen, 10 on this 2-diamond texture.
So will the fact that he covers 2 players be the point that makes him make the call? I guess if he doesn't cover Stoyanovich, he probably never calls.
Agreed, and I still think he probably gets away from this, but it remains to be seen. We can see that he'd actually be in great shape for that side pot, and the side pot is much bigger than the main pot if he were to get the chips in.
That is very true. Hard to know it.
So those percentages you see, they don't tell the full story because of that massive side pot that could be looming. But yeah, impossible to know it.
You wish he had a diamond.
Even if he had something like backdoor clubs, maybe he talks himself into that being the tiebreaker. He's genuinely pained by this decision.
He loves going for the W, though. That's just his style.
That's your style,
folding.
Professor.
He hates folding. He likes betting.
He likes being the one to drive the action, though. He doesn't always like to be the one in these spots, right? Facing a bet and a raise.
He doesn't like being the passenger. Trying to make up what kind of hand Stojanovic would repot it with. Stojanovic was a pre-flop raiser because that means he could be up against kings or aces, and then he's in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, there's a lot of hands he's in bad shape against. He's just dreaming of that 50K overlay from the bounty chips, and he's draining his Triton tempo clock, but as is his right. You use that time as you see fit, and this is a genuine decision for him.
He is going to fold, and he's going to see the showdown. He's very interested.
And he'll be a little disappointed to see how bad of shape he had Stojanovic in.
He's probably rooting for Antonius now.
It's definitely not mine. I mean, it feels like a 50-50.
All right, Antonius is going to win a pot.
I'm surprised if Jack shows right away. Yeah, but then I still have outs for Jack that kills me.
Is Antonius going to win a pot at our featured table finally?
Yeah, he mentioned it hasn't been his place.
Looks like he will.
I won a pot. Wow.
And that also means that the queens would have held against Stojanovic, right?
Oh, yeah. Wanye would have won a really big side pot. But what can you do? You know, he just happened to be up against the one hand he had crushed. I think the fold was prudent, given the ranges he was up against. Well, Chad, I don't know how much more time we'll have with you as we're getting closer to the final table of this one. So one last time, hit us with your BLTs. Let us know who you're rooting for. There was no fantasy for this event, but
yeah, I would have lost that one
maybe you
too.
have some favorite players.
I think Wanye told them that he folded queens. Cowan in the cutoff, which is actually under the gun when you're four-handed. Is this the one? They've been waiting for him to put in the chips to go after his bounty. He doesn't look happy, as he shouldn't be with this hand.
Very weak hand. And he knows the vultures will just surround him if he puts those chips in the middle.
They're already waiting for him.
They're
Go for it.
lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce, staring at his chips as though they're a cheeseburger and
cheeseburger.
And they themselves are starved birds.
They haven't eaten for days.
Dilapidated. Withering in the hot sunlight of Montenegro. And that cheeseburger just looks oh so sweet. But will Cowan hold on to it?
It's like, why isn't this cheeseburger moving in?
Sometimes in these situations, a tiebreaker might be, do I like the players at my table? Do I want one of them to get the bounty? Or do I try to hang on, make the final table? Maybe I like some other players better.
That's something. That sounds like something Sean Winter would do.
Shout out to Victor having a Macallan shot in Seoul, South Korea at 6:30 in the morning.
He limped, by the way. That's what he went with. And Wang Ye did the instant pot with the double suited.
Wang Ye has seen a cheeseburger. And don't be fooled by his slender physique. He's a fan. A&W is his favorite chain. But he's going to settle for this 150 that Cowan is offering.
Okay, Antonius, he's like, wow, I have a chance to get that Cowan bounty. I cover him, so I'm in. And he doesn't even need to move in. He can just call. What about Stojanovic?
Yeah, what of Stojanovic? Will he get involved as well? Cowan, of course, expected this when he limped. What would be really funny now is if Cowan limp folded and said, suckers, and just made them play this inflated 600K pot where the bounty's not even up for grabs.
It's so funny that you said that. I'm pretty certain at a Triton bounty tournament, that Sean Winter had limped and folded with like 3 blinds or something at one point.
Really? That's hilarious. Just to sort of
mess with them.
Mess with them. That seems like something Sean would do. Apparently, according to Chad, it's actually National Burger Day.
It's actually perfect for you to mention that.
So, unintended, but the burger is undecided.
So what's he thinking about now? Punishing the vultures?
Punishing the vultures. There are pay jumps, it's worth mentioning at this point. Small ones, nonetheless, but, you know, 9,500 in the balance. If these two tangle, Cowan would see a significant jump, given that his stack is very short and it's going to be hard to move up in the rankings.
Yeah, but the pay jumps are so small.
They're small.
The buy-in.
They're small, but when you have just 110 back and you're not eligible for any bounties right now, I don't know. I mean, I think he's going to put it in, don't get me wrong.
Right. But just make sure.
Wang says, what are you waiting for, man? I want your bounty and I want Patrick's as well.
It's like, what are you doing there? We're playing hand for hand too, right?
We ought to be.
We're supposed to be. I'm pretty sure we are.
We certainly should be. 4 and 4.
All right, finally, we've got the call. Baby side pot going on. 60K.
Baby side pot.
Baby side pot.
And Wang Ye is dreaming of a double cheeseburger now.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe fries on the side.
I'm salivating.
He could weave his way towards the final table.
Scrumptious. Okay, orders up. 973, 2 hearts.
Cowan is going to think that this is a reasonable flop. He's got a pair and a flush draw, but Antonius has his hand dominated. And look at this, Wang Ye, a pair and an open ender. Cowan is actually in a world of hurt.
You block 3 hearts.
It's a 3-way all-in.
Wild.
3 hearts?
3 hearts, 3 hearts.
So we just need a 4.
Indeed, Cowan would pull ahead on a 4, but it would be hard to stay ahead.
There's some hearts left.
7 would be a nice clean one for him to take a healthy lead.
So Queen of clubs.
So Antonius makes a pair of queens. Cowan picks up a gut shot on the high end. He could hit a 10. You can see the outs listed. Not a good turn for Wang Ye.
Wang Ye could still scoop if he finds a card that he needs, but it's not on the deuce of spades.
Which means Cowan is out. Antonius collects that bounty. Wang Ye is now short on chips. And finally, something good is happening to Patrick Antonius on this doomed table that has been his nemesis this entire series.
Eventually, it goes your way. But for Cowan, he will not be the defending champ, but he is on the right side of the money bubble.
Which means we're down to 7. And unless something crazy is happening on the other table, would mean we have a 7-handed final table.
So redraw. Final table.
That's right. And Patrick's got a lot of chips.
Yeah.
And Patrick would love to stay in that seat. Seems like a lucky seat now for him. So those are the chip counts of the final table. Altargueta of Spain is the chip leader with 2.8 million. Daniel Divorce keeping the dream alive for 3 titles. Patrick, he's moved up quite a bit. He even picked up a bounty token that hand.
Yeah, it's been a nice few minutes for Patrick, who has not had the best of luck at these feature tables, but he's made a lot of them. This is his 6th final table of the series. He's been on other features throughout the venture, and yeah, Patrick has just been, It's been great seeing him play, battling hard like he used to, and showing up, playing every event, and going deep so often.
He really is a legendary player, and, you know, he's had multiple 7th place finishes, some 5ths. Really would love to just hold that Triton title once more. He's done it before. But, you know, it's all about Getter at the moment. He's got 1 token, bounty token. He's got all of the chips. We'll see if he can kind of pull ahead and take one down. But Daniel DeVoris, he's got the most bounty tokens from him. He's collected 2 already. I guess 1.5. So he's tied with Patrick Antonius, given there was that
yeah, that's
funny
right.
hand.
Yeah, so we expect that that token will get chopped in half one way or another. But DeVoris, could he win 3 in 1 series? Remains to be seen. We're going to take a break. Is that right, Randy?
I believe we're trying to set up the final table right now, but we'll take a look in a second. But what else is going on? Let me see. Wang Ye is on the short stack with 9 bigs. Okay, let's just set up the final table and it takes about 15 minutes. See you soon.
CoinPoker and Triton are teaming up to give anyone a chance to win a $25,000 seat to the next Triton SHRS Series in Jeju. All you have to do is sign up to CoinPoker using code Triton, play the qualifiers, and the winner is gonna win an all expenses paid trip and a $25,000 buy-in for the next Triton SHRS Series. Hopefully, I see you in September. I'm all in.
Call.
Triton.
Five years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
DeVoris will be happy to have a chance to go bounty hunting.
It's actually a good thing for him because if he busts Watson, he gets $25,000 in the pocket.
Yeah, but I think Patrick might come chasing that bounty as well. Let's see. Now, they're not in the money yet, so that weighs into their mind a little bit. There's like 2 different kinds of bubbles. There was the bubble in getting to the bounty phase, and then there's the actual cashing bubble.
And they're almost happening at the same time.
Yeah, so 34K is the min cash, but a bounty is worth a quarter.
Because
25K.
normally Patrick would never consider the spot with the action, but with
Correct.
the bounty on the line, here comes the call.
And notice he just calls because he doesn't want to put all the chips in. He's willing to call, and maybe DeVoris will call some hands, and then he can navigate post-flop.
What about Stojanovic? He's got double suited. Is he going to get in there too?
Very tempting spot because he could try to claim multiple bounties.
I think the problem for him is that DeVoris is too deep, so he would hate to just blow up 800,000 in chips.
Yeah, maybe if he covered DeVoris and was eligible for 3. And I guess Dan just calls here.
Why not?
300 back.
He wants to know, should I put Patrick in now and make sure he gets in his chips?
He does want to make sure he gets Watson's last 30K.
Yeah.
In the middle.
Let's see what he thinks. Force Patrick to gamble all the chips, collect his bounty, or maybe just call. You want to embrace the variance, Divorce? Divorce, it's a turbo. You can't take too long. It's a big spot, though. I'll give him a break. All right, here's the call.
And I'm sure those Triton tempo clocks are in play. Hopefully they gave them less time in this one than some of the other tournaments.
Should give them half.
Yeah.
That's what I think, at least.
I think they got the full 5 minutes, though, based on what I'm seeing from the clocks. Top 2 for Divorce. Patrick sticks the rest in. Divorce in nice shape to potentially claim 2 eliminations, but Watson's got aces, a gut shot, and a nut flush draw.
Straight.
It's going to be tough for Antonius.
The 3-way all-in. This is Bounty Quattro time.
This is good.
What do I need? It's hard to figure out.
He needs a 6 or a jack, and it can't be a heart. And that's it.
Watson's hand is so good on this flop. Got shot. Not flush draw. Aces.
Yeah, you can see Watson in pretty sizable equity favorite against Divorce, even though Divorce has 2 pair and a gut shot.
Right. Jack of spades.
That's Patrick Antonius' card. He actually pulls into the lead.
He does. 8-9 for the straight. Patrick doesn't even know what card to root for now. He's just going to hold his breath. And the river card's the 9 of clubs.
That's actually a chop.
It is?
Between Antonius and Divorce.
Oh my goodness.
They both make queen high straights. Who gets Watson's bounty?
Yeah. So we chop the bounty?
Yeah, but we split the bounty, right?
They split the bounty. Chop.
No, you have to break it in half.
You gotta break it in half.
I should get it because I'm out of position.
Yeah,
everyone's
how
having a
does it
good
work
time.
with Who gets the? It's just split in half.
The out of play of.
You watch a lot of TikTok videos, Randy?
I don't, but I mean, look, it's the same on every platform, short form content. Just simple laps, waste a lot of time. Unless it's the Triton Poker Plus version on Instagram. Those are good highlight reels.
Fantastic.
Limpy.
Shout out to our social media team.
So here, the shortest stack is Chidwick with 21 bigs. So no micro stacks.
Chidwick looks like a man with a good hand. Chidwick is a man with a good hand. However, he doesn't have any suits, okay?
He's got the dead man hand times 2.
If we're going to pick flaws about his hand, interesting that Stoyanovich just folds. I thought he might have limp called there given the bounties in play.
Especially because Chidwick's on 20 blinds and he raised it up so the SPR is a lot shallower.
Yeah, I guess he's just worried about Divorce. Divorce surely will make the call here. Try to pick that bounty up.
Would speculate with worse. What if he's like, oh, I'm not sure if the last bounty token's in play to spot, so I have to go after it. If he goes after, he can get 2.
This is not the first battle of the day for these two as Divorce flops queens full.
Yeah, as good as it gets, and it almost seems like a lock that he's going to take Chidwick's bounty on this flop.
It sure looks like it, and I don't know who got the better of who, but they were playing each other on the tennis court earlier today as well.
I'd rather have the win in the poker tournament if I had to choose.
A little more on the line here.
A lot more on the line.
And Chidwick is not going to be too concerned about the deuce. Of course, it could occasionally exist as a dangler in Dvoris's hand, but would guess he just comes small bet here.
I like small bet here because a Queen X actually doesn't have that many outs, but he actually checks it back for a trap.
Yeah, he checks it back, almost maybe hoping that Dvoris attacks with a weak hand. Dvoris has quite the opposite of a weak hand.
Yeah, because Chidwick is usually only worried about some pocket pair making a full house. Deuce is rare, of course, but he's drawing so slim. So I guess Dvoris needs to bet in order to create a pot that he can take the opponent's token.
Yeah, so I think, you know, you could just go 100, 125 here and try to move in on the river. He goes a bit bigger, so perhaps representing that he can have some draws.
Yeah, because if he just checks to trap Chidwick, as you might want to do with top full house, if Chidwick checks it back, he can't get the bounty because you can't bet more than the pot.
Exactly right. So I think he feels compelled to bet here. He really doesn't want it to go check, check. And he's just going to bet turn, shove all rivers. And it's hard to imagine that Chidwick folds his hand at any point. Would think he just calls here. There's a little bit of merit just to jamming to try to deny equity if you think Dvoris is betting some mergey pair plus draw type hands. But I would probably just call because a lot of Dvoris's bluffs will be drawing dead or near dead. Maybe they have a gut shot.
It's actually Chidwick who's almost dead.
Just
Jesus Christ, that's a great river card for Chidwick, isn't it?
It's just been an unfortunate series for Chidwick. He's just run poorly all series long, and this just kind of is the epitome of that. As the river looks so clean.
3 deuces and 2 aces.
Just less chance that Dvoris has a deuce now.
And he doesn't have a deuce, but he's got pocket queens. Enjoy another $25,000, Dvoris. You earned it. Take all of the chips and take that green one. The green one is the bounty token, so Chidwick, it's been a rough one for him. Just feel like he always has potential for a deep run, and it just falls.
Yeah, it was definitely not his series, but again, he just shows up and plays every event. He's able to write. Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty cool.
So can he do it again?
He can get matching caps.
Dvoris has a pile of chips now and a strong hand. We're down to 10, by the way, and we'll be paying 8 spots. That's in addition to those bounties. So there is a bubble of sorts around the corner.
4-card rundown, double suited for the defending champ.
No fold equity. That's the problem. Is like this is a great hand to 3-bet in a cash game when you're deep stacked. But here, what's he gonna do? Will he play it as a flat? Will he just fold it ever? I wonder.
It's like so pretty.
It's painful.
It's like folding doesn't seem right.
It feels like folding Jack 9 suited or Jack 10 suited in Hold'em, but there are spots where you fold those hands to a single open.
That's true.
What will Cowan do?
I feel like he's almost thrown in the chips multiple times already.
He has. There they come.
Okay. Wong is like, wait, hold on, this guy just called and I can cover him? Oh, like my hand sucks.
It's an attractive proposition to get in there. Patrick will get in there, but he's quite dominated by Cowan's hand.
His hand almost looks the same. But a big difference. The 6 is not a 10. At least Patrick does cover Robert.
Look at the equity. The Dvoris has 3 ways. Wow, look at the flop too.
10-7-5 rainbow. And it's a beautiful flop for 2 players.
Yeah, so Cowan's got top 2 pair with an open ender, and Antonius has middle pair and a full wrap.
Antonius pots it.
Dvoris just has to get away here. He's just only got ace high. Yes, he has 2 backdoor flush draws, and yes, there's a lot of bounties up for grabs, but not enough hand.
Robert's not folding, don't worry. He's calling.
Very big. Big flop here.
And you too. Touche. All right. Zlatnikov versus Zhao Samel. Samel's got a set with the nut flush draw.
He's actually a big favorite against the Broadway of Zlatnikov. Not anymore. But on the flop, you saw he was 63% with all those outs.
Samel still wins 42% of the time.
Oh, no. Spades.
He just made spades. Zlatnikov gone.
Anatoly out. What's going to happen on the other table? Is the bubble going to burst?
So that means we're down to 9.
That's right, which means we're on the stone bubble with Cowan at risk.
King of spades, and Cowan's got a flush draw. That's nice.
It's a good card for him.
Kill some outs. 6 of spades is a flush for Robert Cowan.
Spade, of course. Spade. 225.
Antonius has been unlucky at our feature tables.
Yeah, and he made a comment about that too. He said that never wins on this table.
Yeah, you hear it.
Yeah.
How much?
I almost think he said, "I'm gonna get us here." 3 ways. And Guetta's got the straight draw and the flush draw. Raphael with a wrap to Broadway with aces. And Samal's got a pair and a flush draw.
A little bit of something for everyone. Of course, Samal's flush draw is covered. The 9 would also be no good for him.
So his hand sucks.
His hand sucks, yeah. But he could still be ahead on a 6, a 7, or an 8.
185.
Raphael is the short stack by a good margin, so he could be a bubble boy if one of these other two is able to defeat him. Particularly Guerra has the best chance.
5 seconds. Check.
You can see Raphael checking, mainly because he wouldn't mind chips not going in if he doesn't make it, because stone cold bubble. You want to conserve some chips, and Samal with the worst equity, he thinks his outs could be good. They're not. So he's trying to raise and leave one back. He can, right?
Yeah, because he's got 185, so he's making it 180.
No, I almost wonder if Samal did that on purpose. That's weird.
I think so. But ironically, usually when you do this on purpose, it's because you want to isolate the other hand.
No, 180. It's 75.
But now the question is, if he does go for it here, trying to get rid of Guerra, does Guerra go anywhere with the open ender and the queen high flush draw?
Yeah, it's pretty weird. Magetta does have 1 spade, extra spade, I mean.
So Samau just calls, so perhaps that wasn't his plan all along.
Yeah, he was just stabbing and didn't realize that Raphael could check raise min and not be all in. He's almost punishing them by leaving the 5K back. Now look at this. Guetta with their all-in play.
And Samau's hand is just mega dominated by this range.
Okay, so we got rid of Samal.
Guerra looking.
Well, like a deer in headlights, we are back. We are back for what could be the final time to the break desk, as we're about to introduce the final table here in Montenegro. Randy, just quickly before we talk about the FT, What a series, man. I mean, we're almost at the finish line. We've got an epic final table coming up, but it's just been one hell of a trip here in Montenegro.
It's been amazing. Every single event has had a very unique storyline. Even Daniel Divorce shipping the very first event in at 25K and even picking up another title, of course, and looking for the third title. But it's been a wonderful festival for me. I guess you like it as well?
It's been a lot of fun. I think the players share the sentiment that this is the stop of the year for them, and not just at Triton's, just year-round. Montenegro holds all of the cake. Now, who's going to be taking the cake in this one? 7 left, the Spaniard, Lautaro Guerra, #1 in the world in PLO tournament earnings, by the way, the only player ever in the history of PLO with more than 10 million in earnings. He's looking for his second title. Dan Divoris, of course, looking to make history here. If he can take this down, will become the first player ever to win 3 titles at a single Triton stop. And then we've got Patrick Antonius, Jao Samao, Stojanovic, fresh off that second place, Sean Raphael, and Wang Ye, who's always dangerous.
You know, it's a really cool crew. We've got some players that exclusively play Paul and Omaha, some other specialists. I'm really excited for this one.
Luca Vivaldi is ready, final table side, to introduce the final table of the series here in Montenegro.
The last event of this beautiful Triton Poker series here in Montenegro. 46 entry, we're down to a final table of 7 in this 25K PLO Turbo Bounty Quattro. Each knockout is worth $25,000. The winner will take home this beautiful trophy, glory, the title, and $252,000. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. In seat number 1, we're starting with our chip leader from Spain with 2.8 million. Please welcome Lautaro Guerra.
As I just mentioned, the most winning player in this format of all time. Lautaro looking for title number 2.
In seat number 2 from the US with 580,000 in chips. Please put your hand together for Sean Raphael.
Second final table appearance for this series for Sean Raphael, also known as Doorbread.
What a legendary nickname, Doorbread.
In seat number 3 from China with 340,000 in chips. Please welcome Wang Ye.
One of my favorite players to have at any feature table, let alone a final table. Will this be the time he wins his first Triton title?
From Brazil in seat 5 with 1.1 million. Please put your hand together for João Simão.
Absolutely love this guy. Always has a big smile at our featured tables, looking to add a PLO crown to his known hold'em success.
In seat number 6 with 2.2 million from Canada. Please put your hand together for Dan Forrest.
You would be foolish to bet against this man. Can the Canadian become the first player to win 3 titles in a single series?
From Austria in seat 7 with 705,000, please welcome Manuel Stojanovic.
I love the way he plays Paul and Omaha, always aggressive and always having a lot of fun at the table. Let's see if it's his time.
And last but not least, closing out this final table from Finland with 1.4 million, please welcome Patrick Antonius.
Another deep run for the Hall of Famer. Final table number 6 of this series.
The button has been drawn on Sean. We have 1 end remaining on level 16, 20,000, 40,000, 40,000. Please, I wish you all the very best of luck. Joshua, shuffle up in the place.
You heard the man, Randy. Joshua, shuffle up and deal. It is the final table of the series here in Montenegro, the 25K PLO Bounty Quattro. And before the cards even start getting dealt, I just want to extend a massive thank you to all of our viewers, each and every one of you that have kept us company for the last 16 days. It's been an absolute honor to have a front row seat and to be trusted to call the action for what has been one hell of a series. Randy, I'm sure you can attest to how fun this has been, and it's been a pleasure to call the action alongside you, Alex Livingston, and Kevin Bearwire Rabachow.
It's so great to have all these players playing our Triton Super High Roller Series, and of course, we need you guys watching the stream, so thank you again, and let's play the final table. So Daniel Dvoris limping with double pair. Remember, this is a bounty tournament, so not only is there the pay jumps, but each knockout that you can do, you get additional $25,000 in cold hard cash.
And what's the situation so far, Randy, on those?
The bounty hunt?
Yeah.
So Lautaro Guetta and Joao Simão, they've got one each. Patrick's got one. Divorce, it says 2, but the truth is Divorce and Antonius has 1.5 each because they chopped up one. So they've got the little lead. But what you really want to have is just a ton of chips covering the table so that you can collect both sides of the prize pool.
And that's why Dan is limping here, I guess, and Lautaro actually over limping with a very dusty Jack 6, 5, 4. Queen Jack 10. Joao's flopped best. Oh no, sorry, I apologize. Wang Ye's actually got a Queen High straight.
You gotta squint, there's so many cards on the screen.
Took me a moment to try and actually figure out who's got what.
Usually when you see Queen Jack 10, you're looking for Ace King for a straight, but 8-9 is there.
Who's gonna bluff at it?
Maybe no one on the flop.
Round of
finger
knuckles.
check.
Yeah, round of knuckles. Ooh, set.
The unlikely set for Divorce.
Set for Divorce, but we can obviously see Queen or Jack wouldn't do it, but a deuce would. 10 would.
Yeah, it actually would be a dangerous boat for Divorce to make because he knows people tend to play cards in the upper region, and even if he was to make a boat with Queen, Jack, or 10, I don't think he would feel great about it.
People already asking about the next Triton. Jeju in September. Looks like we're going to have another round of knuckles. Tomato saying the guy's accent is amazing. I agree, Randy's got a great accent.
I think they're talking about Luca Vivaldi.
Oh, sounds good. Sokan saying fun series, Nanonoko is the GOAT of comms. I agree.
Oh, hello. The 10.
How has he done this?
Divorce makes the full house. And it's the good one.
Was dead to a deuce or a 10. There was only one 10 left in the deck and one deuce left in the deck.
It seems like Wang Ye might think his 8-9 is good as he's counting his chips a bit. But yeah, he already checked. Somehow checked.
The old fake fist pump.
Divorce checks. Doesn't feel great about his full house.
This is excruciatingly painful for all of these absolute legends to not bluff at this.
15 checks. And one of them has a full house.
Straight, right? Yep.
How confident do you think Wang Ye was there that 9-8 would be good?
I mean, he felt pretty good. No one put a bet in there, and Divorce was like, straight, right? And he shows his full house. He didn't even feel good about showing his deuces for a second. I wanted to make sure he didn't have to show his hand, potentially, in case someone was trapping.
Otherwise it's 25, 50, 50.
Blinds going up. 25, 50, 50.
Well, if you want to talk about Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju, now's your chance to actually enter the Triton Free Roll and use that sign-up code Triton because you can win a $25,000 buy-in. Over there, you also get the business class flights, the 5-star luxury hotel, and a chance to meet me and Henry Kilbane potentially. That's a bonus.
Let's go. Yeah, we won't charge that much for the meet and greet. $500 a pop, and we'll take a selfie and sign a t-shirt.
Do you get to keep the merch? You bring your own merch.
Bring your own merch. That's going to be an amazing story.
Whoever wins that free roll, I just want to know how they're doing, and I'll follow you on the Triton Poker Plus app.
From free roll to Triton champion. You can imagine that headline. Or from free roll to out on the stone bubble. Welcome to the Super High Roller Series. How's your day going?
At least you got a few nights of hotel to enjoy. We got some shallow stacks here. Wang pretty short. He's actually the shortest. He's going to try to flop a piece. And everyone's going to go after his bounty.
Hang on. I got one more question, follow-up question to the bit.
Mm-hmm.
What's more painful? You win a 25k seat, you fly halfway around the world to Jeju. Your average buy-in normally is like the $200 nightly. You bust hand one, or you bust on the stone bubble?
Oh, they're both brutal, right?
Mate.
I mean,
Jason Kuhn just sends you back to the shadow realm.
Because you know if you get to the Stone Cold bubble, you're like, oh, it's so close, I'm going to make so much money, and then you just get nothing.
Oh, yeah. Trips for the Spaniard.
He's the only one with trips. We're just going to get a bunch of checks again.
Maybe.
Sean Raphael asked how much was in the pot. He's actually reaching for chips with his hand.
Blocks fours, blocks king four.
As long as no one has a king or pocket fours, I guess they're folding.
I guess.
But that's the king.
Backdoor draws. Look at the way they're both just like side-eyeing each other, but not making eye contact. I love it. It's like when you see two cats, like alley cats, like potentially about to have a scrap as they walk past each other, and like, this is my hood.
I must admit, I'm not really walking down the dark alleys.
Not the dark alleys, come on.
Okay, check raise from Lautaro. He's hoping to get it in and maybe collect a bounty.
Bounty hunting.
Because I guess Sean Raphael doesn't have that many ace-king to just limp prey off of that stack. Unless it's like some really dusty one.
The tower is up to 3.1 million. Taj is saying stone bubble. Traveling halfway across the world to play one hand would be depressing. I agree.
They're both pretty brutal, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really know which one's worse.
I mean, okay, what do you think is crueler, objectively? Like, outhand one, dreams just crushed, but like a band-aid, you know, very quick, or hopes and dreams slowly start building up as you get close to the bubble. You're thinking, wow, you know, free rolled in, probably like $45,000 min cash. What can I do with the money? Okay, boom.
It does sound pretty bad, yeah.
Kings into aces, see you later.
But at least your story to get there is more than one line, you know? Just preface and you're out. I do like it. That was a really good would you rather.
Antonius actually opting to play a raise here, which is a little bit daunting, but he's not scared coming into this FT, third in chips. Opening into a stack he would like to get after. Ace, King, 10-9, Rainbow.
The Rainbow really hurts this hand a bit.
It does, and this is a pot size open from UTG as well. Patrick is repping a very tight range.
Plus, men will cover Sean Raphael and Wang Ye, as those two stacks are sitting on 9 and 5 bigs.
That's a great point.
So there's some value in some pay jumps, value in just having the covering stack against those two players.
So 46 entries. How many bounties? 12.
12 total.
That's 12 total.
So the chances of someone... Actually, no, it's impossible. 25k a pop, right?
25,000 a pop.
Okay. There's still a good chance that someone would make like more than third place money in bounties. You need to collect 5. Got Dan on 2.5 currently.
Yeah, right now, in terms of bounties collected, it's not lopsided to like one person.
That's right.
We've seen that before. I mean, Ibinger, when he won his mystery bounty 50k earlier this week, he had like 7 bounties in the end.
It's crazy. Ibinger just might be top 5 generational talent. The different formats, he was widely regarded as the best all-in or fold player for very, very, very long time. Hold'em, no questions asked, one of the best. Now, 3 titles in PLO in 10 events played. I mean, dude. Can we really put that down to variance? I don't know.
So I had heard that he was playing all-in or fold Pot Limit Omaha edition also during COVID or something like this.
I didn't know that.
And obviously with that, you have like 10 blinds going all-in or fold. And I also had heard that he had decided that he wanted to learn how to play deeper stack with Pot Limit Omaha because he did so well at that for some odd reason. And then now, just given how many titles he has, even before the Pot Limit Omaha, he wanted to be the first player to reach 10 that wasn't Jason Kuhn for Triton titles. And he's doing an amazing job.
I mean, you're kidding me.
He's going to have to outbeat Divorce because, you know, Divorce is the type of guy that's going for 10 titles as well.
Yeah, it's turning into a bit of an interesting race, isn't it? It was Jason on 12. It was just a car crash. What was it, like 6, 7 people on 5? And now we've got Ibinger, Watson on 7, Punat and Danny on 6, Divorce on 5, along with Fedor and a bunch of other legends. It could be a fun race to 10. This is first against second in chips. Dan Divorce limping in from the cutoff. Lautaro raising it up. Ace, Queen 3, single. Who are you rooting for, chat? Well, that is all Dan. He's got more equity, even though he's currently behind.
He's got the spade draw, he's got top pair, he's got a single queen that could hit him a set. But it's quite inflated given it was a pre-flop raise. Lautaro's going to go ahead and shoot out 225. And I guess because Divorce is covered, he needs to play this one quite passively.
In the middle.
Lautaro's got the ace of spades as well, man. This could be... Spade could be spicy.
Like a ghost pepper? Oh, that card? So Divorce makes the flush immediately, but Guerra's got a key card that can really blast off because they also have super deep stacks. It's not like, oh, there's only half pot remaining. Pretty hard to bluff with ace of spades.
No, that's exactly right. I mean, Lautaro can basically send the message to Dan and say, hey, bud, you're second in chips. Do you want to go home in 7th?
Let's see if he wants to activate.
He checks.
He does check, so it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Now, how to play the flush here.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's like, do you want to go for 3 streets?
It's kind of hard to get paid off 3
Exactly.
streets.
Especially when you have Queen Jack of Spades, right? Like, you're blocking. You'd rather have, you know, the 4 dangler, having like a 4 dangler where you have the Queen High flush so that Lautaro can have Jack 9 of Spades.
Right. So that's why he checks it back.
Now it gets interesting. As played. But I think Lautaro knows that once Dan calls on 10-5-3, the aces are just no good on this run out. That's a nice shutdown. I think that's really nice situational awareness from the Spaniard.
The divorce, he's got the flush. He's always a little scared though. What if he bets and gets check potted? So what does he do? Are there enough small flushes that are willing to call? Is a set of kings ever calling? Seems like a complicated spot. What size to use? Let's see which one he comes up with. 475. The thing is, Geta knows that his opponent can never have the nut flush.
You can't go blasting with every nut flush blocker. The story has to make sense. And that's what Lautaro's trying to figure out right now. Is if I had the nut flush, would I take this line? Would this line be credible?
Right, like, would I check the turn? And if I did, would I still check the river?
And I think it is credible. I think Lautaro can have nut flushes here as played. Why not? You've opened pre-flop. You've got like double suited aces. You see bet flop. Turn, you make the nuts. You check it on over to Dan. River doesn't change the texture, but he's going to get away from it. Doesn't take the bait. I mean, I don't know if it would have worked.
Because sometimes you're thinking, what happens if I do make the play and my opponent hero calls and then I just incinerated all of my chips? So very nice for Daniel Divorce. I believe he might even move to the chip lead with that pot.
I believe you are right. Does indeed. Only just 40% of a big blind. Good luck, Wang Yi. Legend.
He said pot.
He said pot. Yeah, sorry. Got a bit fired up there.
You're a little aggro there.
Well, it's like, I thought I was actually in a live game there.
No, like...
Oi, he said pot, okay? Let him be all in.
You think she can hear you? You think the table can hear you?
Good luck, mate. You're going to have to fade. Stojanovic could go for this. Jack, Jack, 3 deuce, 25k on the line. Double suited. Like, the idea of flatting and then calling off is really, really grim. You've also got Sean Raphael in the big blind, who may go bounty hunting as well, because Sean actually covers Wang Yi. Patrick's never folding. It's interesting for Patrick. He could jam as well in the hopes of just getting Lautaro out the way. And then he's risking 580 to potentially win 3 bounties.
Yeah, I know. And it's very risky for Lautaro to call off for 1.4 million. So he can't really just get in there.
Yeah, it's,
even though he covers everyone.
Wow. Well, I'm going to defer to the most winning PLO tournament player of all time to figure this one out. Queen 5, deuce, deuce. Spades are actually live.
This hand looks so weak. But then the value of collecting all those bounties could be worth so much.
Yeah, given that it's a fixed bounty prize and not a mystery bounty where we know what the EV of the bounty is, here you see even Sean Raphael not interested in putting himself at risk in exchange for one bounty. So here we go. Patrick looking for an ace, king, or a queen to get us down to 5.
Three-way all in. Let's see if Antonius' run can continue here in the 25K. Stoyanovich standing up, awaiting his fate.
Queen 6-3. That's top pair, top kicker for Patrick.
It's board ahead.
Stoyanovich looking for a jack 3 or a deuce. Wang Yi looking for runners.
Oh, he just hit trips, didn't he?
He did indeed.
So Stoyanovich likely to stay in. Wang Yi is done.
Yeah, Patrick looking for the case queen. We already saw one queen folded.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my days, how is...
Finally, for Patrick Antonius. The one-outer.
Is this going to be the one, Patrick?
But I got one, yeah. This I
Wow.
don't know, but at least I know I'm not like completely cursed.
I don't know, man. 7 final tables this trip.
Maybe that's part of the curse. Maybe you had the 2-outer in the 25K.
That one really hurts for Stoyanovich. He thought he was going to be at this tournament still and collect Wang Yi's bounty. Instead, it's a double KO in favor of Antonius.
How impressive is this man, though? Second in the main. Wang Yi as well. Made so many runs this trip. Stoyanovich will be back. He'll be lifting gold soon, and as will Wang Yi. Wang Yi is going to ship the 150K in Jeju. I'm calling it now.
He loves to play those big binds, doesn't he?
Alright, so Patrick saying that he's no longer cursed.
So Patrick, not the chip leader, but he's got a lot of chips relative to Divorce and Lautaro. Rafael, shortest.
Spiking a 1-outer for 50,000 in bounties and $26,000 in ladders. What's Sean thinking here?
Wondering if he should spend 25,000 to see a flop.
Yeah, it's grim. He's getting 9-1. Lets it go.
Doesn't want to try to flop a deuce.
So his online screen name is Doorbread.
That's right, from way back when. So this is before your time for Potlam Omaha.
What do you mean before my time? How old is he?
I mean, look, when...
He looks 27, bro.
I'm going to guess he's older than that.
Alright, I'll allow it. It's the end of the trip. Bro looks 27.
He once played Victor Blom heads up at some nosebleeds.
Wow, okay. So that is way back when.
I believe it didn't go too well for him, but I can't really remember.
Doorbread. That's a great name. How do people come up with good names, man?
It's just... I mean, he was holding some bread and he went out the door. And he made it screen name.
I need to ask him where that came from. Because nobody really plans for these things, right? Like back in the day, you didn't sign up to a site and then think to yourself, okay, right, I'm gonna create a name that's gonna one day become legendary. So yeah, I wonder. Maybe he was like living in you
was
know,
living in a
his
bakery.
his dorm room or
No, he
something.
was in
He used like a loaf of bread as like the door stopper or something. It's like door bread.
A baguette. Smell takes that pot. Didn't really get value of his hand on that board run out with queens and eights.
A few people asking about the bounty situation. So you eliminate a player, you get 25k. It's that simple.
7.
Tower just limping in the deck. Ville Heinonen, if I pronounced that correctly. Saying, is this really live? Is this Antonius' 6th FT? I believe so.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
7th, according to producer Lee.
For this one, we see club draw for Lautaro. He's got the jack, he's got the gut shot. Jacks and 3s for Divorce. Now aces and jacks for the lead.
How much is that? 150.
That's 150,000.
Trying to lean. I think this is going to work against Zhao's hand. I'm not sure about Dan's. Let's defer.
Yeah, Dan has 3 pair, but it's pretty risky. However, his stack is so deep that I guess if he was to check call, it doesn't hurt him that much. But actually, Samel's coming in with aces and 3s, and that's it. Divorce is a little confused now.
Yeah, I guess Zhao with that ace of clubs is a nice card to have, right? Can get a little fruity on club rivers.
Really wish he had ace king, at least. Make sure he's drawing to a clean full house. And he's going to fold ace jack 3. It's really good for Joao Samel. He had 0% if Divorce stuck around.
Now he's got 100.
That's a good river card for Samel because Lautaro hits jacks and 9s. Maybe he thinks he doesn't need a bet anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point. If Zhao had something like King 10, King High Hearts.
Yeah, something heart related.
Ace 9.
Ace 9 is good.
Dan's like, what? Excuse me? Ace 9 is good? I had aces and jacks.
Lautaro is staring it down a little bit. It's like, you really? You called that hand, buddy?
Just aces and 3s?
I love it when players just, they don't hide what they're thinking, you know, their facial expressions say it all. That's great. All right, well, it's pretty tight at the top, Randy. Look at this, 45 for the leader, 41 for Lautaro, 39 for Patrick.
Yeah, so Divorce actually takes the chip lead, but not with winning that last spot. It's from Lautaro losing that pot to Samel. We locked up to $70,000, still the moment with these pay jumps, the bounty tokens are worth more than the pay jumps.
Well, if you win, you're guaranteed to obviously collect your own bounty plus the bounty of whoever you beat heads up. So 305,000 guaranteed